Welcome, everyone, to the 83rd Annual SRAA Nationals. Lined up on the course right now, we have the girls' JV double, Heat 1. That means we have in Lane 1, Agnes Irwin, Lane 2, Augustine, Lane 3, Fremont, Lane 4, Burnt Hills, Lane 5, Dwight Inglewood. With them locked on, I'd imagine that they're going to be off to the course in just about 30 seconds. The water's looking nice and calm today. For those of you watching, as you can see, the American flag is just barely twirling in the back, and they're off. Nice flat water, nice starts from everyone on the field. We have what looks like Lane 3 taking an early lead, but at this point, no one's really jumping ahead. Lane 6 is also out there, but that's likely in this case due to camera angle. We'll have to remember that all day, that as the camera twirls around, Lane 5 out there on the far end is going to look like it's further ahead than it actually is. That said, to my eyes, it's looking like Lane 5 is actually far out there, Lane 5 being Dwight Inglewood. So this is going to be our best vantage point as the camera swings towards the center. The moment it hits that center line, we're going to have a good idea of where people actually are. And it's looking like Lane 3, Fremont, is in the lean as of now, with Lane 2, Augustine, coming in close second. This looks like it's largely become a two-boat race, but we'll see what the other boats could do as they go. Augustine and Fremont taking the lead. Keep in mind, lanes 1 through 3 go to the finals. The remainder are eliminated. So this is going to end up being a race for third place. And as you can see from this shot, we have 3 boats vying for that spot. None of them are out yet. We'll see what ends up happening. So as we could see, they're starting to get a little bit tied. We'll see if they could hold on to that lead, but lanes 3 and 2 are starting to lose basically going in together. They're not quite getting that blade drop in at the same time. That being said, they have such a decisive lead at this point. Unless something major goes on, I can't imagine them not getting the first and second spot. It also looks like we have lane 1 is starting to come out ahead and claim that third place location. Looks like we know which of the three are going to the finals, but you never know. So that would be Agnes Irwin in lane 1, in lane 2, Augustine, lane 3, Fremont, lane 4, Burnt Hills, and lane 5, Dwight Inglewood. Again, this is our girls JV double. Race number 104 with the top 3 going to finals. And I know you can't tell this from the screen, but the boats are now at about 500 meters to go. This means they're aiming in at their last minute and a half of the race. This is going to be make it or break it time. We'll see what happens. Those boats that are going to make it are going to be the ones that could increase that stroke rate while maintaining pressure and still staying together. Right now, it's still looking like that lane 3 is out in that winning position. That's Fremont with Augustine, lane 2 in second. Camera angle's a little wonky on this. Can't really tell from the camera angle itself, but just based upon experience, that's what we're seeing here. That just going by us was Fremont just finishing off. They're clearly getting the first place on this one. Next through the lane line, looks like it's going to be number 2, Augustine. They'll take that second spot going off to finals. And then finally in lane 5, we have Dwight Inglewood, again, being taking that third spot and heading to finals later today. And in a solid showing in 4th place, we have Burnt Hills about to come through, with lane 1 also making a great showing, rowing nicely together, is Agnes Irwin. And already on the course and going off is the girls' JV double heat 2. Lane 1, Hilton. Lane 2, Colgan. Lane 3, Pearisburg. Lane 4, Ridgewood. Lane 5, Sacred Heart. And lane 6, Ransom Everglades. Again, top 3 going to finals. We have lanes 6 and lanes 5 making a decisive, or lanes 4 making a decisive showing in the beginning. So looking at this course right now, we have the girls largely rowing at a 28. That's about what I would expect for the main part of their race. That's after the first 400 meters. They finish the start. They're settling into the long, hard part of the course. We'll see what they're able to do and whether or not they're able to hold it. The key here, this is where you make or break races. Currently in the screen is lane 1, Hilton, and lane 2, Colgan. While it looks like they're ahead based upon this image, I'm dubious of that actually being the situation because of the camera angle. It looks to me like they are actually roughly tied with that lane 4, but we'll see if they'll be able to hold on to it. Lane 5 and lane 6, though, do look like they've dropped back. So right now our race is between lanes 1 through 4, with lanes 1, 2, and 4. That's Hilton, Colgan, and Ridgewood making the first showing. And lane 3, Parisburg, trying to hold on, and we'll see if they'll be able to hold on throughout this piece. For those of you just joining, this is the SRAA National Championship Regatta, the 83rd annual. And this is race number 105, the girls' JV double heat 2. Lane 1, Hilton. Lane 2, Colgan. Lane 3, Parisburg. Lane 4, Ridgewood. Lane 5, Sacred Heart, Country Day. And Lane 6, Ransom Everglades. They're coming into that last 500 meters. This is where I told you this is going to make it or break it. They're exhausted at this point, but we'll see if they could increase that stroke rate while maintaining being able to row together, dropping those blades at the same time and coming through. We'll see what ends up happening, but right now it's looking like lane 6 and lane 4 have increased their stroke rate. Lane 5 is trying to hold on, but lane 6, it looks like, is, well, can't necessarily tell because of the camera angle, is coming along and going to hit that first place location. So the question then is going to be who gets third, which is eliminated and which stays in. Lane 5 is coming in, lane 5 being Sacred Heart, making another nice showing. Then it's lane 4. They're stacking it up easy for me to call this out. So again, as they're coming across, that would be lane 6 coming across the finish line now. That's Ransom Everglades. Lane 5 coming across following them. That's Sacred Heart, Country Day. Then lane 4 coming across. That'd be Ridgewood. And those would be our top 3 places moving on. And then sneaking past into 4th place would be lane 2, Colgan. And then lane 3, Parisburg right behind them. And finally, lane 1, Hilton. Now already on the course, as you can see, is the boys JV double heat 1. Again, this is top 3 are moving on to finals. In this race, we have lane 1, Knox, lane 2, Skyland, lane 3, EL Crosley, lane 4, Christian Brothers New York, and lane 5, Cathedral Catholic. So here our doubles are rowing and crossing into that middle of the pack. Lanes looks like 2 and 3 have taken a decisive lead. Lane 4 off there to the side, you could see that the bow and the stroke are not quite rowing together anymore, and that's probably causing them to decrease their actual movement through the water. So as you could see, their stroke rate is staying high just like the rest. We have a stroke rate for them of roughly a 36 or 33, I'm sorry, which is what I'd expect for the middle of the course, but they're not moving quite like the others, and that is solely probably based upon that stroke and bow not quite rowing together. And you can see that especially down in that bottom lane. They're a little bit struggling to maintain their course. Anytime they don't keep that perfect straight line, which is challenging in these blind boats, they're adding meters to the lane. More meters means a longer distance to go. Now again, for those of us just joining, this is the boys JV double. First 3 places move on to the finals. The remainder are eliminated. In lane 1, we have Knox. Lane 2, we have Skyland. Lane 3, we have EL Crosley. Lane 4, Christian Brothers New York. And lane 5, Cathedral Catholic. This is a race to third with top 3 going on to finals. With the rowers now about to cross into that 500-meter area. This is the last, as I like to think about it, 50 strokes. When I was racing, you figure about 1 stroke per about 10 meters. So as they move into that 50 or 500 meters to go, they have 50 strokes of their race. That being said, they are a painful 50 strokes. We'll see if they could up the rate as to what they are, and they could hold on to their pressure and hold on to their places as they move through the course. Right now, it's looking like lanes 5 and 4 have a nice lead on the pack. That being said, we'll see what ends up happening. As you can see there on the screen, lane 5 is being shown. That's Cathedral Catholic. Alongside of them, Ridgewood. And you're going to get a good vantage point on how camera angles mean everything. As the camera swings along, you're going to see... And I'm sorry, that's lane 4 and lane 3. So that would be Christian Brothers and E.L. Crosley. You'll be able to see lane 3 coming in, E.L. Crosley actually having probably been in the lead the entire time. And roughly just their bow to stern right there. It's a decent advantage when it comes down to it, especially when they only have what looks like about 10 strokes to go. And so crossing into the finish, we have lane 3 taking first place. That's E.L. Crosley. Lane 4 taking second place, Christian Brothers. And this is a race for third, though it's looking like right now, decisively, lane 2 has it. Unless something tragic occurs, Skyland's going to be taking that third position and moving on to finals, and we'll know the 3 boats going on. Remember, it's top 3 to finals. Everyone else is eliminated after this. And on the course now is boys JV double heat 2. As you could see, lane 3 looks like lane 3 to me. I can't 100% tell with this camera angle. No, I'm sorry, lane 2 has taken a decisive lead. That would be Roman Catholic jumping out to the front of the pack. Everyone else is equally first, second place. In this race, we have St. John Paul, lane 1, Roman Catholic, lane 2, Malvern, lane 3, Holy Spirit, lane 4, Conestoga in lane 5, and Bellin Jesuit in lane 6. Us being able to see the whole field here now. This is a nice vantage shot about roughly the middle of the course. It's hard to tell until the camera swings to the center to see who is actually out in first. That being said, Lane 6 is doing quite well. I have a feeling, though, as the camera swings, we're going to see Lane 6 and Lane 3 are actually Lane 4 and 5. That would be Conestoga and Holy Spirit have fallen behind. So it's going to be Lane 6 and Lane 4. Or sorry, Lane 3 that have jumped out. And we've entered into the last 500 meters of the course. We have Lane 3 that still has that decisive lead that they had from the beginning. That would be Malvern that is solidly showing up. But Lane 6, unexpectedly, based upon the seeding, but they have made a solid showing. They are holding on, and I think we're going to at least see Malvern from Lane 3 and Lane 6, Bellin Jesuit, moving on to the final. So the question is going to be what happens in the last 150 meters to third place. If the course stays stacked as it is now, we're going to be seeing Lane 4, that's Holy Spirit, coming in for the top 3 positions. So coming across, looking at that finish line, about 8 strokes away, we have Malvern, Lane 3, coming in. So crossing the finish line, we have Malvern, Lane 3. Then we have out in the side, Lane 6, that would be Bellin Jesuit, and for third, that would be Holy Spirit. Those are going to be the 3 boats moving on to finals. Coming in a solid showing in 4th place is Lane 5, Conestoga, and then Lane 1 in a solid showing in 5th place would be St. John Paul. 1 boat remaining to come through, Roman Catholic. And they should be entering the screen any moment now. And here they are, Lane 2, Roman Catholic. And next we have the girls freshman quad, Heat 1. Top 3 to final, the rest are eliminated. As of now, the showing we have looks to me like a fairly even course. If anything, we have Lane 4, Nesquan, making a solid showing. Again, we have 4 boats in this race. Lane 2, Agnes Irwin. Lane 3, Skyland. Lane 4, Nesquan. And Lane 5, Egg Harbor. Right now, we have Lane 4 jumping out to the lead in the battles for third between lanes 1 and 4. And currently on the course, we have the girls freshman quad heat number 1, top 3 to finals. This is a 4-boat race. We have Agnes Irwins in lane 2, Skyland lane 3, Nesquan in lane 4, and Ed Harbor lane 5. So far, lanes 3 and 4 have made a decisive jump to the front. Already open water on lanes 1 and 4. That being said, they are head-to-head. Athletes exactly even. I couldn't call one boat in front of the other at this point. That being said, I would say the same thing about lanes 2 and 5. They are battling it out for third. This looks like it's become a 3-boat race. We have the quad way back in the back, so we know which 3 are going to be moving on to finals unless something tragic occurs. That being said, with finals in this course, it's all about lane placement. Where you are on the water, which lane you have does matter here. You want the best possible water and the best possible course, and the girls know that. So they're battling it out for the best position for the day. Lane 2 currently in the lead, and lane 3 currently in the lead, and lanes 2 and 4 battling it out for second place. The boats now are moving into that final part. We'll see. This is the hard portion. They're about 750 meters off from the finish line. And we still have those 3 boats at a dead heat, seeing who's going to come ahead. Again, keep in mind, this is going to set up for finals. Finals is supposed to be windy, so the lane is going to matter. And we're coming into the last final 250 meters. The girls still looks like to me lane 4 is jumped out ahead. That being said, everything could change at the last moment, so we'll see what ends up happening. But at this point, it looks to me like lanes 4, that being Nesquin, lane 3, Skyline, and Agnes Irwin have taken the top 3 points. Egg Harbor is back there. And coming across the finish line, it is going to be lane 4 that's going to take that first place position in a battle for second place. We'll see what ends up happening, but this is going to be camera. But to my eyes, it's lane 2 and then lane 3. So that would be a Agnes Irwin and then a Skyline coming in for the top 3 positions. They're going to be moving on to finals with Egg Harbor making a solid showing, but unfortunately not moving on today. This will be their last race. And coming through the finish line now is Egg Harbor, making a solid showing. But unfortunately for them, it was top 3 to finals. That being said, they did an awesome job. And currently on the screen, we have the girls' freshman quad Heat 2. In this race, we have Germantown Friends Saratoga, Conestoga, and Ridgewood in the order from lane 2 to lane 5. We have lane 3 jumping out to lane 4 jumping out to a lead, lane 3 following them, then 5 and 2 battling it out for second. And on the screen now, we're seeing lanes 2, 3, and 4. That would be Germantown Friends, Saratoga, and Conestoga. Lane 4 is still in that decisive lead. It looks like lane 3 has pulled into second place. We'll see if they can maintain it, though. This is early in the race, and anything could happen. The boat's just coming into the 500-meter line. As we could see way out in front, we have lane 4. They have taken that first place position unless something unexpected has occurred. I would expect them to get first place and move on to finals. However, there's a battle out for second and third place and possibly even for fourth. We'll see who gets there. Remember, top 3 to finals. In this race, we have the girls' freshman quad, Heat 2, Lane 2, Germantown Friends, Lane 3, Saratoga, Lane 4, Conestoga, and Lane 5, Ridgewood. That means we have Conestoga out in that decisive lead, with everyone else battling it out for second and third place. So coming into the 250 meters, as we were saying earlier, lane 4 in a decisive lead over the rest, lane 4 being Conestoga. However, we have a battle for second place. Lanes 1, Germantown Friends, lane 2, Saratoga, and lane 4, Ridgewood are all still into play. That being said, to my eyes, it looks like lane 2 is going to be taking that second place position, so it's going to be a question of third. Who's moving on to finals? Top 3 are moving to finals, with one boat being excluded, or I'm sorry, not excluded, but being eliminated for the rest of the day's positioning. So again, this is lane 4 coming across right now. They're about 6 strokes from the finals position, or 6 strokes from winning first place. Then we have lane 3 coming through. That would be Saratoga, a nice decisive second place. Easy boat length of water between them and the next position of third, which is going to be third, which is going to be lane 4, Ridgewood. And finally coming across is lane 2, Germantown Friends. Seeing them come through, they're adding that nice finishing with pride there, with that power 10 at the very end as they come across the finish line. And next up, and currently about to be shown, is going to be the boys' freshmen's quads. Top 3 to finals. There they are, lined up on the stake boats. Lane 1, Sebastian River. Lane 2, Conestoga. Lane 3, Haddon Township. Lane 4, Haverford. Lane 5, Bellin Jesuit. And Lane 6, Cathedral Catholic. And on the course, coming across already, this is the boys freshman quad heat 1. As you could see, lanes 3 and lane 5 have opened it up, and the battle is going to be for third place. As you could see, lane 3 is out ahead. That being said, they aren't overstroking. They're just getting more water passed through their blades. They're just catching it nicely together. And let's see here. That's what I thought. They're rowing a nice, calm, low 30s. The other ones are actually outstroking them. They're just missing some water on that entrance and therefore not being able to pull through quite as much. Lane 1 really looks like it's starting to struggle there. Not quite rowing together. A little bit of that caterpillar-esque shape. You want all those oars moving at the same time. If not, the boat's simply going to slow down no matter how fast you stroke through. Again, this is race number 110, the boys freshman quads. Top 3 to finals. The remainder are eliminated. Lane 1, Sebastian River. Lane 2, Conestoga. Lane 3, Haddon Township. Lane 4, Haverford. Lane 5, Bellin Jesuit. And Lane 6, Cathedral Catholic. On our screen now we have lanes 3. That would be Haddon Township. And Lane 5 over there in Bellin Jesuit. Solidly in that first and second position. We'll see if they're able to hold on to it. That gorgeous yellow shoal. And as you could see, camera angles are everything. Haddon Township has a decisive almost 1 boat length of open water. Then we have lanes 2 and lanes... Yeah, that's lane 4, directly head to head. And coming in now at that 250-meter mark, we have lane It looks like on the screen there, lane, yes, that is lane 3. Haddon Township is still in the lead, followed closely by lane 5. It looks like they're right on top of each other, but as the camera swings around, you're going to see that Haddon Township actually has almost a boat length of water open on them. And yes, as you could see, lane 3 coming through here, Haddon Township, and in fact does have that open water on that lane 5. Again, camera angles, and then battling this out for that 3rd place position. We have lane 2 making a final move, adding that stroke weight. They're taking the power 10, almost coming past and beating that lane 5 boat just barely. And that 4th place position coming into lane 4, Haverford. So that we know what's are going to be the top 3 positions. And we had an unfortunate accident over there in lane 6. Nothing bad, but they did slow down there for a moment. I didn't have eyes on it, but that dropped them back. They're pulling it back together. Let's see if they could pull it in, but it does look like lane 1 is going to come in and take it away from them. They had been in that top position for that 5th place position. That was lane 1, Sebastian River, and lane 6 coming across Cathedral Catholic. Not sure what happened there, but the guys certainly don't look happy. Boys freshman quad heat 2 is next up. Not sure what's happening here. They're clearly not moving. I have a feeling they've stopped this race. So as you can see, all the boats are turning around and heading upfield. What has been informed to me is we have a broken oar. I'm not sure which boat has that broken oar, but I'll be letting you know the moment I know. Because this occurred in the first 100 meters, U.S. Rowing has a 100-meter breakage rule, which means if a boat breaks during the first 100 meters, we will stop the race, turn the boats around, and set them back up the course. Additionally, we will try to get that boat fixed before we start this race. So if it is in fact a broken oar, we will be getting an oar up to that boat and having them be able to re-row. So it is in fact broken equipment. We'll be ushering up whatever the broken equipment is as early as we can. The refs are dealing with that now, but in the meantime, we're bringing down the singles. This is boys varsity singles, top 3 to final. James River in lane 1, Riverhead lane 2, Fort Plain lane 3, Ridgewood lane 4, lane 5, Roosevelt, and lane 6, Don Bosco Prep. Now, for those of you that don't know all the fun little rules and minor little things for U.S. rowing, just so you know, if a boat breaks during that first 100 meters, the refs will stop the race and will attempt to fix the boat if it is possible. In this case, if it is in fact a broken oar, we'll get them and we're up to the top. Now, if this had occurred after that first 100-meter breakage, the race would have just continued on and would have been an unfortunate day for them. So luckily, the blade did break in that first 100. We were able to fix the race.
Even if you file bankruptcy. It's an unconscionable situation, and as a financial planning strategy, what it means for you is this. Do not assume that merely...
So locked on now is the boys' freshman singles. Ignore that bottom line on the screen. That is not actually the race that's on the course. Locked on are the singles. James River, lane 1. Riverhead, lane 2. Lane 3, Fort Plain. Lane 4, Ridgewood. Lane 5, Roosevelt. Lane 6, Don Bosco. They're aligning now. I would say we're probably a solid minute until the actual start of this. Need to make sure they're all in alignment, get them perfectly even, and then they will be set off. We do have all the blades in. Looks like the rowers are bent over and ready to start the finish. They're in that catch position. However, it looks like to me lanes 4 and 5 have not yet set. So that to me tells me that they have not finished alignment. The rowers aren't confident they have their points yet. So we're still a minute or so off the race. Now, if you look back there at the American flag, you're going to see it starting to wave a little bit more. While some people might sing to you, that's not me. But what it does mean is the wind is starting to pick up. Because of the course, the wind is going to most show during the middle 500 meters. That's where it could get a little rocky, that you're going to especially see the bouncing around of the lighter boats. That's including the singles and blind boats, the doubles, and the quads. It's going to especially affect the lightweights. So still on the line, those singles. I have a feeling they're going to be launching any moment now. They're locked on. The boys are looking around, making sure they have that perfect straight line. This is a complicated race. Rowing a single is not the easiest, and as you can imagine, not the easiest thing. They have to both be able to push themselves to that breaking point while at the same time keeping a perfectly straight line. The refs will not be aiding them in turning. When you see a flag, all the ref is doing is making sure they don't hit another boat. It is fair game for them to row in lane 1 as it is for them to row all the way over to lane 7. So it's up to them to keep a straight line. The refs will just make sure that they don't hit each other. Again, for those joining, this is the boys' varsity single. Don't worry, you haven't missed the quads. There was a breakage, and so it is heading back up to the top, and actually looks like they're turning around. They'll probably be up and running in roughly 2 races. We'll probably finish up with the singles before coming back to the quads. And they're still sitting on that start position. Not sure exactly what's happening. Probably haven't quite been able to get that perfect alignment, which is what we're looking for these heats. Again, this is the boys' varsity single, and I'll come back to you once they start up. And they're off. This is the boys varsity single, top 3 to finals. Everyone making a solid showing. While it may look like lane 6 had to start out and is in the head, that's purely camera angle. At this point, we have an even course. Lanes 1 through 6, all through fair game. As the camera swings around, we'll be able to see their current placement. To my eyes, it looks like lanes 3, 4, and 5 have jumped out in the lead with lane 2 in a 4th place position. That being said, we won't know until that camera swings around. Often lanes 1 and 2 will look like they're much further behind than they actually are based upon camera angles. So we have the boats coming along. Again, this is the boys boys varsity singles. Top 3 are going to be advancing, so that means it's a battle for 3rd place. On this course, the place does matter because this is a river. We have currents, so they are all vying for that best possible location for the final, the best possible lane. To my eyes, we have what looks like lanes 1, 2, and 3 here currently battling it out for the first 3 positions. I can't tell from this camera angle who is in the lead, but to my guess, it would be lane 3 out ahead, lane 2 coming in second, and lane 1, each of them with an excellent point. As you can see, they all have that nice reach and that nice angle. In my eyes, this is going to be a question as to which one of them has the pressure. They are all rowing at that nice, fast pace, nicely stroking it in.
It means we're going to create a great many new jobs. I'll give you a couple of very simple examples. When's the last time you ever...
Now, just to give you a sense, these boys are rowing at a 38.5. That means they're rowing at 38.5 strokes per minute. That's what most 8s or 4s would be doing at the end of the race. Now, the question is going to be, can they hold that? Can they hold that for the entirety of the course? They're moving into that middle portion. This is generally the make it or break it time. Either they're able to push through this portion, they're able to get through that pain, or they're not. We have lane 3 out in front, lane 4 coming in, then in second place. The question then is who's going to get that 3rd place? Remember, this is top 3 to advance, so while we always care about that first place, it is really a question of who gets 3rd, who is going into finals and who is not.
And yet today, 98% of all adults...
So be aware that the blades of the bar doors will not be similar to the school.
There's a nice angle. In this race, we have James River lane 1, Riverhead lane 2. Lane 3 is Fort Plain, lane 4 is Ridgewood, lane 5 is Roosevelt, and lane 6 is Don Bosco Prep. They're coming past that 750 meters mark, already halfway through. And again, the question is how far and can they keep pushing? They've all slowed down to roughly a 37. That middle boat with the... in the yellow, that looks like a lane 3 to me. I'm not positive. We'll see as the camera moves around, but if it is, that's Fort Plain. Has moved down, slightly slowed that stroke rate along with other ones. They're trying to preserve some of that energy for the final 500 meters. That final push to the center, and it is lane 3. That was Fort Plain coming across. Lane 4 right behind it. Lane 5, it's hard to tell from this camera angle, but it does look like they are pushing to that front. They're trying to hold on. This is a question of top 3 advance. So lane 3 solidly has that first place position, but what's going to happen with the second and third place? Right now, they're starting to pick it up, entering into that final 250 meters. And in fact, the boats in the front of the pack are at 100 meters to go. 10 strokes to finish off this race. Lane 3 coming in that first place position. That's going to be our Fort Plain coming across the finish line now. Lane 4, which is Ridgewood, coming in that second place, and lane 5, Roosevelt, coming in that third place. Those are our 3 boats moving on to finals. Lane 6, making a great showing, is Riverhead. Just barely missed it there, coming through now. And our final 2 boats, we have lane 1 coming to James River, and lane 6, Don Bosco Prep. Nice showing, just weren't able to quite hold on to that middle 500-meter stretch.
Fits in that spectrum. Okay, great. Thanks, Krim.
And already on the course, we have the boys varsity single. Lane 1, Bergen Catholic. Lane 2, Parksburg South. Lane 3, Germantown Friends. Lane 4, St. Anthony's. Lane 5, Claritas. Lane 6, Tampa Catholic, making an excellent showing. This course already on course, I'd say roughly 400 to 500 meters in, but I can't tell for sure until we have a different camera angle. I'm sorry, they're 750 meters in. They are at the midway point through their race.
At RickEdelman.com, that's RiceDelman.com. Click that red button. I want to talk to an advisor. You'll find an awful lot of personal finance content and information for you, including videos and audios on my website at RickEdelman.com. And we're ready to help you with your investment management, whatever it is you happen to be needing. Just like we do for about 30,000 other families and individuals just like you. I'm really also happy to tell you that my special that has been airing on public television around the country for the past year has just won a Telly Award. There are more than 13,000 entries. These awards honor excellence in television, and my PBS special, The Truth About Retirement, has just won a Telly Award, so we're very honored and excited about that. Let me ask you a question. Have you ever experienced a major life event? How would you even define that? Well, birth or death of a family member, changing.
And they're in the last 500 meters, and it is lane 4 and lane 3 have that current lead. We'll see if they're able to hold on to it. That would be St. Anthony's. And coming around, we'll see. Remember, this camera angle is a little bit deceptive. It's going to make it look like the outside lanes are further ahead than they actually are, and the inside lanes are behind. But as it swings around, you'll be able to see the true angle and what's happening. Right now, we have lanes 3 out ahead. That would be Germantown Friends. Lane 4 coming in close behind them. Remember, this is a race to 4th place. The question is going to be, what can they do for the final 100 meters, 150 meters? Can they make that push? This is a race for 3rd. We have the first 2 places already decided. Right now, we're seeing those 2 places. The question, though, is going to be, what does the camera show us after that? What's happening for 3rd place? To my eyes, what you can't see on the screen is it looks like it's going to be lane 2. So lane 3 just came in for a 1st place finish. That's Parksburg South. Then we have a lane 4 coming in for that 2nd place, and then a lane 2 coming in for that 3rd place. Those are going to be our 3 boats moving on to finals. We have an excellent showing coming in from lane 5, making a nice. Lane 6 will be following them, and lane 1 following them shortly thereafter. Again, that would be lane 6, Tampa Catholic, and lane 1, Bergen Catholic. So on the course now are the quads. They have been restarted. Just to keep you in mind, this is race number 111, boys freshman heat 2. Lane 1, Holy Spirit. Lane 2, Springside Chestnut. Lane 3, Malvern Preparatory School. Lane 4, Saratoga. Lane 5, Skyline. And Lane 6, Roman Catholic. And for those of you wanting the gossip, it was Springside Chestnut Hill that broke an oar right off the start. The Cooper River has kindly loaned them a pair, so they are back in the game and rowing. As of now, it looks like lane 3 has come into a decisive lead, followed closely by lanes 1 and 4. That would be that'd be Malvern Preparatory coming in with that first place, and then we'll see. This is a battle again for the top 3 positions moving on to the final. The boys are passing through that halfway mark, 750 meters in. That means their legs are starting to burn, and they're starting to burn bad. We have lane 2, as you could see, aren't quite rowing together, and that's what's slowing them down. When it comes down to it, it's all about rowing together. This is a gorgeous shot. Lane 3 right there is... Sorry, I lost my page. 3 right there is Malvern Preparatory coming in first place so far. So at the halfway mark, we have Malvern in first place, and tied very close together. Too hard to call is lane 4 and 5. That would be Saratoga and Skyline. We will see what ends up happening, but they are literally stroke for stroke dead even, rowing in for a second place. Remember, because of the way this regatta works, placement matters. This will determine where they are for the final. Better waters in the middle of the course, worse waters on the outside of the course. They want that second place. As you can see now, that referee is making a call. They're trying to get one of the boats to move over to the side. What's likely happening is that because these are blind boats, they need them every once in a while to steer them. Now, they aren't steering them to get them a better line. They're just trying to keep the boats inside their own water, not hitting another boat. Again, this is top 3 to finish. That's let's see here, lane 3. I'm sorry, I'm trying to see. Yes, it is lane 3 coming in Malvern. I have a feeling based upon this angle, they are actually ahead, but we'll see what ends up happening as the angles start to turn. We have them coming into the last 100 meters. Lane 3 is in fact ahead. That'd be Malvern. Lane 4 being Skyline, and lane 5 being Roman Catholic. Now this is where it all is. The final 10 strokes. Who could pull through? It's going to be Malvern. They are making that jump. They want that first place position. They want that better water for the final. And it is head to head between lanes 4 and 5. Lanes 4 slightly ahead. They are walking on lane 5. If they had another 100 meters, they would continue to walk most likely. So that would be in order: Saratoga, Skyline, and Roman Catholic. Coming in lane 2 right now is Springside Hill, and lane 1 right up next to them is Holy Spirit. And on the screen now is the girls' varsity double, heat number 1. Top 3 are moving on. So in lane 1, we have Baldwin. In lane 2, Hampton. In lane 3, Widgewood. Then we have in lane 4, Colgan. Lane 5, Jeb Stewart. And lane 6, Lower Marion.
Step-up payments. Money, he says, is beginning to pour into NATO, and he says NATO will be much stronger as a result. British Airways is scrambling right now to resolve a global IT system outage, delaying flights, causing massive problems at an undetermined number of airports. BA has canceled all flights from London's Heathrow and Gatwick airports. One pilot says on Twitter, it is catastrophic. British, the latest airline crippled by computer problems last month. Lufthansa and Air France had worldwide system outages.
So I can't tell from the angle as to the exact placement, but it looks to me like lane 1 is way out ahead. That would be Baldwin, and they're holding on. That being said, that could be pure camera angle, but to my eyes, they are holding it out. So this is a battle for second place between lanes 2, 3, and 4. Lane 2 being Hampton, lane 3 being Ridgewood, lane 4 being Colgan. And they look dead heat even to me. Possibly Ridgewood and Colgan out in the lead for that second place position, but hard to tell.
One injured in a stabbing attack on a Max train in Portland, Oregon last night. Police Sergeant Pete Simpson says one suspect is in custody.
He was talking about a lot of different things, not just specifically anti-Muslim. We don't know if he's got mental health issues. We don't know if he's under the influence of drugs or alcohol or all of the above.
Witnesses say the victims were stabbed after they approached the suspect and asked him to stop a violent rant about Muslims. Two Muslim women were apparently on the train at the time. Virginia State Police right now conducting a major manhunt following the warning of a trooper gunned down last night after approaching a vehicle parked on the wrong side of the street in Richmond. This is CBS News.
You want to feel your best this summer? I mean the best you've ever felt this summer. Then you need to take advantage of a spectacular deal from Rescue Natural Supplements. Hey, it's Rich Zioli with a really great offer for you. Save 40% on all single supplements for inflammation, joints, heart, cholesterol, sleep, energy, anti-aging, digestive health, weight loss, and so much more. Just think of the summer fun you'll have if you're feeling great. Time with your kids, time with your grandkids.
That would be in lane 1, Baldwin, and lane 3, Ridgewood. Lane 4 is jumped to the front of the pack, that being Colgan. And again, it's hard to say, but in my view, it's lane 4 out ahead. With this camera angle, you have to remember those lanes closest to us are going to look like they're further ahead. So to the extent lane 4 looks like it's ahead of lane 1, it's probably ahead by a decisive margin. The girls are nicely stroking on this. They have lane 4. Going at a 34 strokes per minute. I have a feeling they're going to be upping that as they come into the last 250 meters. They are entering into that period right now. When you see that color change in the buoys, that means they have 250 meters left to go, roughly 25 strokes. We'll see if they're able to maintain it. But it is looking like it's going to be a lane 1, lane 3, and lane 4 battling it out for the top 3 positions. Again, remember lane 1 being Baldwin, lane 2 being Hampton, lane 3 being Ridgewood, lane 4 being Colden, lane 5 being Jeb Stewart, and lane 6 being Lower Merion. And it is. Lane 4 is looking like it's taking that decisive lead. It's going to come into that first place position. The question is going to be who gets second place. Can they come up? Which one has the power 10 in them, that final 10 strokes push? Lane 1 they're making a point. They are increasing their lead in front of the other 2 boats. But this is a battle, as you can see on the screen, for second place. Lane 2 and lane 3 on the screen now are dead heat even. I'm sorry, lane 1 and lane 3. Lane 1 coming in slightly ahead of lane 3. And then lane 3 coming in. So that means our top 3 positions moving on to finals are going to be those 3 boats. Lane 2 coming in ninth, 4th place position. Lane 5 coming in after that. Lane 5 being Jeb Stewart. And then finally coming through, but rowing quite well, just got outstroked, is lane 6, Lower Merion.
That is. Okay, there's a lot of excitement in other places as well. Lots of challenges, but particularly in the investment world. Investors are optimistic. As I shared with you last week, the stock markets, depending on the index you're looking at, the S&P 500...
And on the course now, the girls varsity double heat 2. Lane 1, Upper St. Clair. Lane 2, Brighton. Lane 3, Shaker. Lane 4, Albemarle. Lane 5, North Allegheny. Lane 6, Episcopal. Hard to tell who's in the lead at this point. Top 3 are going to be advancing to finals. The rest will be eliminated after this round. After this heat. So everyone seems to be stroking nicely. As you could tell, though, that lane 2, they're about to be falling behind. They're stopped. Something happened. They're panicking a little bit, and they're no longer rowing together. That's causing them to fall back. As you could see, lane 1 and lane 3 are now taking a lead over that lane 2, which had before it. They're also venturing into that other lane. They're just struggling with that point. Most likely, that's purely nerves. Keep in mind, folks, that this is the final race for most of these kids for their high school career. Their nerves are up beyond all ever. which means that in these blind boats especially, you're going to see small little mistakes mature into much bigger mistakes. Coming along the side, yep, lane 2 right there in view is in that second place position. In that first place position out there looks to me like lane 4. I'm not 100% sure with a bow marker, but lane 2 coming in right behind it.
To approve the sales of the products. In New Jersey, a CEO was charged, forced to pay $4 million to settle a Ponzi scheme. He raised $12.5 million. I mean, the list goes on and on and on. Barclays refunding almost $100 million to 2,000 clients overcharged when they bought their own mutual funds. The list goes on and on and on. These are the legitimate firms in the industry. These are licensed broker-dealers or mutual fund companies or money management firms. What about the outright crooks? Those that don't even bother to register with the SEC.
Looks like lane 2 has nicely got back together. They were the ones struggling a little bit at the beginning, but they have gotten their act back together and are rowing together. As you can see from this shout, though, or this range, this is a close race, folks. This is a close race. First and second do have a decisive showing. You can't see that from this point of view. That'd be lane 4, though, out to your left. They are ahead of those other boats, but it's just too close to call on the other ones. This is going to be a battle for third place. This is, folks, remember, a race for their last race of their high school career. What can they pull off in these final 250 meters? It's hard to tell. And coming around for the last 100 meters, it is going to be that lane 4. They are continuing to push ahead, making that decisive showing. They're walking on them a little bit. They want to show them who's who. This is a wonderful setup for the final. Then coming in right behind him is lane 3. Lane 3 being Shaker. So that's first place being lane 4, Albertine. Second place being Shaker. And this is a battle for third. I was saying earlier, this is truly a battle. These final 2 strokes, I think it's going to be too close to call, but it is. It's going to be lane 2. It is lane 2 would be my guess. This is going to be a photo finish, but it does look to me like it is going to be Brighton for that final position. For those of you just joining us, this is their SRAA championships at the national level. Everyone here has earned their spot. No one is a bad racer. It is a question of the best of our high school rowers. Already coming down the course but not visible on the camera is going to be, and there we do have a shot of it, the boys varsity double. This is going to be Heat 1, top 3 to final. The remainder will be eliminated. In lane 1, we have Christian Brothers, New Jersey. Lane 2, we have Skyline. Lane 3, Shenandoah. Lane 4, Saratoga. Lane 5, Don Bosco Prep. And lane 6, Cranbrook, Kingswood. And on the course currently, we have the boys varsity double. Heat 1 of the semis. Lane 1, we have Christian Brothers, New Jersey. Lane 2, we have Skyline. Lane 3, we have Shenandoah. Lane 4, we have Saratoga. Lane 5, we have Don Bosco Prep. And lane 6, we have Cranbrook, Kingswood. And in case you had forgotten, top 3 positions are going on to finals. The remainder will be eliminated. They're battling it out. Credit cards or cash or access to bank accounts and so on.
In fact, 65% of the perpetrators are family members, 30% are caregivers on the same basis, that they have access to the home and familiarity. So we need to protect showing unusual withdrawals on a frequent basis of a high dollar amount. ATM withdrawals multiply occurring with too high a level of frequency relative to the lifestyle of your parent. You need to take a look at what's going on in your parent's home. And it's an increasing challenge these days because so many of us live
Those are our 3 boats that have separated out from the pack. Remember, it's top 3 to finals. At this,
so we need to be ever diligent. And you can't assume that everyone in the household
no worries. But it does look like the 3 boats have separated out from the pack. It's going to be tough for anything else to come through. And there's the remainder of the pack. As you could see, there are the other boats. In lane 1, we have Christian Brothers. Lane 2, Skyline. Lane 3, Shenandoah. Lane 4, Saratoga. Lane 5, Don Bosco Prep. Lane 6, the Cranebrook Kingswood. They're coming into that last 100 meters. And that lane 6 is trying to get ahead. They're trying to pull on. They're trying to hold it. But it does look like lane 3 being Shenandoah, is going to come out into that first place position. But it's going to be close. Lane 2 right behind them. But yes, it is lane 3 coming into that first place position. Lane 2 and lane 3, it's too close to call. My gut tells me it's an under-over, meaning that it's lane 2 in first, lane 6 and... Our lane 2 in second, lane 6 in third, and those are going to be our 3 boats moving on to the finals. Currently on the course, and next up, already launched, is our Heat 2, the semifinals for the boys varsity double. Lane 1, we have Lower Merion. Lane 2, we have Conestoga. Lane 3, we have Malvern Preparatory. Lane 4, we have Augustine. Lane 5, Germantown Academy. And Lane 6, Haddon Township. All the boats have gotten off to a wonderful start. It's too close to tell. That being said, it looks to me like our lanes 1 through 3 have started to separate from the pack. But I'll update you as we get closer to our 750-meter mark.
So don't assume that the FBI or your local police department or sheriff's department or any other 3-letter federal agency in the area of law enforcement are going to be there all the time to prevent you from being defrauded or to...
And it continues to look like lanes 1 through 3 have separated themselves out from the pack. It could be camera angle, but I don't think so. They are just solidly ahead at this point. Lane 1 being Lower Merion, lane 2 being Conestoga, and lane 3 being Malvern.
Let's remember that if there's going to be protection, it's up to us to protect ourselves. Our own diligence, our own communication with our own families can go very, very far to preventing something from happening. I'm Rick Edelman. You're listening to The Rick Edelman Show. In the midst of the opportunities and the pitfalls, it's best not to go it alone. I guess that's my fundamental message. So let us know how we can help you. Call us at 888-PLAN-REC. That's 888-752-6742. Let us take a look at what you're doing and how you're managing your finances.
And here's a nice position look at that camera. It is in fact, those first 3 lanes are the ones ahead. While it may look like that lane 5 on the outside, that being Germantown, is slightly ahead, that's purely camera angle working for their advantage at this point. I believe they are in 5th place, but we'll tell as they come through. That being said, it's this final 500 meters. Final 750 meters. We'll see what happens. Anything could happen at this point. But yes, coming in at that 750 meters, we do have lane 3 out ahead. Right behind it, lanes 2, 4, and 5 are dead even. They are pulling in stroke for stroke. If I had to guess, I'd say lane 2 is maybe a quarter boat length ahead of lane 4, and lane 4 and lane 5, that being Augustine and Germantown Academy, are dead heat even.
Owning a certified pre-owned Mercedes-Benz can be that anxiety-free experience on every level. You know you're in one of the safest and most thoughtfully engineered vehicles on the road.
Yep, so it is. It's going to be lanes 2, 3, and 4 battling it out for this position. Lane 5 is still in there. Lane 1 has dropped to the back, and I believe lane 6, I'm not seeing them in the picture, but I believe they have also dropped to the back of this pack. So the question is going to be who pulls in that third place position. To my eyes, first and second's already claimed by that lane 3 Malvern and that lane 2 Conestoga, but I'm not positive. Just to give you a sense, that lane 4 there is rowing in at 38 strokes per minute, while that lane 2 is coming in at 42 strokes per minute. So lane 2 is solidly trying to come in and take that lead. We'll see if they'll be able to maintain it as they come through. This is the question now. Everyone is set up right now to make a move. It is a question of who has the energy left to make that move. Lane 2, though, is coming out ahead. It looks like they do have a half length open on the other boats. And then lane 4 is coming out in second place. But this is a battle for third, and I'm not sure who's going to get at this point. Oh, it does look it's going to be lanes 2, 3, and 4 moving on to the finals. That would be Conestoga, Malvern Preparatory, and Augustine moving on to finals. These other boats made a wonderful showing today, certainly earned their place in this race. Lane 1 coming across right now with Lower Merion, and lane 6 coming across. That would be Haddon Township. Excellent showings from each of the boats.
At checkout, that's vistaprint.com, promo code 1313.
And just launched the girls freshman 8 semi. Heat number 1 is on the water. Top 3 to start. And I'll say the names of the schools in a second, but just want to give you a blow-by-blow. It does look like lane 4 and 3 had the better starts off the bat. Just to give you an idea, Marion Mercer is lane 1, lane 2 is T.C. Williams, lane 3 is Saratoga, lane 4 is a scratch. So I'm sorry, that must have been lane 5 I was looking at earlier. That was Whitman. It is now a scratch. Lane 5, Montclair, and lane 6, Plant. Coming in at the first 250 meters, we do have our first leader of the day of the 8s. That would be lanes 3 and 5. Saratoga and Montclair have taken the lead. With that being said, no one has actually gained any open water on another boat. All the boats are still touching. Lane 6, Plant, and lane 2, T.C. Williams and Marion Mercer are all tied for third place. We'll see what ends up happening. Top 3 go to finals. The rest are eliminated. And in fact, it is that lane 3 and lane 4 have kept and maintained their lead. Lane 3 and lane 5. 4 is a scratch. Lane 3 being Saratoga, lane 5 being Montclair. That being said, it is a dicey situation. They are all head-to-head. Anyone could get this position. To my eyes, lanes 1, 2, 3, and 5 are all still touching. But it does look like it is possible lanes 1, 2, and 3 have separated out from the pack. Again, I can't tell for certain. We're going to need to wait for the next camera angle. But my guess is that Marion Mercer, T.C. Williams, and Saratoga, that's lanes 1 through 3, have separated from the pack and are now in the lead. It's hard to tell who's ahead, though, of that bunch. It is a question of who's going to get the better water for this afternoon. Remember, the closer you are to the center of the river, the better the water is, unless that wind picks up.
1210, that's our station, 1210. Use it at checkout. Your starter set includes the ergonomic handle and the color of your choice, 5 precision engineered blades with lubricating strip and trimmer blade, rich lathering shave gel, and a travel blade cover. Shipping is free and satisfaction is 100% guaranteed. We partner with Harry's to give you $5 off your first purchase with promo code 1210. Go to harrys.com right now and enter code 1210 at checkout to claim your offer. Harrys.com, code 1210. Don't wait. Get started with Harry's today.
And it is, in fact, remember, they're battling it out not only for place, but also for the water they're going to be rowing in. The center of the river is simply a faster place to be for these boats. So they want that center water. They get it by winning this race. So top 3 go into finals. Number 1 goes into that 3rd and 4th lane, depending. And it does look indeed like we have some separation at the 500-meter mark. 500 meters to go. To my eye, it looks like lane 5 has jumped out ahead. That's Montclair going into the first place position. We then have Saratoga coming in second place, and then the rest battling it out for third. I don't see Marion Mercy, so I think that means T.C. Williams, lane 2, and Plant, lane 6, are battling it out for that third place position. As you could see, they have a nice clean development right there, lane 4. They still haven't even upped their stroke rate. They could go faster, and you're going to see that as they come through these last 250 meters. All these boats are going to start picking it up. This is the time that boats could make their final move. Lane 3, Saratoga, is in fact starting to increase that stroke rate. They will get as high as probably a 43. That's 43 strokes per minute, depending upon how they are going. Right now they're at 39. They have a little bit more power behind them, and I'd like to see that here today, but they might hold it out. This is a battle for third place, and it is a battle. Lane 3 has opened up. It looks to me like almost 2 full boat lengths of open water behind them. They're going to be getting that first place position. The question now is who's getting that second place? I can't tell from this angle, but it is a close call. And in fact, lane 3, Saratoga did just come across the line in that first place position. They're getting the good water this afternoon. Next across the line is going to be lane 2. Lane 2, T.C. Williams, and lane 3, Montclair. Folks, those are our top 3 boats coming out of this heat. They're going to be moving on to the finals. These other boats did a great job. They definitely earned their position here. Next across the line is lane 1. That's Marion Mercy. And lane 6 coming across the line right now is Plant. And just off the starting line, about 10 strokes into the race, is the girls' freshman 8 semi-heat number 2. In this boat, or in this race, we have in lane 1, Washington Lee. In lane 2, Holy Spirit. In lane 3, New Trier. In lane 4, Ocean City. In lane 5, Winter Park. In lane 6, Nardine. Now, I promise I mispronounced one of those. If someone could tell me how to pronounce one of them correctly, that'd be great. Otherwise, those are the names they're going to get. Currently in first place, we do start having some advancements. We are seeing lane 3 out ahead, followed by lane 4. That'd be Ocean City, and a tie for third place between Holy Spirit and Winter Park. That being said, we have no boat with open water. All the boats are touching, and in fact, for third place, we have literally stroke for stroke is right on. That being said, it does look like lane 3, New Trier, is about to get bow to stern on the rest of the pack. Lane 1 is also creeping up ahead and starting to walk. We'll see what ends up happening. I'd like to see, we have a feeling this is the first 250 meters. They're going to start to slow down a little bit as they enter in that middle 500 meters. That's going to be the hard portion for these folks. That's where it's the make it or break it. Can they survive that middle 500? That's when the legs have started to burn. The adrenaline has worn off a little bit, and it's just a question of how much pain are they willing to push through. Now, as you can see, nice clean blade work. I'm liking what I'm seeing, especially out of lane 2. Lane 1 is cleaning up. Every once in a while, you see a couple people slightly out of stroke, and that's what's slowing that boat down. That being said, they're solidly looking like they're in contention for that third place position, though lane 3 has taken the decisive lead. That's Saratoga. It's hard to say from this camera angle what the other positions are, and I don't have someone on the water that could tell me. Oh, Saratoga just dipped down to the side. It did slow him down a little bit. Must have been maybe a minor crab. Hard to tell. So this is the girls freshman 8 semifinal heat number 2 coming down. They are just crossing the 750-meter mark. In lane 1, we have Washington Lee. In lane 2, we have Holy Spirit. Lane 3, we have New Trier. In lane 4, we have Ocean City. In lane 5, we have Winter Park. In lane 6, we have Nardin. And it is, we do have a leader at this point. Lane 3, it appears, has taken a solid lead, but we'll see if that continues. Nardin. Okay, thank you. I knew I was mispronouncing it. I was like, someone come tell me. Nardin. This is an even head, folks, an even head. It is looking like our first and second boats have come through. The question is who gets that third position. It is all about that third place. That's the battle for today. Third place will get to continue. The rest will be eliminated out. I don't know if you could hear it, folks, but the crowd is starting to increase as these boats are coming through towards the finish line. They have about 500 meters left, and this is a battle, folks. This is a battle for that third place position. While we have our first and second already decided, something could always happen, and one never knows. They're going to have to hold on to it, and these other boats, they are fighting. They are fighting for their high school race, for their high school. And we'll see what ends up happening, folks. This is the freshman girls 8 semifinal 2. So this is likely for many of these people their first year of rowing. This is impressive blade work for someone in their first year, but it's going to be that lane 3 coming through, getting that first place position, getting the good water coming into this afternoon. Next up, we have lane 4. That's Ocean City's coming in, and it's still, folks, too hard to tell for that third place position. It's not quite on the screen, but it is close, folks. It is close, but it is going to be Holy Spirit by a tiny bit, maybe a seat, no more, that came in and grabbed that spot. Folks, those are going to be our 3 boats going on to finals. The rest made an amazing showing. This was a very close race, very close race. And on the line, next up for the race are the boys freshman 8, heat number 1, top 3 moving on. They haven't launched yet. They're waiting on the go command. In this race, lane 1, we have Orchard Lake, St. Mary's, New Trier in lane 2, Saratoga lane 3, Redwood lane 4, Chaminade in lane 5. Please let me know if I mispronounced that. I'm sure I did. And Central Catholic in lane 6. And they're off. All the boats made a great start off. We're about to be able to tell, once they pass that 100-meter mark, I'll be able to tell who is currently in the lead. You can't tell yet. They are all touching. But it is looking to me like it is Redwood, Saratoga, and Central Catholic currently battling it out for first place. That being said, they're battling by 3 seats. Next up, right behind them, is Chaminade and New Trier, right behind them. And Orchard Lakes St. Mary's is in that battle too. It's too early to call, folks, but I do think we're starting to see once again that Saratoga and Redwood are coming out and going to be vying for that first place position. So for those of you watching this on YouTube, just so I know, you know, we are announcing this both live at the actual race course and on YouTube at the same time. So at times you might hear me refer to things occurring in the crowd, and that's because they're literally sitting right next to me. Folks, this does look like a solid race. These are the freshman boys. That being said, freshman boys going at a stroke rate of 36 mid-race through is quite impressive. Over there in the back right, you're seeing that lane 6 Now we have this picturesque scene of the boats coming across. We can't tell anything at this point as to who's in front of who based upon this image. That being said, based upon where they were sitting prior, it should be Saratoga and Redwood coming in those top positions. But we'll see. As this camera swings around and we're able to get a better vantage point, it looks to me like lane 6 is trying to make that move onto lane 3. Again, it's too early to tell, but I believe as we see this camera swing around, that's what we're going to see. Lane 2 is certainly not out of the game yet. Lane 1, though, Orchard Lake St. Mary's, has fallen behind. I unfortunately think at this point we could basically count them out. I'd love to see them come back up. It's going to be a question of whether or not they could start getting those blades in perfectly together. And actually, you could see right now they are making that power 10 move to see if they could catch up to the pack. And folks, at the 750-meter mark, we are starting to see a division. That being said, it is barely by half a boat length. All the boats are solidly still in contention. We have lane 3 still slightly ahead. That would be Saratoga. Lane 6 out on the edge has made a move. They're in the middle of a power 10, and we'll see if they're going to be able to hold on to it. But we do not know. Looking right now, dead heat even at 500 meters. It is lane 2, New Trier, Redwood City, and Central Catholic dead even at the 500-meter mark. The question is going to be what they could do in the last 500 meters. Keep in mind, they're playing for third place. Top 3 places will be moving on to finals. The rest will be eliminated. Now, as they're entering in this last 500 meters, this is where the coxswains are going to be taking it up. It's a question as to where they're going to sprint. That being said, with the boats this close, it is a game there's just no way that they're going to wait till the last moment to open up their sprints. If I were them, I would have already opened up my sprint at this 400-meter mark. You know, it might be 10 strokes early for some of these strokes, but the adrenaline is going to be able to keep them moving. And at this point, either they're able to make a 400-meter sprint or they're not going to be able to move on to finals. But that's what it's going to be, folks. It's how long can they hold this sprint. And it is. We are seeing Saratoga taking that first place position. It is Saratoga taking that first place position. Coming around closely following them is lane 4. Yep, it is. It is lane 4. That would be Redwood. Folks, as we were saying earlier, it is Saratoga taking that first place position, coming in right through. They're right behind them, lane 4, but lane 2 crowding it out and getting that third. Those are going to be the 3 boats moving on to finals. And continuing through, lane 6 made an incredible showing. Lane 1 right now passing through. Lane 1 being Orchard Lake St. Mary's. And lane 5, Chaminade, making a wonderful showing here today. Keep in mind, folks, this is the end of the season for these people. They had to earn their places here. They had to win their respective seats. They had to win their respective positions. You do not simply walk onto this course. You earn your spot. And this was a great showing. Sitting at the starting position of the boys freshman 8, semi-heat number 2. Again, top 3 to finals. They haven't started yet, still getting their positions. I see a couple hands in the air. That means that the coxswains are trying to get the attention of a referee and tell the referee that they do not have their perfect point yet. In this race, we have Gonzaga in lane 1. We have St. Joseph Prep in lane 2. LaSalle lane 3. St. Edwards lane 4. St. Joseph Collegiate in lane 5. And Christian Brothers New Jersey in lane 6. It does look like we have all the hands down. The referees look like they're in position. Blades are in, and we're about to start this race.
Well, that's good. But here's the other issue, Tony. Not only Brandon's point, which is the number 1 point that you're looking at, you're worrying about something that's 40.
And they're off. They're starting that power 10 right off the bat. Some boats going with a power 10, some boats going with a high 20. Just depends upon how they're going. In about 10 strokes to be able to tell you who leads. That being said, I do have to say lane 6, Christian Brothers, had a nice start. Nice and clean coming through. And right now it is Christian Brothers in the lead, closely followed by St. Edwards. Then immediately 2 seats behind that, we have 2 boats tied for that third place position. I'm sorry, 3 boats tied for that third place position. St. Joseph Prep, LaSalle, and St. Joseph Collegiate. And only 1 seat behind that, we have Gonzaga. St. Joseph Prep has just made a slight move. They are now tied for first along with St. Edwards. We'll see if they could hold on to it. That being said, Christian Brothers is making a run for their money.
range. And the way I figure they're going to force me to withdraw 250, that's going to push me into the 39.
Folks, this is the type of racing I love seeing. The freshman 8, semifinal 2. These boys, most of them started to learn to row this season. Some of them learning in middle school, but most of them this season. So we are seeing what someone could learn in the world of rowing after a single year, not even 6 to 8 months of rowing. These boys are rowing roughly at at roughly 38 strokes per minute. Keep in mind that's 38 strokes per minute. And it is. That lane 2 is looking like a solid position at this point, but it is close. But you could see they are nicely rowing it in together, putting those blades in the water all at the same time, catching together and releasing together. That's what makes a fast boat. To my eye, they're all roughly rowing at the same stroke length.
70 and 75 and 80, but as you plug it in, it's so many years into the future, but things are going to change dramatically. The RMD rules might be very different at that point. It's possible that because people are living longer, the government decides that you have to take out at a later age or smaller percentages. You're also assuming that the tax code's going to stay the same. We know that's going to change. Of course, we don't know.
And folks, they're about 500 meters in. They're about 500 meters in at this point. We have the boat settling down. On average, they're rowing about 38 strokes per minute. Now, keep in mind, for many of you with parents, as you're more than aware, this is 1 year's work. Many people started rowing this season, so we're getting to see what someone could do with only 9 months of rowing under their belt. At this point, it does look like LaSalle is ahead by 3 seats. Close behind them, though, is St. Joseph Prep and St. Edwards. They are sitting on that 7th seat of the LaSalle boat. That means they're just 3 seats behind and easily able to come up.
If your assumptions are correct and if your output is accurate, and we can tell you what strategies are available that you might want to consider.
Now, at this point, the boats have slightly slowed down. That's simply because we're at our midpoint, 500 meters to go, give or take. But I should start seeing it to pick up. They're roughly rowing at 36. I'd expect them to pick it up as they move into this final bit. And folks, the boats have moved into the last 200 meters. That's roughly 20 strokes to go. We will see who wins this. That being said, there are all the boats in contention. LaSalle slightly ahead. That being said, 1 power 10, and that could be taken away. But it does look like it is going to be LaSalle battling it out for that second place position as both St. Joseph Prep and St. Edwards. LaSalle is going to take the first place. They have it, and it is St. Joseph Prep for that second, and that third place is St. Edwards. Battling it out for 4th place is Lane St. Joseph Collegiate and Christian Brothers New Jersey, and coming in is Gonzaga. That was a great race, folks. Everyone right there at the end.
Hey, no whistle.
Tony, thank you so much for calling. Thank you. You know, there's no question the biggest issue facing folks in the field of financial planning, it's retirement. And with so many boomers reaching retirement, they say that it's 10,000 people a day reaching the age of 65. You know it's coming. I'll never forget the time a guy called me on the phone and he said he wanted an appointment. I said, sure, what do you want to talk about? And he said, well, I want to talk about retirement. I'm getting ready to retire. And I said, oh, okay, how much how long do we have before you retire? And he said, Thursday. All right, so that was, that's...
Thanks, everyone, for joining us at this 83rd Annual SRAA Championships. For those parents watching, just to keep in mind, those buoys that you see at the finish line are not actually the finish. The finish is a slight diagonal in the opposite direction. In other words, that bottom buoy should be about 3 feet to the left. And so that's where that line is. It's a slight diagonal. It's going to matter for the close races. And off to us right now, we have the girls JV 4 plus or 4 with. That means they have a coxswain, heat number 1 coming through. This is again, top 3 are going to be moving on to finals. We have Xavier Prep in lane 1, Egg Harbor lane 2, Lober Marion in lane 3, Rockford lane 4, Shaker Heights in lane 5, and West Springfield in lane 6. We're about to pass that 150-meter mark, which means I'm about to be able to give you an update as to their current positioning. And it is. So again, we're seeing that lane 3, this is a seeded race, but that lane 3 is slightly ahead. Right behind lane 3, I would say that, by the way, lane 3 is Lower Marion. I would say maybe by 1 or 2 seats, we are seeing the rest of the crowd. Everyone is right in there. Rockford has fallen slightly behind, but is still touching when it comes down to it. They are not behind so far that they couldn't bring it up, and we're about to enter that middle 500 meters. This is what it's all about, whether or not they're going to be able to hold on and work through that pain. Again, this is the girls JV 4 with, 3 moving on to finals. Xavier Prep lane 1, Egg Harbor lane 2, Lower Marion lane 3, Rockford lane 4, Shaker Heights lane 5, and West Springfield lane 6.
Backyard's looking great, Rob. Thanks, man. I was planning on adding a deck, too. Know any good contractors? Why don't you just ask Home Advisor? On what? HomeAdvisor.com. You just tell them about your project, and they match you with local pros that can do the job. Nice. Well, how much does it cost? Oh, Home Advisor's totally free to use. Plus, you can read customer reviews, check pricing, and book appointments for free. What's the website again? HomeAdvisor.com. Or just download the free Home Advisor app.
What does a school bell bring to mind? The day's end? Or the end of school entirely, as in kids dropping out? At Communities in Schools, we're helping at-risk students whose ability to show up for school is jeopardized by hardships.
They've always had my back. They've always done anything to help me.
Anytime I needed support, they were there. We work in schools to help kids stay in school. See how we help all students succeed at communitiesinschools.org.
This same Geico commercial is playing right now on other radio stations. If you switch to another station, you will hear this exact message. So don't switch. Unless, of course, you want to switch to Geico. Go to geico.com and see how easy it is. You could save hundreds. And now for your listening enjoyment, bumpy jazz. At the moment, we're completely out of smooth jazz. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT's live and local.
Boats are coming across that 750-meter point, which means you're going to be about to get another update as to positioning. All the boats are rowing solid. No one has been lost at this point. Out in the lead, we have lane 3, that'd be Lower Marion. Right behind them, we have lane 2, that'd be Egg Harbor. However, it is looking like lane 5, Shaker Heights, is trying to make a move through this 750. It looks like they just did a power 10. We'll see if they'll be able to maintain it. That being said, at the 500-meter mark, I am seeing open water between the first and second spot. That'd be between the Lower Marion and Egg Harbor boats.
Feeling great. Time with your kids, time with your grandkids. This is a special holiday weekend sale, so don't miss out. Use coupon code WPHT40 off the shop today. Just go to myrescueproducts.com. It's myrescueproducts.com or call toll-free 800-26-ALIVE. 800-262.
Burnt down.
And we're coming into that last 250 meters. And then again, for those of you just joining us, this is the girls JV 4 width. Top three are going on to the finals. Lane 1, Xavier Prep. Lane 2, Egg Harbor. Lane 3, Lower Merion. Lane 4, Rockford. Lane 5, Shaker Heights. And lane 6, West Springfield. They're about to hit that 250 meters. That means they have about 25 strokes to go. This is where they're going to be opening it up, heading into that sprint zone. And that is, in fact, exactly what we are seeing. That first place position, even though they're in first place, they want to maintain it. They're starting to raise that. They just raised it at 20 strokes to go. Their coxswain probably called it at 200 meters. They're raising up that stroke rate to maintain their positioning. And you also are now seeing that out of lane 2. Lane 2 being Egg Harbor is also beating them up. That means this is going to be a race for third. We know who first and second are. Those two positions are Lower Merion and Egg Harbor. But the question is, who's going to get third? And it is a close one. To my eyes right now, though, it is going to be lane 1. Lane 1 has a slight lead over lane 6 out on the outside. It looks to me about a half a boat length. Lane 1 being Xavier Prep, and it is Xavier Prep is going to be taking that third place position, folks. That means our top three boats going on to the finals are Xavier Prep, Egg Harbor, and Lower Merion. That said, these other three boats are battling it out for position. Lane 6 just took 4th place. That's West Springfield. Rock Harbor coming in 5th. And in our final space is Shaker Heights. And the girls JV 4 width, that means 4 with a coxswain. Heat number 2 is off. They are already past the 250, 300 meter mark. In lane 1 for this race, we have North Arlington. Lane 2, we have Mercy. Lane 3, we have Mount St. Joseph. Lane 4, we have GPS. Lane 5, we have Great Bridge. And lane 6, we have Nutley. And viewers at home, this is shaping up to be another good race. We have lanes 1 through 4 have divided, but it is going to be a race for third. They know these girls have been racing now for at least several years. They know that if they do not get that third place, they will not be moving on. So they will battle it out to the end. They're moving into that second 500. As we see at this point, this is when they're going to start slowing that stroke weight slightly just so they can maintain some energy moving in. That being said, at a 1,500 meter race course, this is a sprint all the way through and through. 1,500 meters, we expect that to take between 4 and 5.5 minutes, depending upon the boats. I would say these 4s will probably come in at the high 4s, maybe a 5-minute mark. And we are seeing a division at this point. Mount St. Joseph's is taking the lead, followed closely behind by Mercy, GPS. And then falling behind that would be Nutley on the outside lane. That being said, this is going to be another one of those battles for third place. I'm seeing 3 boats solidly lined up for that battle.
Nobody's willing to do it. That's why you haven't been able to find anyone. Because everybody says, this is dumb. Doesn't make any sense.
As of right now, they have lined up, so Mount St. Joseph is in first place. Second place is Mercy. Third place is North Arlington. We'll see if they'll be able to hold it. They do have open water on the remaining crowd. That being said, there is a solid 500 meters left before this race
And I'm
is
glad you're
over.
doing as thorough level of due diligence as you are, and a level of research so that you're not going to be surprised.
Perfect.
Okay. Sharon, thanks so much for your phone call, and I want to say special thanks to Brendan Corso and Yolanda Waters, my colleagues at Edelman Financial Services, for their help in answering all of today's phone calls and questions. One of the things we've been talking a lot about on the program here for the past couple of years are exponential technologies and how they're changing every facet of life on the planet. It's
And coming across the finish line, we have lane 4. That would be GPS coming in, and they're going to take first place. Shortly thereafter, we have lane 3. Mount St. Joseph's is crossing the lane right now, and then it's a battle for third. And it is looking to me like lane 5 is making a final push at the very end and pulling it out. And yes, they did make a push. Lane 5 came in. That's Great Bridge, followed by Mercy, a seat behind, and Nutley coming in right behind that. And lane 1, folks, that's North Arlington making a wonderful showing today.
That it costs $700 to go to the emergency room on average. It costs $150 to visit a physician, but you can get the same medical advice from telemedicine for just $40. Telemedicine, where you are talking to a physician online or through a telepresence robot, can save $6 billion a year. And
Boys JV 4 with semi 1 is already on the water. That would be in order: Great Bridge lane 1, Bishop O'Connell in lane 2, Nichols lane 3, Radnor lane 4, GPS in lane 5, and Shaker Heights in lane 6. They're already past the first 300 meters.
in the world of Wall Street, there's a couple of concerning things. Equity trading revenue at U.S. banks fell 13% in 2016. $15 billion of revenue vanished. Why am I talking about that? Because people are changing their behavior in the way that they manage their money. Now, this represents a very significant decline in revenues for banks. Let me add another piece of statistic here. This from the researcher and consultancy firm Optimus. They say that artificial intelligence is going to
The boats are coming across that 750-meter line as I am speaking. It is a battle for third place right now, looking to me like between lanes 2 and lanes 4. That would be between Bishop O'Connell and Nichols. We have a battle for third place. In between them, Radnor and GPS are battling it out for first. That being said, I don't want to count out Great Bridge yet. They are making a move as I am speaking. It looks like they just took a power 10, and we'll see if that's going to be able to launch them forward. It does look like they gained a couple seats. And coming into the last 250 meters, this is where the sprint's going to take up. We'll see who could raise that stroke rate, who could bring it in. Right now, as it looks, it does look to me like lane 5. Lane 5 has been able to master and get out ahead with GPS. That being said, lane 3 is going to make a break for it. It does look to me like they are increasing their stroke rate, and they are, in fact, heading up for that sprint. And folks, coming across the line, it is, as we were saying, that lane 5 made a decisive move at the end, is coming in that first place position, assuming it goes well. Lane 3 right behind them, Nichols, and a battle for third. To me, it looks like it's going to be, we're going to have to go to the camera, but it looks to me like it's for Radnor in lane for spot number 4. I'm sorry, spot number 3, Bishop O'Connell for spot number 4. So folks, those are the top 3 boats moving on to the finals today.
resource you currently have, your income derived from your occupation. Don't assume that because you're in a career that everybody loves and has been around forever.
And on the water, we have the boys JV heat number 2. In this race, we have Anthony Wayne in lane 1, Saratoga lane 2, Don Bosco Prep in lane 3, Upper Arlington lane 4, Rye in lane 5, and Walter Johnson in lane 6. As of this moment, lane 1 has started to fall back behind the crowd. That being said, only by a few seats. We have lanes 2 through 4. That would be Saratoga, Don Bosco Prep, and Upper Arlington starting to make a move for that first place positioning. That said, we're only 300 meters in, and anything is up for it. This middle 500, that's what it comes down to, whether or not they're going to be able to push through it. And right now we are seeing a push from lane 2. A push from lane 2. They just took a power 10. They're all the way up to a 35 stroke rate, trying to come in. That would be Saratoga trying to push through and get to that first place positioning. That said, they're being battled off by Don Bosco. Prep is holding them at this point. Upper Arlington is still in the race, and we'll see what ends up happening. Remember, this is the boys JV semifinal, heat number 2. Top 3 are going to the finals. The rest will be eliminated. And they're coming into that 750-meter mark. As they pass into that 650-meter mark, I'll be able to tell you exactly who is in what position. But again, it does look to me like it is lane 3 and lane 2 currently battling it out for that first place spot. And it is. Lane 3 is bow to stern. They are ahead of all the other boats. That would be Don Bosco. Saratoga coming in at second. Right behind them looks to me like Walter Johnson, then Rye, then Anthony Wayne. That being said, they are all in play. We'll see what ends up happening in this last as we move into the last 500 meters. At this point, remember, folks, this is a race for third place. Top 3 boats are moving on to finals, and these boys certainly do know it. We're seeing the stroke rates increase of all the boats. At this point, if I were them, it'd be sprint time. It does look to me like lane 4, Upper Arlington, has made a move, and they are now in that solid first place position. We'll see if they're able to hold it off, but this is a battle for third place. I'm telling you, folks, that is where this race is going to end up being. Too early to call. We'll see how high the rate could go and how clean they could row it in. But yes, it is Upper Arlington in first place, followed closely behind by lane number 2, Saratoga, and it's a battle, but yes, it is. I'm sorry, Saratoga pulled in right behind, so those are going to be the top 3 boats. Sorry for missing those names. Moving on to the finals. And already up on and going are the girls JV 8, heat number 1. In this race, in lane 1, we have Lake Braddock, Manhasset, New Trier, Upper Arlington, Yorktown, and Vineland, in that order from lanes 1 through lane 6. As of now for this race, lanes 3 and 4 have made a move to the front of the pack, followed closely by lane 2. That means that we have New Trier and Upper Arlington ahead, Manhasset close behind, and the rest right following behind. It is really up for grabs at this point. And continuing going, as you could see, the stroke rate starting to slow down. That's fine. That's what we would expect to see from this middle 500. They're going to take the stroke rate down just a tad, just a couple stroke rate. But as you could see, lane 4 just picked it up. They just hit a power 10. They're coming through. Let's see. They're going to try to get to that first place positioning in. At this point, it's a little bit of a mental game. If they're able to maintain that first place position going into the final 500, that's going to be an easier spot for them to be set up. Now, it looks like from this camera angle that lane 2 is ahead of lane 5, but that is purely a camera angle. I would have to say lane 5 is most likely ahead simply based upon the positioning on the buoys. But I will be able to confirm that once we switch to the new camera. But at this point, it is a battle between lanes 1 through 4. Again, this is the girls JV 8. 3 are moving on to the final. The remainder are eliminated. Heat number 1. Currently, we have lane 3 making a solid showing out in first place with open water. That'd be Ltwt. Lane 2, right behind them, maybe a half length of water behind, that'd be Manhasset, and a battle for third. As we have seen with race after race, this is a battle for third place. They are battling to see who's going to get in the finals. As it sits at this exact moment, I think I would give third to lane 1, Lake Braddock, but it is going to be a tough one. They're going to have to hold that position.
Light rail train in Portland, Oregon last night witnessed a SRAA man yelling racist obscenities at two young women who appeared to be Muslim. Several passengers on the train tried to quiet the man. Officials say that's when the slashing started. The incident's being investigated as a hate crime. This is
Folks, as you could see, it's a gorgeous day. This is perfect weather. It's not too hot, not too cold. It's probably around 60-some degrees. Just letting these rowers row as hard as they can, but not overheat, which is key for these Scholastic rowers. As we can see now, if you take a look at the blades, when I talk about blade work, what we want to see is those blades going in at exactly the same time and leaving the water at exactly the same time. You'll notice that often the crews out ahead, that is what they're doing. That's because even if you cannot pull quite as hard, if you have that perfect blade work, you are going to simply go faster. Coming in now at the final 100 meters, we are in fact seeing and coming in for the last 100 meters, those last 10 strokes, we are in fact seeing lane number 4, Upper Arlington, is in that first place position with only it to lose. Coming in, followed closely behind in lane 3, Ltwt. And it is lane 2, Manhasset, that is going to take the third place position. Those are the 3 boats moving on to finals, but excellent showing. A battle for fourth place going on currently. But it looks like it's too close to call. I really can't tell. I would have to say Vineland and Lake Braddock came in before Yorktown. And the girls JV8 heat number 2 just started their race. They are off. This is again top 3 to finish. We'll be moving on. In lane 1 we have Laura Marion. In lane 2 we have Marion Mercy. Lane 3 we have Mount St. Joseph. Lane 4 we have Radnor. Lane 5 we have TC Williams. And lane 6 we have Nescawan. They are coming out of their start. All the starts came off clean. I didn't see any issues with them. The girls are still rowing during their high 20. I am seeing at least from lane 3, 38 strokes per minute, 40 strokes a minute from lane 6. And it is at 250 meters. We are seeing lane 3 is in first place position, followed right behind by lane 2. Lane 3, by the way, Ltwt. Lane 2, Manhasset is in second place. And then we have a 3-way tie for third place between Upper Arlington, Yorktown, and Vineland. That said, folks, lane 1, Lake Braddock, they are still sitting right on them. They have not been left behind. There is no open water. It is a question of whether or not they're going to be able to maintain that pace. That said, it is now lane 3. Ltwt. Is continuing to walk on the crowd. But lane 2, Manhasset, is trying to hold on to the best they can. And folks, this is the type of racing I like to see. Nice close pack. Everyone here has earned their spots. Nice clean rowing, everyone in their lanes, but it is starting to divide out. We're seeing a race in the back between lanes 5 and 6 for that 5th and 6th place position. They might be out of the pack for the running for the top 3 positions, but I could tell you, when you're in those boats, you are still battling for every spot. They know that they're in a semifinal. They know they earned their spot here, and it is well earned. But it is looking like we have lane 3 making continued progress in getting out further ahead, followed by lane 2. That would be Ltwt. In lane 3, Manhasset in lane 2. And folks, something just happened. Lane 1 just, I believe, caught a crab and came to a dead halt. They have picked it back up and are rowing again, and they are taking a power 10 and coming back. I could tell you from experience that is not going to count them out of this heat. They now have newfound adrenaline to bring it back into this pack. They're probably sitting on third or fourth place positioning as we're coming through. And at the 750 mark, we are seeing lane 3 in Nutrier is still in the lead with Yes, it is Nutrier in the lead by a full boat length. That being said, lanes 2 and 4 are tied. They are stroke for stroke, literally at this point, stroke for stroke, rowing right next to each other. For those of you that have already forgotten, that's Manhasset and Upper Arlington competing out for that second place position. We have Yorktown following closely there behind with Vineland. And the boats are coming into the final 250 meters. As they move from those yellow buoys to the red buoys, that is your demarcation showing that they have 250 meters left in this course. And for a race like this, that's probably where they're going to start sprinting. And that's exactly what you're seeing. Lane 3 has just picked it up by at least 2 or 3 beats. They were sitting at a 32 strokes per minute. This is going to be a battle for third place. Top 3 boats are going to move on to finals. Keep in mind, this is the girls' JV 8s that we are watching. With lane 3 and a decisive lead. That would be Nutrier coming in. They're going to be in a nice position going into the finals and a battle for second place. This is a head-to-head. It is close, but it is going to be... It is lane 4. Upper Arlington took that second place, and Manhasset got in that third place, followed closely there behind by lane 5, Yorktown, and then Vineland in lane 6. Please remember, folks, while I'm making predictions as to the placement, these are only predictions. They're not final yet. And here we are, lane number 1 coming in. Solid performance, rowing and stroking in together. This is Lake Braddock coming in for us. And the boys' JV 8 heat number 1 is off. They just launched. In that race, in that race we have Ltwt, St. Joseph Prep in lane 2, Chaminade in lane 3, Chaminade in lane 3, Christian Brothers New Jersey lane 4, St. Augustine lane 5, and Gonzaga lane 6. As of now, as per the seating, as we'd expect, it is a battle between lanes 3 and lanes 4 for first place. Lane number 2 is right behind them. That'd be St. Joseph Prep, though they are slightly following behind lane number 1. I'd have to say at this point, folks, it's Nutrier, Chaminade, and Christian Brothers that are battling out for first place and second, with St. Joseph Prep right behind. But we'll see what ends up happening. St. Augustine is now about half boat length behind, along with Gonzaga. And folks, as they come into the 750-meter mark, I'll be able to give you another blow-by-blow and exactly who's ahead. That being said, what I am seeing is we have settled down to a 32-stroke weights in almost all boats. And right now, coming across the 750-meter lane, quite close to that 400, we have Christian Brothers out in first place, followed closely behind by Chaminade, only maybe 3 seats behind them. They, though, have open water on the rest of the crowd. Vying for third place, to me, it looks like St. Augustine and Gonzaga, but I can't quite tell for certain at this point. It is going to be a close race for third, but there is open water between second and third place at this point. And coming into the final 250 meters, 25 strokes to go. This is where the sprint is. This is make it or break it. Can they get it up? Can they take the stroke rate up? It is going to be a battle for first place and a battle for third place. It is too early to call, but I have to say, folks, when I saw it earlier, Christian Brothers had a solid lead, and it is looking like Chaminade is starting to walk on them, and it is. They are walking. The only question is, do they have enough water to get ahead before the end? And, folks, they do. They have enough water. Third place is coming. Our first place is Chaminade, followed closely by Christian Brothers at the last very moment. And it is lane 1 coming in for Nutri, or coming in for our top 3 boats, folks. Those are going to be the lanes moving in for the finals. And guys and girls, this was a great race. We saw movement and a change in order in the last 100 meters from almost every place. And lined up currently, but not started, is the boys semifinal heat number 2. Lane 1, Mainland. Lane 2, Canisius. Lane 3, Loyola Academy. Lane 4, Mount Clair. Lane 5, Wilson. Lane 6, St. Augustus, Ohio. They are lined up. They haven't gone yet. To me, it looks like, yes, they are sitting in ready position. I'd expect to start any second now. So those of you unfamiliar with how the start process works, what's happening right now up at the start is the referees are lining them to get the bow of each of the boats exactly even. The moment that happens, what we call an aligner referee is going to raise a green flag. That will signal to the starter that they are good to start the race. The starter will then list off each boat by name. You could think of that as the countdown. When they gets to the final boat, the starter will say attention and then the word go. Also in front of these boats at this race is a light system. So staring into the eyes of each of the rowers is a red and green light. The moment it turns green, that's when they start rowing. And they're still being aligned. I'm seeing slight, and they're off. They're going. And boy, is this a start. Lane 2 is at 45 strokes per minute. Lane 4 is matching them at 47.5, and that is what I'm seeing from the rest of the crowd. No one had a bad start. Some were slightly better than others. But looking at this, at the 100-meter mark, I'm going to have to say Folks, the reason I'm pausing is this is a dead heat. I'm not seeing anyone out ahead at this point. I'm seeing stroke for stroke, each of the boys coming in dead even, and there is no separation from the crowd at this point. Maybe a seat behind by lane 1, that would be Mainland, maybe. That being said, this is going to be a tough race. There has been no movement between the boats. That means I would not expect to see as much of a settle in the middle 500 as we would normally see, and definitely no conservation of energy for them going into the final. This is top 3 moving on to the final. Again, lane 1, Mainland, lane 2, Canisius, lane 3, Loyola Academy, lane 4, Montclair, lane 5, Wilson, and lane 6, St. Ignatius, Ohio.
988 Josh. That's 888-988 JOSH. Now let's get back in the huddle with the financial quarterback.
And folks, as I predicted, the heat is on for these boats. It's top 3 moving on, and there's still no separation. They have not settled. They are staying at 39 to 40 strokes per minute. We have lane number 1 is at 40. Lane 3 is holding right with them at a 39. It's going to be a question of, can they hold this for the entirety of the piece? And folks, I could tell you that's going to be hard. The coxswains are doing a tremendous job. I've seen no movement from their center line, each of them taking a perfect line down the course, as we'd hope to see from the JV at this level. And we're still not seeing much separation. I would have to say lanes 4, 5, and 6, Montclair, Wilson, and St. Ignatius, Ohio, have taken a slight lead. That being said, no one is out for the count. Canisius is still right in there, same with Mainland. This is going to be a battle all the way to the end. And in fact, it does look like we have separations between lanes 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. But again, folks, as I was saying, no one settled during this race. Everyone stayed at a high. So the question only is, can they get higher during these last 20 strokes? They're entering in the red buoyed zone. That means 250 meters to go. Remember, top 3 boats will be advancing. This is an amazing heat. Top 3 boats advance to the final. No one's out for the count. We got 15 strokes. The question is, can they make the move? And it is looking like it. It is looking like we could see a move. The battle right now is between lanes 3, 5, and 6. That means that coming across the finish line, it is lane 3 took first place. It is too close to call for second and third, but it is going to be Canisius in first, Wilson and St. Augustus, Ohio, moving on to the finals. That being said, folks, it's going to be a photo finish. I could not tell you which got second, which got third. Coming through the line now is Mainland, doing a wonderful job. Just like everyone else, they kept that high stroke going the entire time. And on the field and started is the girls lightweight 4 with, this is again heat number 1 from the 2017 SRAA championships. In lane 1, we have Holy Names from Florida. Lane 2, we have Langley. Lane 3, we have E.L. Crosley. Lane 4, we have Nichols. Lane 5, we have Abascami. In lane 6, we have Mount St. Joseph's. And right now, folks, I'd have to say it is lane 3 once again that has taken the lead. That being said, there can be no call, lane 3 being E.L. Crosley, no call as to who is in second or third place. It is just too close. And the girls are reaching in and coming close to that 750-meter mark. They have settled down. This is what we would expect to see, slightly slowing down as we come through the 750 meters, but that's what we want to see. They'll take a little bit to gather a little bit of energy for that final push, and I'll be reporting back soon with the current placing.
Just call them Wildcats. We're just giving you. Or you can say St. Ignatius.
Which is funny because in my mind, because I have friends from St. Ignatius
So you know
and
the
San
school.
Francisco
Oh, okay.
and from Ohio.
Yep.
And so like I know the school. So it's comical I'm saying.
No, we got San Francisco, Ohio, and Chicago.
Yeah, I saw Chicago. I didn't know Ohio. Okay.
See?
No, this is what I like to hear.
Okay.
No, you need to
The parents want to hear it too.
No, but I need to hear when I make these mistakes, because otherwise I won't.
Yeah, so lightweight
Yep, St. Ignatius.
St. Ignatius. Oh.
St. Ignatius. No, thank you.
Wildcats.
So I believe I was incorrectly saying St. Ignatius from Ohio, the Wildcats name, and somehow saying St. Augustine. I apologize for that. It is the Wildcats from Ohio, St. Ignatius. And coming across now, we do have separation. We are seeing lane 3 with about 2 boat lengths ahead. We have heats going all morning, folks, so this means top 3 are going on to the finals. This afternoon is when we'll switch to the finals themselves. The boats are moving into the final 250 meters. That means they have roughly 25 to 30 strokes to go. The question is now, can they sprint? They've been able to hold on to the main type of the piece, but can they build it up? It is looking like E.L. Crosley is a little slow to start that sprint, but I have a feeling they're going to be starting at any moment now, probably when the coxswain thinks they're roughly 20 strokes to go. Coming in closely behind them is lane 4, Nichols, Abascami in lane 5, and Mount St. Joseph in lane 6. And it is going to be lane 3, E.L. Crosley coming in for first place as long as they can hold it. The coxswain wisely making a call not to go as fast as they can, preserve some energy for this afternoon's final. And then it's lane 4. Yes, it will be lane 4 in second place and lane 5 for third. That means it's Nichols for second place and Abascami for third place. Those are going to be our 3 boats moving on, and lane 2 just took it slightly away from lane 6. It was a close one, but we do know the 3 boats going on to the finals this afternoon. And the girls lightweight 4 with heat number 2 is already on the water. They certainly don't want to give me a break. So that means lane 1 is Wakefield, lane 2 is Ransom Everglades, lane 3 is Saratoga, lane 4 is Rye, lane 5 is Neutrer, and lane 6 is Nutley. And folks, they have already moved beyond the first 350 meters to go. Again, we're seeing, as we would expect because of the seeding, lane 3 is out to an early start, but a battle is going on for second place between lanes 2, that'd be Wakefield, lane 1, that'd be Wakefield, lane 2, that'd be Ransom, 4 for Rye, and Nutrier for 5. They are battling it out for that second place position. And in fact, lane 6 is not out of the count either. And they're coming across the 750-meter line, halfway through the race. I'm sorry, they're at 500 already. And the field has spread out slightly. We are seeing currently Saratoga is out in front. Followed closely behind by Rye, Nutrier, and Nutley, all right there. It does look like to me that Nutrier, though, has taken second place. They do have a slight bit of water on the rest of the boats, but then it is a fight for third. And as we'd expect, that fight is only going to get hotter. This is top 3 advancing. The rest, this will be the last race of their day. And they're moving into the last 250 meters. Their sprints are about to begin. The question is only what and how high they are able to take it. Saratoga still has a decisive lead. But one needs to be careful. Lane 1 is starting to pick it up and is starting to make a move. The question is it going to be in time? We then have lane 5 on the outside. Nutrier coming in. They're ready to take that second place, but they are trying to make a move. They're trying to grab the first place. They're all at it for the water at this point. Remember, center lanes do have a faster current. First place, second place, third place will be moving on, but they are also trying to determine who's going to have the best water this afternoon. And it is lane 3, Saratoga in first place. Second place will be Nutrier. And folks, this is a close one. It is 4 ways, and it's gonna be lane 1. They pulled it through at the last moment. Wakefield ended up walking through the crowd and taking that third place position. So those are gonna be the 3 boats moving on to the finals, folks. The 3 boats moving on to this afternoon. That was a move by Wakefield from roughly 5th place all the way to 3rd place at the very last moment in the last 100 meters. And on the course now is the boys lightweight 4, heat number 1. Top 3 are going to the finals. The rest, this is their last day. We have Canisius, lane 1, Atlantic City, lane 2, Christian Brothers, lane 3, St. Joseph Prep in lane 4, Montgomery Bell in lane 5, and Nutley in lane 6. This race is off to the start, and I'd say already done with the first 500 meters of the race, and it is looking like another good one. So just to give you a little perspective, as they come through those docks that you see on the far side, that is roughly the 750 meter mark. As I like to think, you have 1 stroke per 10 meters, so about 75 strokes to go there. And we are seeing some division in this crowd. We are seeing the boats starting to pick their places. We are seeing that those gorgeous white blades of Christian Brothers New Jersey coming through. They are currently in the first place position. You can never miss their blades. Followed closely behind, though, by St. Joseph Prep and Montgomery Bell. Along with Atlantic City, we are going to have another close one for third place. And as they enter those red buoys, that's the 250 meter mark. That's the signal that it is time to sprint and take this up another notch. And the question's going to be, can Christian Brothers hold on to their position? And folks, this is a close one. Their stroke rate, they just dipped down on the bow side. We'll see if that slowed them down. We have, though, lane 4, St. Joseph Prep, pulling in close behind them. Lane 2 set up right now to take that third place spot. I believe we have the division for the 3 going to finals, and it is. It's going to be Christian Brothers going to the finals. St. Joseph Prep coming in second here, going to finals, and Atlantic City also going to finals. Those are the 3 boats, folks, that we're going to see later this afternoon, but not to be shied out. Lane 5, Montgomery Bell, had an excellent showing. They had to earn their spots here, and a battle here for 5th place, and it is going to be lane 1, Canisius, and lane 6, Nutley, for 6th place. Keep in mind, folks, you had to win the right to be here. Everyone is doing a tremendous job. Boys lightweight fours with semi heat number 2 is on the water. This would be Harriton in lane 1, Fox Chapel in lane 2, Rye in lane 3, Nutrier in lane 4, Radnor in lane 5, and Stonebridge in lane 6. Top 3 will be moving on to finals. The rest will be eliminated after this round. They have already crossed about the first 400 meters, and they are going fast, folks. They are going fast. They have also decided not to settle for this piece. We have lane 3 out in front, still holding on to their 38. The question is going to be, are they holding on to it for too long, and will they be able to maintain it? Lane 2 is putting on the heat right now, making a power 10 move, followed closely behind by lane 1. I believe at this point we have lanes 1, 2, and 3. That'd be Harriton, Fox Chapel, and Rye vying for the first place position, with Nutrier coming in closely thereafter. And they're coming into the 500 meter marker. When they hit that 500 meter marker, I'll have an excellent camera angle and be able to tell you exactly the current placing. And it is lane 3 ahead. Rye has taken the first place position. The battle here is going to be on the far side of the river. That's going to be where the third place is going to be decided. We already know lane number 3 is battling it out and has the first place and open water on the other boats. The question is going to be what's going to happen for second and third. Can they hold on to it? Keeping in mind, folks, we have lane 1, Harriton, lane 2, Fox Chapel, lane 3, Rye, lane 4, New Trier, lane 5, Radnor, and lane 6, Stonebridge. And it's going to be a battle for third. It is not decided or locked up yet. We know who first place is unless something goes wrong. They have open water. That's slightly too much for any boat to make up at this point, but it is not locked up at all for second place. Coming across the finish line, we have... That's right, it is Rye coming across the finish line right now, and then followed behind, and this is going to be close, and it is. I can't tell. It is either lane 2 or Fox Chapel or New Trier taking that second and third place position. It's going to have to go to the camera, but we know it's those 3 boats moving on. The other boats, excellent job. This was a tight field. And the next race up for us are the boys lightweight 8. St. Augustine lane 1, New Trier in lane 2, Bellin Jesuit in lane 3, Canisius in lane 4, LaSalle in lane 5, and St. Ignatius, Ohio in lane 6. And that race is already going with lane 3 again already taking a slight lead over the rest of the crowd. That'd be Bellin Jesuit already in the lead. That being said, there is nothing locked up for lane 2. It is a 4-way tie between the rest of the lanes. We will see what ends up happening. Passing through the first 500 meters, about to hit the 700 feeder line. And it is Bellin Jesuit is continuing to walk on the crowd and move forward. And as of now, we have Bellin Jesuit ahead of the pack. Closely they're following. We have in lane 4, Canisius. That being said, they are only 2 seats ahead of New Trier. And as we are speaking, New Trier is taking a power 10. And so we'll see whether or not that gets them ahead. And it does look like that is going to get them ahead past Canisius. And we're nearing the 250 meter point. Bellin Jesuit has continued to hold on to the first place position, but no one has held on to the second place position. It is going back and forth right now between lanes 2 and lanes 4. That'd be between New Trier and Canisius. LaSalle is also holding on there, and I would expect them to be making a move in this last 250 meters. And the sprints have begun. You could start seeing a little bit more white water. That being said, lane 4 is missing a little bit more water than lane 2, and because of that, they are starting to move further behind. We will see if they're able to hold on to that second place position. Right now, it is looking like lane 2, New Trier, is gaining on lane 4, and it is in fact starting to walk. Lane 3, Bellin Jesuit just took first place, and lane 2, New Trier, was able to beat out Canisius at the last moment by about a half boat. We have LaSalle now crossing the line in a solid 4th place position. Lane 1 getting 5th place, St. Augustine, and St. Ignatius, Ohio coming in 6th. And already on the water is the boys lightweight 8, heat number 2. In this, we have T.C. Williams in lane 1, New Trier in lane 2, I'm sorry, Christian Brothers in lane 2, St. Joseph's Prep in lane 3, Manhasset in lane 4, St. Peter's Prep in lane 5, and Saratoga in lane 6. And we already have some division in this crowd. We know right now lane 3, 4, and 5, that would be St. Ignatius, Manhasset, and St. Peter's, are battling it out for first place. They are stroke for stroke. That being said, no one has been left behind. Lanes 1 and 2, T.C. Williams and Christian Brothers, are only 4 seats behind the top 3 boats, with Saratoga being bound to stern with the lead boats. So it is all up for grabs at the 400-meter mark. I have a feeling, folks, this is going to be another tight one, and because of that, I don't think they're going to be settling. This is a 1,500-meter course, means that there is no chance to take that middle 500 down and relax a little bit. I hope to see them relaxed and lengthen out. That's going to be how they win this race, but I do not expect the rates to actually go down. And that is exactly what we are seeing. Christian Brothers is sitting at a 36. St. Joseph Prep is sitting at a 37, just slightly ahead. And Manhasset is trying to pull ahead right now, the 750 mark, with a 40 strokes per minute. And when I say a 40 strokes per minute, that means they are pulling the oar through the water 40 times per minute. The question is going to be, is that too high for this point? I don't think so. I think they're making a move, and I think they're trying to get that first place position. This is, for those that are just joining, the boys lightweight varsity semifinal, heat number 2. Lane 1, T.C. Williams, Christian Brothers, New Jersey in lane 2, St. Joseph Prep in lane 3, Manhasset lane 4, St. Peter's Prep in lane 5, and Saratoga in lane 6. And we are seeing Manhasset has pulled away. They are able to maintain their stroke rate. They are holding on. That being said, they have not been able to successfully pull away yet from lane 3, that being St. Joseph Prep. St. Joseph Prep is only sitting 4 seats behind at 500 meters to go. And there is a 3-way battle out for third place between Christian, New Jersey, T.C. Williams, and Saratoga. And folks, they're coming into the last 250 meters with them not settling during the middle. That means they only have from 40 strokes per minute up to go. Where you guys see those buoys change from yellow to red, that's the demarcation for 250 meters, which is roughly 25 strokes. And we are seeing Manhasset is being able to maintain that lead, though they are being followed closely by St. Joseph Prep. And if they could still make a move, we will see what ends up happening. And in third, it is too close to call. T.C. Williams is making a move on the boat at this moment. They are trying for that third place position and to get into the finals. And we have it. Lane 4, Manhasset, is going to be our first place. St. Joseph Prep is our second place. And they did it, folks. T.C. Williams was able to bring it back at the end and got third. Those are going to be the 3 boats moving on to finals. This was a great race. As I said, there was no separation for most of these boats until the very end, meaning that they never got to settle and they never got to breathe. They'll be using those 3 or 4 hours before their final, well, hopefully under the shade. Next up and on the water, there's girls' second 8 semifinal heat number 1. In lane 1, we have Holy Spirit. Lane 2, we have T.C. Williams. Lane 3, we have Saratoga. Lane 4, we have Montclair. Lane 5, we have BCC. And lane 6, we have St. Joseph Academy. And right now we have a battle between lane 1, 3, and 4, making a solid showing. That'd be Holy Spirit, Saratoga, and Montclair. TC Williams has not been left behind, sitting only a few seats behind. BCC is bow to stern with that lead group. And they're passing the 750-meter mark as we speak. This is the girls' second 8. Top 3 are advancing to the final. And as we sit right now, we still have Saratoga in the lead. That being said, there is no one that currently can be said to be in second place. It is a battle between Montclair, BCC, with TC Williams within striking range, and in fact also with St. Joseph Academy also within striking range of that third place position. It is going to be a question of the final 400-meter sprint. And coming into the end, we have, again, Saratoga as a solid lead at this point. That being said, I would expect to see a battle for third place coming through the end, with Montclair making a solid showing. As you can see from this range, this is one of my favorite views, able to get a nice clear picture of each of their blades, their blade work, and you're able to get a sense of why these boats are moving how they're moving. The boats that you see with the blades going in together, but catching and releasing, that means going into the water and leaving the water at the same time, are simply doing much better and able to get more time in the water, so go through faster. At the 250-meter mark, we are seeing still Saratoga coming in the... I don't know, guys. It could be. I believe it is Saratoga coming in this first place position. That being said, Montclair and BC are fighting for that position. And lane 4 is close behind, and it does in fact look. It is going to be Saratoga in that first place position. Montclair is going to be taking that second place position, and it is a battle for third, and it looks like it's going to be lane 2 coming in. It's going to be lane 2 coming in for that third place position. Those are going to be the 3 boats coming in for the finals. That's TC Williams.
Longer lifespans and disappointing returns will create a $400 trillion retirement shortfall in about 3 decades, according to the World Economic Forum. This includes a $224 trillion gap among 6 large pension savings systems: U.S., U.K., Japan, Netherlands, Canada, and Australia, according to the report. China and India account for the rest. Employers have been shifting away from pensions and offering 401ks or other defined contribution plans and individual retirement accounts that make up more than 50% of global retirement assets. That heaps more risk onto individuals who often lack access to the right options. Stock and bond returns that have trailed historic averages in the past decade have also contributed to the gap. We're really at an inflection point, according to Michael Drexler of the World Economic Forum. Pension underfunding is the climate change moment of social systems, in the sense that there is still time to do something about it. But if you don't, in 20 or 30 years down the line, society will say it's a huge problem. What are we going to do with all these unemployed and retired people living in...
And on the course right now, we have the girls' second 8, heat number 2. we have Mount St. Joseph in lane 1, Loyola Academy in lane 2, Winter Park in lane 3, New Trier in lane 4, Wilson in lane 5, and Whitman in lane 6. Already getting close to that 750-meter mark. That's what happens. We stack these boats right on top of each other, often having 2 races on the course at the same time. And we're coming into that 500-meter mark, and so let's get this call for the 500 meters. It is looking like Winter Park is pulled ahead, followed very closely by Loyola Academy and New Trier, basically stroke for stroke. No one's out. Lane 6 is not out either. Whitman is right there and could easily, within striking range, to get that 3rd position. It's all going to come down to these last 300 meters. And they're coming in at the 400-meter mark. We haven't seen much of a change, but I would expect at this point to see a continued movement between the 3 different boats. It is. We do have lanes 2, 3, and 4. That would be Loyola Academy, Winter Park, and New Trier making a solid move. They are, it looks like they have the top 3 positions locked up. No, I take that back. Lane 6 is currently making a move. And we will just see. It's going to be a question as to whether or not lane 6 has enough water, that being Whitman, has enough water to steal or take back that position. And you know what, folks? I think they can if they want it. They have, at this point, 150 meters left. A lot could happen in that 150 meters. The only question is whether or not they will be able to do it. But it is, I am seeing at this point, first place is fairly locked up. It's going to be lane 3, Winter Park, except for some, I don't know. Lane 4 is still creeping in there. But yes, lane 3, Winter Park, is coming across the line as I'm speaking. New Trier is coming in second, followed closely by Loyola Academy. Whitman with an excellent showing, just not quite enough water left at the remaining of the piece to get that 3rd place position. Lane 1 coming in now, Mount St. Joseph with that 5th place, and lane 5, Wilson, being that final position in spot number 6. And currently on the water, we have the boys' second 8. Top 3 will be going to the final. In lane 1, we have Juniper Sarah. In lane 2, we have New Trier. Lane 3, we have LaSalle. Lane 4, we have Fordham Prep. Lane 5, we have BCC. In lane 6, we have Whitman. And they're already nearing that 750-meter mark. This course is a fast one today. It is almost no wake on the course itself. The wind is almost 0. It's just fast conditions. At this point, LaSalle has made a move towards the front of the pack, but as I say, it is a pack at this point. I would not say that they are in first in any way. It is just a slight few seats. And out ahead, it is LaSalle. Coming in second as we speak is New Trier, and third is a tie between all the rest of the boats. We'll see what happens, but this is going to be another battle for third. Remember, top 3 boats will be advancing to finals. And folks, it is going to be a battle. We'll see. I have a feeling we're going to see some movement in the last bit. You're starting to see LaSalle is picking it up. They're known for starting their sprint a little early, and they did, in fact, do that. It looks like they started about 250 to 300 meters to go, while the other ones are likely starting it at the 200-meter marker. And because of that, they are gaining speed. However, lane 5, out of nowhere, BCC is coming in and is going to try to take the lead, and it looks like they are, in fact, going to be able to make it. The question is, do they have enough time? LaSalle and BCC are battling it out for its number 1 location, with Fordham right behind and Nutrier not out for the count. It is a close one, and it is. LaSalle was able to get it right ahead of BCC. Second place is going to be lane 5, but it is too close to call for third. We are going to have to wait to see what the photo finish shows for the top 3 boats advancing on to the finals this afternoon. And the boys' second 8, heat number 2, is on the water. This is, again, top 3 boats moving on to the final. We have St. Joseph Collegiate in lane number 1, St. Ignatius in lane number 2, Montclair is lane number 3, Central Catholic is lane number 4, St. Joseph Prep is lane number 5, and Ocean City is lane number 6. And right now, it is looking like it is a tie. Yes, it is. It is looking like lanes 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6 are tied for first, with lane 1 only slightly behind. I would say maybe with 1 seat of water open from the rest of the pack. And it is, the pack has currently split up a little bit. It looks like lanes 2, 3, and 4 are trying to pull ahead. That would be St. Ignatius, Montclair, and Central Catholic pulling ahead, but it is too close to call. I would not say any of them are in the first place position. Right behind them is St. Joseph Prep and St. Joseph Collegiate, but they are right there for the striking if they so choose, or if anything were to happen with that front pack. And the boats are passing the 750-meter mark. I'll give you another call at 500 meters to go, and then it's going to be up to your own eyes to be able to tell who finishes first, second, or third. Top 3 are moving on to finals. I did a bunch of stuff the other 2 days, but yes. This person's spot ditched out in the last moment, and I said, yeah, I'll sit all day. I can do that. And coming across the 500-meter line, it is close, folks. It looks like lanes 2, 3, and 4 are still virtually tied up. That's St. Ignatius, Montclair, Central Catholic. It is also clear that the coxswains have decided that they are not letting their crews settle whatsoever. It is going to be a question of who could hold on to this high rate all the way through to the finish line. But they are head-to-head, folks. They are head-to-head. Keep in mind on this course, the water does matter. This afternoon, we expect the wind to pick up a little bit, which means lanes 3 and 4 will slightly be a little faster than the outside end. So it is to their advantage to get this first place position and get that better water for this afternoon. And coming into the finish, we have, again, those 3 boats. Second, lanes 2, 3, and 4, St. Ignatius, Montclair, and Central Catholic have decidedly moved amongst the group. and it is going to be tight. I don't know that any of them is going to be able to actually move into it. I don't know if you can hear the crowd behind me, but they are going crazy to figure out who is going to win this race. This is a close one, folks. This is a close one. And we are seeing right now, we're seeing Central Catholic is trying to take the lead. They've upped their stroke rate higher than the others. They are trying to make that final move, but it is St. Ignatius, I believe. I think it's going to be St. Ignatius in lane number 2 that's going to be in striking range, and it is. St. Ignatius is making that final move. St. Ignatius comes in, then lane number 3, then number 4. St. Ignatius, Montclair, Central Catholic have come in that order. They are going to be the 3 boats moving on to the finals this afternoon, and based upon these heats, folks, those finals are going to be good. We are already seeing them at their top performance, and it is only going to be a faster group. They're going to see those 3 boats along with the other 3 from the previous heat, and it's going to be fast. Next up, we have the girls' varsity 4 with next up, and already on the water, and just to give you the call while I see it, we have lane 3, Marion Mercy in the lead, Nardine in lane 4, close behind, and for third, it is too close to call. Easily, Romson, Fairhaven, Eustis, and Parksburg South, and even Cathedral Catholic are still in play for that. And just to remind you, this is the girls' varsity 4 with top 3 positions will be going to finals. The 4 through 6th place, so the last 3 positions will be going to the Petite final. So everyone's rowing again today, but there is a division between that finals position and the Petite finals. Lane 3 has continued to make a move. They are starting, looks like they're about to get to open water, but it is Eustis not wanting to let them make it that easy. And the boats are nearing in on that 500-meter mark, where I'll be able to give you an update as to their positioning. That being said, they are all rowing extremely well. A nice, clean blade work we're seeing from the entire crowd. They have settled slightly for this middle 500 meters. It is lane 3, though, Marion Mercy, that continues to lead the pack, closely followed there by Nardin in lane 4 and Eustis in lane 2. As of this moment, it is lane 4, Nardin, that is in that second place position, with Eustis taking in that 3rd place. That said, the other boats are certainly not out for the count and easily within striking range. And folks, this is a nice example of clean blade work and what it could do for you. That lane 2 Eustis, it just is looking pretty. It now has one person slightly coming in a little late, and because of that, you're going to see them slowing down, and that's likely what's occurring. As compared to lane 3, nice, pretty lane, Marion Mercy, and that blade work is propelling them through to the finish. And it will certainly do them well and likely put them into the top contender or first position spot. Right behind them, though, is Nardine, not out for the count. We will see what ends up happening and whether or not they'll be able to sprint for this final piece. I think they have it in them. The question is just, do they have the space? They are certainly in first and second position. And they're coming in on the last 100 meters, 10 strokes to go with with Marion Mercy solidly in position to take first place. Nardine, yep, it is going to be that. Marion Mercy was able to pull in a push at the last moment, propelling them ahead of Nardine. Nardine taking the second place position with lane number 2. Marion Mercy in first, Nardine in second, and Eustace in third. Those are going to be the 3 boats moving on. The remainder of these boats all did excellent. That would be Romson Fairhaven coming in now. Behind them in lane 5 would be Parksburg South and Cathedral Catholic, all moving on to the Petite finals. And the girls' varsity 4's semifinal heat number 2 is on the water. Again, top 3 positions will be going to finals. Next 3 will be going to grand finals. We'll be going to petite finals. And it is looking like we already have division in the pack. Lanes 1, 3, 4, and 5, which are West Springfield, Harriton, Baldwinsville, Emma Willard, have taken forward and moved forward in the pack. They will be competing for the first, second, and third position through the next 500 meters. That being said, no one has been left truly behind. Again, this is the girls' varsity 4 with semifinal, heat number 2, lane 1, West Springfield, lane 2, Culver, lane 3, Harriton, lane 4, Baldwinsville, lane 5, Emma Willard, and lane 6, Abiscami. And they're nearing that final 500-meter mark, just passing 750 meters now. Something, though, did just happen to lane 5, Emma Willard. I believe they caught a crab. They're recovering from it now. We'll see if they'll be able to recover all the way through. And as of this moment, if I were to make a call, it does look like Harriton and Emma Willard are solidly in position for striking range for that first place. It is too close to call, but that is what it appears like to me. I can't quite make out the bound numbers. I'm sure you're having the same issue back at home, but we will see what ends up happening for this final leg. Yes, it does look like it is that third lane 3 Harriton and lane 5 Emma Willard that is battling out for first. I have no idea what's going to happen with the third, fourth, and fifth places. All we know is it is going to set them up for who's going on to finals. This sprint certainly will be looking interesting, folks. Emma Willard is starting to sprint, but because of their increased sprinting, they are missing a considerable amount of water. So the question is the amount that they're sprinting worth the amount of water that they're missing? We'll see based upon what their finishing position is. And as they finish through, we do have lane 3, Harriton, coming in. And as the camera angle changes, I think we're going to end up saying that Harriton is actually in the lead, but it is too hard to tell at this point. But yes, it is Harriton that is taking the lead, and they are continuing to move on the pack. They will be taking our first place position, with lane 5 following closely there behind, and lane 1 actually. Lane 1, I don't know. It's either lane 1, West Springfield, or lane 5, Emma Willard, that's got that second and third place position. We're going to have to go to the camera to be able to tell. And the rest of these boats did an amazing job, and will be moving to Petite finals later this afternoon. That includes Abbotsgamy, that just finished, along with lane 2, Culver. And on the water now, we have the boys varsity for this race, we have the top 3 boats moving to the grand final, and the next 3 boats moving to the Petite final. Lane 1, we have St. Peter's Prep. Lane 2, we have Rockford. Lane 3, we have Father Judge. Lane 4, we have GPS. Lane 5, we had Fayetteville. And lane 6, we have City Honors. And they're crossing the 750 meters, coming near that 500 meter line as we speak. And right now, this certainly is a battle between lanes 2 through 5. We're going to have to see what ends up happening in this final strokes. It does appear that lanes 3, 4, and 5 are slightly further ahead, but it is too hard to tell at this point and way too close to call. And as I said, folks, it does look like it is lanes 3, 4, and 5 that are going to be battling for this first place position. I would have to say it is likely going to be lanes 4 and 5 that are truly in this battle, but we'll see as it comes, as the camera swings around. You can tell lane 3 has picked up the stroke rate already. They have started their sprint. They are going for it, and we'll see if they have it in them to crank out and get ahead as they moving. And they do actually appear to be moving on that lane 4 boat. The Father Judge does seem to be moving on GPS. Now, part of this is going to be the camera swing. The other part is simply them pulling further. And it does look like, folks, it does look. Lane 3, Father Judge is coming across, is starting to get ahead. And it is now further ahead than the GPS boat. It's going to be Father Judge in first position going to the finals. Lane 4, GPS getting second place, also going there, and lane 2 trying to, but not quite making it. It's going to be Fayetteville in third position and Rockford going to the Petite finals, along with the boats coming into the picture now, which would be St. Peter's Prep and City Honors in that order. And the boys varsity 4 with semifinal heat number 2 is off and already past the 400 meter mark. We have Radnor in lane 1, Walter Johnson in lane 2, Christian Brothers in lane 3, Abbotsgamy in lane 4, St. Ignatius Chicago in lane 5, and Canisius in lane 6. And folks, as you could see, they're coming across the 750 meter mark now, almost at 500 meters, where we're able to tell what their positioning is. Basically, the only time we really have a good feeling as to who is in what place is when this camera is looking directly on, straight across the river. Otherwise, the angles just are too much to mess with. That being said, it does look like lanes 3 and I'd have to say lanes 5 are pulling it ahead. We'll see if they'll be able to maintain it, but it does look like lanes 3 and 5 have pulled ahead, and that would be Christian Brothers and St. Ignatius Chicago. Question is only going to be whether or not they're going to be able to maintain it throughout. And they're coming in now towards the last 300 meters. When they hit those red buoys, that's the 250-meter demarcation. For those of you just joining, this is the boys varsity 4 with semifinal, heat number 2, lane number 1, Radnor, lane number 2, Walter Johnson, lane number 3, Christian Brothers, lane number 4, Abascami, lane number 5, St. Ignatius Chicago, lane number 6, Canisius. And this is a close one, folks. They are certainly battling out to figure out who is going to be in the top 3 positions, moving on to the grand finals. The next 3 going only to semis, and it's going to be close. And right now, folks, as you can see, it is, in fact, lane 6 that has pulled ahead of this crowd, but not quite in time. And coming across first is lane 3, Christian Brothers, and it is too close to call. But if I were to take a guess, I would say Walter Johnson likely took in second, but it is going to have to go to photo finish to find out who actually won that one. Remember, out of that race, depending upon who won, it's going to be top 3 to finals, and the next 3 to the Petite finals. And on the course as we go, it is the girls varsity 8. For this race, it is again going to be the top 3 to grand finals, and the next 3 to the Petite finals. In lane 1, we have Plant. Lane 2, we have Loyola Academy. Lane 3, we have Saratoga. Lane 4, Winter Park. Lane 5, Montclair. And lane 6, Holy Spirit. And as we are speaking, right at this moment, it is lane 3, 4, and 5 that are 2 seats ahead of the pack. That would be Saratoga, Winter Park, Montclair. But as I said, 2 seats ahead of the pack. Loyola Academy has not let go, and Holy Spirit has not let go. Plant is sitting bow to stern off of lane 2, Loyola Academy. Folks, I would expect this race to be a close one. These are going to be the top athletes in each of the boat. Normally the prized race for the women at this regatta is going to be the 8+. So these are the fastest rowers the school likely has. That means I would expect this to be a very close race by the end, and it's going to be tough to call before then. And on the water right now, we have the girls varsity 8 semi, heat number 2. Lane 1, Plant. Lane 2, Loyola Academy. Lane 3, Saratoga. Lane 4, Winter Park. Lane 5, Montclair. And lane 6, Holy Spirit. This is going to be a close one, folks. This is going to be a close one. And the boats are coming across the 500-meter line as I am speaking, and it is a close race. We have lane number 2, Loyola Academy. Looks like it has nosed out to the front of the pack, but not by much. The rest are right there. No one has separation. It's going to come down to the last sprint. And they're coming into the last 400 meters to go. At this point, again, I do think... I take it back. I'm sorry. It is Saratoga that has nosed out in front, not Loyola. I got their blades mixed up. My apologies, folks. But it does look like it is Saratoga that has nosed out in front. Loyola is trying to stay into the pack, but it does look like Winter Park is up ahead. We will see what ends up happening in these last 250 meters, which they are about to enter. And as I predicted, folks, this is a close race. As you're seeing, it is not clear at all who is in the lead. Everyone is within striking distance with one exception. But it is going to be a close race, especially between lanes 3, 4, 5, and 6. That'd be Saratoga, Winter Park, Montclair, and Holy Spirit. To me, it looks like right now it is Saratoga that has nosed out in front. They are 4 seats and moving out in front. Then it is next going to be Winter Park. So it is, and yes, it is. Saratoga is going to go take first place. But it is too close to call to tell who's in second and third. But it will be either Loyola Academy and Winter Park that are moving on to the grand finals, with Plant, Montclair, and Holy Spirit moving on to the Petites. And just off the starting platforms, it is the girls' Varsity 8 semifinal, heat number 2. St. Ignatius, lane number 1, New Trier in lane number 2, National Cathedral in lane number 3, Whitman in lane number 4, Mount St. Joseph in lane number 5, and James Madison in lane number 6. And right now, while no one has a clear lead, it does appear that the race is going to be between lanes 3 through 6. So that is National Cathedral, Whitman, Mount St. Joseph, and James Madison have pulled slightly ahead, but that is only slightly. They are all dead even, a half boat length ahead of lanes 1 and 2, St. Ignatius and New Trier. So no one is out for the count, certainly, and I expect to see lots of movement. This will likely be like the last race with a close finish. These are the fastest rowers we're going to see from all these institutions on the women's side. And as I said, this is going to be a fast race. It does look like lane 6 is starting to fall behind. It is definitely not purely camera angle. I would expect them to have about a boat length of open water. They have simply slowed down, and I think they probably settled too much and too early to be able to continue rowing through. And lane 6 has fallen behind. That's James Madison, but this continues to be a 5-boat race. St. Ignatius in lane 1, New Trier in lane 2, National Cathedral in lane 3, Whitman in lane 4, and Mount St. Joseph are dead even as they go. That means not a single boat has settled. They have continued to stay at their high rate, knowing that this race is going to come down to who could stay high for the length of the race without dying.
I heard him say confront. Hopefully it doesn't really take a huge chunk out of what we've saved, but there's no telling.
And finally, crash-proof consumer Carol Jensen from Warminster, PA.
What I learned about long-term care is most people are going to need it, whether they believe it or not. With the skyrocketing healthcare costs, I think that unless people take it right away and invest in it right now, they're probably not going to be able to afford to get old and get sick.
Joanne Small, CEO of Crash Proof Retirement, would like to personally invite all listeners to come and receive a one-of-a-kind education on long-term care protection, completely free from cost and without any obligation. Crash Proof Retirement is a consumer advocacy firm that aims to provide an education to anyone who walks through our doors. Because Joanne Small recognizes the growing issue of long-term care expenses blindsiding retirees, she has made it her own personal mission to educate all her listeners on the solutions. When you come out to a Crash Proof educational event, you will learn about long-term care. And here are a few more consumers responding to their concerns about long-term care solutions, starting with Crash Proof consumer Bruce Cubanoff from Cherry Hill, New Jersey.
I learned that the long-term care can be a product that I could possibly benefit from by a small investment. I could get up to maybe 4 times the amount that I invest if I needed it for long-term care.
Next, Crash Proof consumer Mike Agatizzi from Westchester, PA.
I am familiar with long-term care insurance. It's very expensive. I like the ideas that were brought up today here at the Crash Proof Retirement.
And moving past the first 500, BCC is making a move and does look like they have creeped ahead into position. It is too hard still to tell, though, who is in first, second, or third. That being said, it does appear St. Edwards, BCC, Montclair, and LaSalle are all running in contention for that same spot. This is the boys varsity 8. Heat number 1. Top 3 positions will be going to grand final. Next we'll be going to Petite final. Lane 1, St. Edwards. Lane 2, BCC. Lane 3, Montclair. Lane 4, LaSalle. Lane 5, Haverford. Lane 6, Upper Arlington. And folks, this is a fast course today and a smooth course at that. As I close into the 500-meter mark, I'll give you your last update as they're positioning, at least for our crowd here locally in the stands. If you tune into our YouTube channel, you could continue hearing my voice. And it is going to be lane 3 Montclair that has currently nosed out the competition. They are 4 seats in the front. Directly behind them is lane 5. That'd be Haverford, right behind that LaSalle. But when I say right behind, I mean by less than a seat. BCC is still in that match as well. Everyone is up for grabs. This is going to be a close race. And folks, as I was saying, it does look like Haverford has fallen slightly behind. Upper Arlington is right up still with there. And we're going to see as this goes through for the last 400 meters. And they're coming in close to the end at this point. It does appear that it is going to be lane 3 that's going to be able to nose out the competition into that first place position. But it is going to be close. I don't think I'm going to be able to call who's going to get third. This is way too close to call. Lane 3, Montclair, has the first place position. I think lane 1, St. Edwards, has the next one, and then maybe BCC or Upper Arlington. But I have no idea, folks. It is way too close to call. And on the line, but has not started yet, is the boys varsity 8 semifinal, heat number 2. Top 3 boats go to the grand final. Next 2 go to the Petite final. In lane 1, we have Episcopal. Lane 2, St. Joseph Prep. Lane 3, St. Albans. Lane 4, Ltwt. Lane 5, St. Ignatius, Ohio. And lane 6, Central Catholic. They are about to start the race. And they're off. Everyone has a nice clean start. Certainly no one has been left behind at the start. And as of right now, the 200-meter line, at the 200-meter line, it does look like lane 6, Central Catholic, has nosed out in front along with Ltwt. Right behind them by 1 seat is St. Albans. The next 2 seats behind that is St. Ignatius, and then St. Joseph Prep and Episcopal. That being said, no one has open water. Everyone is side by side. It actually looks like Episcopal is starting to make a move on the crowd, and we'll see if that continues through the race. And as you can see, folks, this is going to be a tight race. I'm seeing movement in positions or lanes 1 through 4 and with 6. It does look like St. Ignatius, Ohio, is being left slightly behind. At this point, I would expect that to continue. They're going to have to raise their stroke rate. They are simply rowing at a lower stroke rate than the rest of the crowd, and unless they could get theirs to increase to the 42, 43 that the rest of the crowd is holding, they're not going to be able to hold on to this race. That being said, lane 1, Episcopal, continues to look to be like they are starting to walk on the crowd. But again, we'll have to wait for the next camera angle to be able to tell for sure. And certainly lanes 1 through 4 have not walked on each other. In other words, they are all side by side with boats touching. I know. I have to choose when you guys get to hear me versus when you have to subscribe to my YouTube channel. Oh, okay. No, and try to keep some of it down. I don't announce the last 250. Oh, thank you. I wanted to announce the last 250, but I've been told I can't tell you who wins, even though I know. Oh, thank you.
There was a banner yesterday that said, "This is not the finish line camera," and now I'm here today and I realized it was the finish line camera. That was sort of strange.
We have 3 cameras that are each taking 20,000 frames a second, or frames a minute on it. So we have, if one dies, we have 2 more to go with. But yeah.
So that was really saying it wasn't the official finish line camera.
Yes. Yeah. You have to imagine it's at a diagonal slightly like this. So the buoy should be like 2 feet over on this side, on our side, and that would be the line. And they are crossing the 500 meter. It is still a close race, way too close to call. Episcopal is still solidly still in this. St. Joseph and St. Albans and Ltwt are battling it out over that first place position. We are not going to be able to tell until it gets much closer to the end. And even then, I'd expect this race to be like the last one. Too close to call without a photo finish. And certainly leading to a wonderful final round of a very close race. And coming in, Episcopal does seem to be making the move, along with, though, St. Albans is starting to move up along with Ltwt. It is a close race. They are all gaining at this point and all speeding up. It is going to be a question of who can get faster. In other words, How high can these boats stroke while maintaining a good amount of coverage in the water? And we are seeing right now, it is lane 3 that is making that move. It is close. Episcopal is being left behind. It's going to be lane 3, I think, by a nose. Yes, lane 3 by a nose, then lane 2, then lane 1. It's going to be, I'm not sure who got that second or third position, but definitely it was St. Joseph Prep, St. Album, and New Trier that will be moving on to the grand finals, with Episcopal, St. Ignatius, Ohio, and Central Catholic will be moving to the Petite. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, that is our morning racing. We will be rejoining you at 1 p.m. this afternoon for the finals. That said, right now, our athletes will get to take a nice solid rest before we take a look and watch them this afternoon. Again, this is the 2017 SRAA National Championships, the 83rd annual.
Yet still grow without market fees. We educated them on how their retirement savings would follow a market index so we could take advantage of the highs, but never the down. Here are the Natalis.
There were no solicitations, no fees. Basically, everything we've done so far has been on a volunteer basis because all Crash Proof Retirement does is provide the information. I used to think I was at least somewhat savvy as to how to invest money and what normal gains on that money could be, certainly the risks. But I didn't know half of what I should have known and what I was made aware of through Crash Proof Retirement. I didn't know half of that.
We rolled over most of our 401k and IRAs into the Crash Proof Retirement Program, and we've averaged over 6.5% a year. The
Right.
program speaks for itself, really, and we know that.
Now, the Natalis cannot lose a penny. In fact, they're not just guaranteed from the insurance company that holds their crash-proof vehicle growth accounts. They're guaranteed by the whole industry. In the life insurance institution industry, they operate as a whole for a fiduciary responsibility. Not just the licensed companies, not just the licensed professionals, but the industry as a whole. And they have averaged 6.5% in interest, which doesn't get taken away. And it's absolutely true. You can too. Having peace of mind, focusing on things you should be focused on in retirement, give you a longer, productive, and happier life. But watching the TV every day and being concerned and losing sleep because your retirement future is fluctuating does not extend one's life. Vince had seen things go beyond his control, such as the federal stimulus, geopolitics. With the extensive crash-proof retirement system, Vince and his wife are now in control. They don't have to worry about geopolitics, market crashes. And if the market happens to crash, they'll never lose their principal. Here's what they say now.
I'm very skeptical about the future of the stock market. I've just come to learn over the years that there are too many outside influences on the stock market that we have no control over as everyday normal citizens, as everyday normal people. Even right now they're talking about Russia and China changing our monetary system or deflating the dollar. I know we've been putting money into the economy. What does that do to your money? Just too many influences on our investments that nobody really cares about other than we do. I want to get as much control about what our money does for us and our family. I want to put more in our hands than other influences that we have no control over.
Now, half the game has been played, and you're ahead. You're making it to retirement. But any game, the second half, that's going to determine whether you win or lose. And to win a game on the second half, you must be in control. Get in control like the Natalis did.
Crash-proof retirement, to me, is peace of mind. It's a little something more I can do for my family to guarantee some of their financial security. We sleep better at night knowing that I'm not going to take that 40% hit on my principal like I did in the past. I just feel a lot better knowing I'm not going to lose my shirt because of something that we have no control over, where Crash-proof retirement provides that stability and security, and we can enjoy the rest of our retirement and still maybe even have a little something left to help the rest of our family stay secure as well. Basically, just come in and listen. Nobody forced any programs on us. Nobody said, come in and we'll talk about offering you a program. They just told you the differences between
educational event is happening at the Downingtown Country Club in Downingtown, PA on Tuesday, June 6th at 5 p.m. The event is followed by a complimentary dinner. Call 800-722-9728, or you can also register online at crashproofretirement.com. At the event, you will learn more about the tax advantages of the proprietary Crash Proof Retirement System. Hear Phil Cannella and Joanne Small's Market Crash Prevention Plan, and witness exclusive interviews with some of the brightest minds in finance, economics, and politics. Listen to Crash Proof consumers explain the peace of mind they feel now that they are crash proof. My name is Joanne Mattia. I'm from Downingtown, Pennsylvania. Phil and Joanne have done a really great job. It just seems to me that they're concerned with everyday people, and that's what was important to me. And when they're speaking with you, they take a personal interest in you, and I like that as well. I feel confident that I'm not going to lose my initial investment, my principal. Every year I'll have a review here. Going forward, I can be confident. Don't panic. Protect. Get educated. The next Crash Proof Retirement Educational event is happening at the Downingtown Country Club in Downingtown, PA on Tuesday, June 6th at 5 p.m. The event is followed by a complimentary dinner. Guests are welcome, but seating is limited and registration is required. Call 800-722-9728. That's 800-722-9728, or you can also register online at crashproofretirement.com. And now, back to more of the one and only Crash Proof Retirement Show with Phil Cannella and
protective ways to earn some interest that's risk-free. I think that's what Phil did a really good job communicating today.
Given the current volatile state of the stock market, with many experts predicting a market correction coming soon, the education that Phil Cannella provides on a weekly basis could not come at a better time. If you are concerned or worried that the gains you have been seeing on your statements are at risk of being erased by another market downturn, get educated on how to protect what you have already earned. That's what Crash Proof consumers George and Dorothy Zolnowski did, and they've been crash proof since 2010.
When I was driving down the road listening to radio, tuned in your program, and you were talking about stuff that hit home with me. Something I had in the back of my mind. How to avoid getting hit again by these crashes. I have no control over them. How do I protect against that? You have the solution. Now, on the other side of it, I don't have those worries. I don't have to search.
Well, George gave up so much family time just to have a nest egg. Now we don't have to worry about that going away on him. The first year that we were with First Senior Financial, I remember sitting on the beach and the market was very volatile. It was going up and down, and we were just relaxing on the beach, and we really didn't give it a second thought. We weren't worried about it. And even this year, with the volatility that's out there, we're just relaxed, not getting any gray hairs, and it's really nice to not have that stress and that black cloud hanging over our head on a constant basis.
Join the thousands of people who have been proactive about their stock market concerns by attending the next Crash Proof educational event happening at the Downingtown Country Club in Downingtown, PA on Tuesday, June 6th at 5 p.m. The event is followed by a complimentary dinner. To register, call 800-722-9728 or visit crashproofretirement.com.
One of the things that makes the Crash Proof Retirement Show so special is that we play the voices of real people, real consumers, and their views of the Crash Proof Retirement System. Here's Tony and Joanne Cravaro, Crash Proof consumers, and listen to what a Crash Proof Retirement has done for their lives.
I've been a client for approximately 3 years.
I don't have to listen to him complaining that the stock market's going down. That's the best thing.
I look at it every day and I just shrug it off when it goes down. It doesn't bother me anymore. Once we get our profits are realized, then we can't lose them.
Crash-proof retirement means security, not having to worry about what I'm doing with my money. There's an income that comes in every month that I'll never have to worry again, I guess, for the rest of my life.
Get educated. It's easy to understand. You're dealing with people that you can pick up the phone and talk to, knowing that your money is invested wisely and that it is available when you need it.
The voices of Crash Proof consumers Tony and Joanna Cravaro, who no longer worry about their retirement nest egg, thanks to the exclusive Crash Proof Retirement System. And as we get ready to wrap up this very special edition of the Crash Proof Retirement Show on this Memorial Day weekend, we want to leave you with some more voices of satisfied Crash Proof consumers, beginning with Jerry Ltwt from Philadelphia.
I really appreciate it to Phil and Joanne that they've come up with this wonderful program. It's just been fantastic, and I'm happy. I know they try to help other people all the time. They're getting their message out. And please, people, you should believe what they're saying. They're telling the truth. This is not a baloney kind of a story. It's not fake. It's real. And definitely, if you're on the border, should I, shouldn't I? Go for it. You'll be very happy that you did.
You're listening to the Crash Proof Retirement Show with Phil Cannella and Joanne Small, educating you on the exclusive Crash Proof Retirement System that uses safe alternatives to Wall Street, which guarantee no principal loss and no fees whatsoever. The next Crash Proof Retirement Educational event is happening at the Downingtown Country Club in Downingtown, PA on Tuesday, June 6th at 5 p.m. The event is followed by a complimentary dinner. Guests are welcome, but seating is limited and registration is required. Call 800-722-9728. That's 800-722-9728. Or you can also register online at crashproofretirement.com.
Get educated on how you can have a crash-proof retirement by calling 800-722-9728
investigation described Kushner as the director of everything, both during the campaign and now in the White House. That means any contacts he had with Russia would receive a thorough review.
Two more overnight arrests in connection with the Manchester bombing. The terror alert level in the wake of Monday's suicide bombing that killed 22 down a notch. Here's British Prime Minister Theresa May.
A significant amount of police activity has taken place over the last 24 hours, and there are now 11 suspects in custody.
It is a miserable Memorial Day weekend for some airline passengers.
And welcome back to the SRAA National Championship Regatta for 2017, the 83rd annual. On the course right now, we have the boys lightweight varsity. Lane 1, Ridgewood. Lane 2, Albemarle. Lane 3, EL Crossley. Lane 4, Malvern. Lane 5, North Allegheny. Lane 6, Shipley. And by what I could see so far, it is a dead heat to the point where Lane 1 is rowing in the same place that Lane 6 is, that no one is ahead of each other. We have no idea where this is going to go. As a side note, when I mispronounce your school's name, please just let me know. Wander over to your left-hand side and I'll fix it. And on another side note, someone here, I'll turn off the YouTube channel for this, someone here will not be able to drive home today because I have your Ford key. So if you are missing your key and would like to drive home, I have it. I leave at 3:55 sharp, at which point your key will no longer be available. So please come grab your key. That said, back to the race at hand, we are still looking at a dead even heat. We have in lane 1, Ridgewood, and 2, Albemarle. They are rowing nice and even. Everyone has settled down to roughly a 33 to a 35 strokes per minute. They're going to take this middle 500 nice and easy. We're about to cross the 750, at which point, once we get to the last 500, I'll give you an update as to their exact locations.
It's Albemarle.
What?
Albemarle.
Albemarle?
Albemarle.
It's Albemarle.
Yeah.
Albemarle.
Albemarle.
Yeah. Marle.
Albemarle.
Albemarle.
There you go.
Say it quick.
Got it.
Albemarle.
Albemarle. Perfect. And the next race, it's Western Albemarle.
Albemarle. Albemarle.
Awesome.
I gave myself 50% chance.
We knew who you were talking about.
You know my heart's in with your team. And guys, coming down the course, this is again the doubles lightweight varsity final. We have in lane 1, Ridgewood, in lane 2, Albemarle, in lane 3, EL Crossley, in lane 4, Malvern, in lane 5, North Allegheny, and lane 6, Shipley. This is shaping up to be a wonderfully competitive boat and competitive race. Everyone is right on top of each other. No clear leaders at this point, so this is going to come down to the line, which is exactly what we would expect to see at the championships. This is the best of the best of the high school rowing. And the boats are now crossing that 500-meter line. And again, we still have no clear leader at this point. This is going to come down to the wire. We'll see what we get. If I was to guess now, it looks to me like lane 3 and lane 4 are starting to sneak ahead, with lane 5 possibly out there, but it's hard to tell from this angle. And again, this is coming down to the last 250. On the last 250, we're going to start seeing that sprint. They'll start building up, and we'll see from there where we could get to. But my expectation is that this is going to come down to a photo finish, and I'm not going to be able to tell you who wins. That being said, I was telling you earlier that they were up to a 33. Just clogging this at this moment, at this very moment, the lead boat is at a 43 strokes per minute. This has come down to a lane 5 and a lane 3 race. That's North Allegheny and Crossley. It is down to that. It is going to be, they are neck and neck. This is going to be who puts in the blade at the last moment. That's what's going to win this race. And it's going to be lane 3, then lane 5, and lane 4. So that, again, that's lane 3. EL Crossley will be this year's winner for the championships for the men's lightweight varsity boat. And the next race on the line is the girls' lightweight varsity double final. They have not left yet. They're still lining up, still sitting casual in their boats. And in this, we have lane 1, Xavier Prep, lane 2, Western Albemarle, Apologize, I just got that wrong again. In lane 3, Balden. In lane 4, Germantown Friends. In lane 5, T.C. Williams. In lane 6, Albemarle. And they're off. Everyone has a nice clean start, the women. No one was able to jump out ahead. I'm seeing right now we have Germantown Friends sitting at a 38. We have T.C. Williams sitting at a 40. We'll see what they're able to hit and how they're going to be able to settle to in just a moment. And we have a leader starting to already emerge from the pack. We'll see if they can hold on. But T.C. Williams is now sitting a half boat length ahead. We still have contact with all boats. No one has actually moved away from the pack, but T.C. Williams has made an initial move. Directly following them is Germantown Friends and Baldwin, who are perfectly lined up with Albemarle just behind that. Again, no open water at this point at the 250.
Today, over 3 million people have put their trust in Peter. To learn more, plus get free shipping, call 1-800-300-1187.
When I found inversion, it changed my life, and I believe it can change yours.
Again, call 1-800-300-1187. Discover Teeter and get free shipping. Call 1-800-300-1187. That's 1-800-300-1187. A quality assurance lead is wanted in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania by DLC Solutions. Requirements include a bachelor's degree or equivalent in engineering, computer science, computer engineering, or a related IT field, plus 2 years of experience using writing test scenarios using Gherkin VHAT automated testing and defect tools Selenium, Jira, and Mantis. Also requires experience working on large-scale databases. Apply with resume to 1520 Locust Street, 10th floor, Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, 19102. Reference HC.
A Phillies giveaway just for dads at Chevrolet Father's Appreciation Day with free Hawaiian shirts for men 15 and older Sunday, June 18th at 1:35. Order tickets for Dad's Day now at Phillies.com. The ever-popular W.B. Mason collectible truck for kids is available Saturday, June 17th for fans 14 and under at a special 4:05 Phillies Diamondbacks game. Order now at Phillies.com. This program is paid for by Online Trading Academy and is intended for general.
And we're starting to see that division. The first and third lane have solidly taken an advantage over the second lane. The second lane has fallen back roughly 2 boat lengths. Now, I'm not sure what the other boats are doing at this exact moment, but we know that at least lane 1 and lane 3 are basically pacing off of each other. The boats are just about to reach the 750, solidly in the middle 500 meters of their course. And at this point, we're starting to see some divisions in the crowd, but everything is staying close and everyone is within striking range. This is exactly what we were hoping to see for these finals. Right now, if I were to call it, I would say Xavier Prep is slightly in the lead, along with, I'm sorry, not Xavier Prep. Yeah, Xavier Prep along with Baldwin. But again, that is just a very initial assumption here. T.C. Williams is certainly not out of play, nor the Germantown Friends. And at the 500, it looks like Western Albemarle made a major move in the last 100 meters. They are now leading the pack. Now we'll see if this could confirm, but I would expect at this point the lead that Western has over the rest of the pack is basically insurmountable. They have 400 meters left to go. Now, unless I'm missing it, unless something major happens, I think that's what we're going to see, a solid lead by them through this course. Yeah.
NASDAQ, again, pretty standard. It's what it seems like. NASDAQ's just been outperforming the rest of the, stock market. We're seeing a lot of big moves in tech, and so that's what kind of brought me to talk about missed opportunity because, again,
think that they're taking advantage of the market just because they have a 401k, because they have a retirement account. But ultimately, it's markets like these that can, really make you a lot of money if you know how to play your cards right. How many of you look back and said, man...
And as we expected, that Western Albemarle boat it's coming quite along. It is... I'm sorry, I'm not positive. Actually, I need to take that back. Looking at these bound numbers, it is not Western Albemarle. It is Baldwin that was taking the lead earlier. It is Baldwin, not Western Albemarle. Baldwin, along with currently T.C. Williams, are out in the lead and will be battling over this first place position. This is going to come down to the wire. At this point, they might have a seat, but that is just for them to lose at this point. They are not guaranteed to grab this. But you know what? They held on to it, and they actually increased their distance they had between boats. So we had in first place Baldwin, in second place T.C. Williams, and in third place we had Xavier Prep. A wonderful showing. Currently up is the boys JV double final. The boys JV double final. And in this race, lane 1, we have Skyline. Lane 2, we have Bellin Jesuit. Lane 3, we have EL Crossley. Lane 4, we have Malvern Preparatory. Lane 5, we have Christian Brothers. And lane 6, we have Holy Spirit. At this point, they're already encroaching on that 750-meter line. Over halfway done with the race at this point, and I expect in about 100 meters I'll be able to tell you exactly where they are.
Bitcoin.
And with that, we're on to our next race. The girls' JV double is on the water. In lane 1, we have Dwight Englewood. Lane 2, we have Sacred Heart Country Day. Lane 3, we have Fremont. Lane 4, we have Ransom Everglades. Lane 5, we have Augustine. Lane 6, we have Ridgewood. And at this exact moment, I would have to say that Ransom Everglades has taken a slight lead by about half a length. Directly behind them and tied would be Fremont and Augustine. Following in 4th place would be Ridgewood. That being said, I would not count out Dwight Englewood or Sacred Heart Country Day at this point. They have not lost connection with the boats ahead of them and easily could make a move during the next 500 meters. As we discussed earlier, it's these 500 meters in the center of the race that will make or break a crew. At this point, for a shorter regatta at 1,500 meters, doesn't give them much time to actually settle. So depending upon how they use this middle 500 will depend upon how the race comes out.
To look at charts. One of the most important things to understand is a price chart and how to look at a chart and see where you should buy and where you should sell. And a price chart is going to allow you to find very low risk entries into the market. So when you see a stock that you might be interested in buying, and there might be a stock that you got recommended by someone, how do you know when to buy it?
Yes.
Are you doing the play-by-play call?
Yes.
Hi. In the girls' freshman quad,
Yes.
lane 3,
Yes.
pronounced Niskiuna.
Niskiuna. Frisky tuna. Niskiuna. Niskiuna. Okay.
Thank you.
You bet. I'll do my best. Oh, that's more convenient. By the way, I need, I saw that there were changes made to the schedule. I didn't get them. Okay. And at this point, they're coming, at this point, they're coming across at the 500 meters. And I'm about to be able to tell you who is in what position. At this point, I would have to say it's lane 3 in the lead, Fremont, but only slightly, maybe by 1 seat, to Ransom Everglades, which are trying to hold off Augustine and Ridgewood on the outside lanes. But this is a close race. Now, coming into the last 500 meters, this is where it's going to see whether or not the outside lanes, lanes 5 and 6, are going to be able to take up the pace enough to reach back. Now, they are not out for the count. They could come back at this point, but it would take increasing their rate while also not losing time with their blades in the water. In other words, they can't shorten up their stroke by increasing the rate. However, my money at this point would be on lane 3. Being able to hold off the crow. That being said, I don't know if you were able to see that, but lane 4 just made a move. In other words, and not a move, but they just moved sideways a little bit. So they just added a little time onto their course, which could have cost them at least a second in time. And that's one of the dangers of blind boats is you have to be able to maintain the course. You have to balance out being able to hold a straight line with power while at the same time looking behind you. And sometimes small mistakes like that happen, and it could make major differences. At this point, the boats are nearing in on the last 200 meters. That's 20 strokes to go, and we are looking at lane 3, Fremont, still in the lead, and it looks like they're going to be able to hold it. Again, it looks like there is a slight water separation. I'd say maybe 2 or 3 feet at this point, and that is normally insurmountable for the final 10 strokes. Again, this is an impressive beat that lane 3 is making over this crowd. This is not small. They're only increasing their margin as they go. Almost now, yes, they're going to finish with a full boat length in front of the rest of the crowd. That'd be lane 3, Fremont, coming in first place. Lane 4, Ransom Everglades, coming in second. With lane 5 coming in third. That being said, these are not officials. We're going to see if there's going to be any marks made by the referees before this becomes official. So on the course of the boys freshman 8 final, the boys freshman 8 final. And as part of this is new trier, St. Joseph Prep, Saratoga, LaSalle, Redwood, and St. Edwards in lanes 1 through 6. This is going to be a tight race. They're already beyond the first 400 meters. This is moving fast, and they are not settling. They are keeping the rate up, not allowing themselves to go down. So that means this is going to be a test of who is able to make it through the 1,500 meters at full steam without slowing down. By the way, to the parents, I have been informed it is not 30 minutes after the end of the regatta, but 30 minutes after each race that you might have had a child win, or for the children that you might have won, that you could collect your medal.
I was going to call you if you really creepy, but I thought I'd just go stare at you.
I agree with you. I think it's better over here.
Now these boats are moving. We have the leader of the pack, Saratoga, that is currently rowing at a 40 strokes per minute coming through the 800-meter line. And they are being easily matched by the other boats stroke for stroke. They're just getting slightly more water. We'll have to see how that wraps up. But right now, I'd have to call them the leader by only a couple seats. Again, this is the boys freshman 8 final. Lane 1, New Trier. Lane 2, St. Joseph Prep. Lane 3, Saratoga. Lane 4, LaSalle. Lane 5, Redwood. Lane 6, St. Edward. And they're coming into the finish. They're entering again that last 200 meters. This is going to be key. We'll see where they could do and how fast they could bet. But it looks like we're going to have a race between Saratoga and Redwood. That's at least my bet. And it looks to me, yes, it does look to me like Saratoga is going to be able to hold it, but not by much. No, I take that back. It is not. We have a major move occurring by lane 5. Redwood has taken it. Redwood has handily taken this race. First place to Redwood, second place to Saratoga, and third place, I would have to say, to lane 2, St. Joseph Prep. Awesome, thank you.
Okay, I don't know if you can read.
654 now. You could save up to 70%. Again, text LIFE to 654-654. Business owners, are you effectively reaching your customers? In today's confusing world of marketing and branding, there are so many different ways to reach your potential customers. But what is the most productive way to do that? There's radio, TV, print, and digital. Do you need to reach a large population or just reach people in your immediate area? For years, Steve Schulman has been helping people all Talk to Steve to create a strategy. Call 215-473-0994 or go to steveschulmanmarketing.com. Make 2017 a great year for your business. Call Steve at 215-473-0994. Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
All right, welcome back to Market Timing Radio. Great to have you here this weekend. Great to be talking about missed opportunities this weekend because it's always, interesting when you look at the financial markets. It seems like all the best opportunities, you're like, man, I wish I would have saw that at that point, or you live in the land of woulda, coulda, shoulda. I wish I would have bought that stock. I wish I would have actually took Bitcoin seriously a few years ago and bought some. I wish I believed Donald Trump when he said he was going to be good for the steel industry and bought some AK steel last year, U.S. steel, and made it several 100%. Again, a lot of people are...
Trier.
It's a girls' freshman year.
Trier.
Yeah, this is definitely the girls' freshman year. No LaSalle or anything, right? This is Saratoga and Montclair.
That'd be a solid point.
Yes.
Solid point. Yes, and I realize I'm just announcing the wrong race. New Trier. Yes. New Trier. New Trier. Like a tree, but ear.
Yeah. That's here.
You guys should ponder the idea of spelling your names how they're pronounced. Just a thought.
Again, this is the girls. Again, this is the girls freshman 8. I'm sorry, the girls freshman 8, not the boys. That would be lane 1, Montclair, lane 2, Ocean City, lane 3, Saratoga, lane 4, New Trier, lane 5, TC Williams, and lane 6, Holy Spirit. So that means what I was saying earlier, it is Holy Spirit that had an amazing start. New Trier is coming back forward and charging through along with Saratoga at this point in the race. With the classic zebra blades, they are making a solid push at this exact moment.
That's 877-944-TRADE. And join us for a free half-day class. Again, 3 locations to choose from, but you got to call because space is limited. And by calling during the show, you're also going to get 5 free home study courses to take with you afterwards. So definitely important to come. And now's the time. I mean, it's springtime. This 2017, we're almost halfway over. I mean, let's face it, June's next couple of weeks. And the next thing you know, you're going to be looking, and we're going to be approaching 2018, and you're going to be looking at your situation, financial situation, and you're going to say, man, I really wish I would have taken more advantage of the markets. Because the thing is, right now, we're seeing some interesting things. We're going to talk, when we come back from our next break a bit later, we're going to talk to Dan Sugar, one of the instructors of Online Trading Academy. He's a retired floor trader from Chicago, from the Chicago Board of Trade. And one of the things I want to talk to him about is the fact that the volatility index, the VIX, is near its all-time lows. It's like 24-year lows, something like that. And that tells you that there is no real fear in the market. But a lot of times when that happens, when the volatility index hits the low point, that's when markets start to drop. Because you heard the Warren Buffett quote, be greedy when others are fearful, and be fearful when others are greedy. And right now, there's a lot of greed in the market, again, because you're seeing these companies that are making these record gains, right? Massive rallies in some of these stocks, right? You're looking at just this year, right? If you want to talk about certain stocks this year, you've got Google, just this year to date, is up over 20%. Amazon over 26% this year. Apple, so far this year, is up 34%. These are some major, major gains. Again, most people would be happy with a 34% in 3 years, let alone the first 5 months of the year. But you got to know how to pick them. You got to know where to look. You got to know when to buy and sell. The problem is in the stock market.
And coming along the finish line now, 20 strokes from the end, 200 meters, we are seeing exactly what we thought earlier. We have New Trier, we have TC Williams. No, it is New Trier. It is. I'm sorry. That is New Trier out in front. They have made up ground and are making a solid push and finishing off this regatta with a wonderful win. And out of nowhere, lane 2, Ocean City is making a push. A little too late, but they are walking on New Trier. If they had another 50 meters of space, they might have done something. But New Trier come out as the winners. Ocean City coming through now. Holy Spirit in lane 6. And in lane 1, we have Montclair. A wonderful race for everyone.
Taylor, who's in lane 2 of that race?
Making sure that your wealth is positioned, right? We look at it two ways. You've got your wealth, right? Your retirement accounts, your 401ks, your, all of the money that you've got to work for you for your future that you're going to hopefully carry forward and leave behind to your children and your children's children or to be charitable with. And then you've got the smaller account that you trade actively for income. And it's right now the time to learn how to handle both because number one, the markets are at all-time highs, so you got to learn how to manage your risk with that. And the last thing you need is to be 5 years from retirement, 10 years from retirement, and lose half of what you got in your account, like you saw happen in 2008 and also during the financial crisis. Well, during the dot-com crisis, I should say, the dot-com bubble, and then the financial crisis in 08. You don't want to see your account drop in half, so you got to learn how to manage your risk. And then you also need to learn how to take advantage of some of these opportunities in the market so you can actually start adding some additional income to yourself. Because you have a lot of people that are looking at, retirement, when they should take Social Security, but if you can have a small trading account on the side to make a couple dollars a day, a little bit of extra money on a weekly basis, that could take a lot of pressure off of the amount of money you need in retirement account. So now's the time, don't miss this opportunity to develop your skill set and learn how you can begin starting to trade the markets, learning how to manage risk in your retirement accounts. But you got to call, space is limited. The number is 877-944-8723. Again, the number is 877-944-TRADE. Call now, reserve your seat, don't miss out. By calling now, you're going to get 5 free home study courses to take with you. Space is very limited. Again, join us in King of Prussia, join us in Cherry Hill, or join us in Bucks County. But make sure you call now, 877-944-8723. That's 877-944-TRADE. When we come back, I'm going to have a special guest with me, Dan Sugar, retired floor trader from the Chicago Board of Trade, to ask him a little bit about the financial markets and what he sees and some opportunities that exist and what are some of the things to look out for. So straight ahead on Mark's Top Radio.
This exact radio commercial is playing right now on other stations, so don't bother switching. Unless, of course, you want to switch to Geico. They've been saving people money on car insurance for over 75 years. Go to geico.com and see how easy it is to switch and save. And today in sports, a grasshopper was seen playing cricket. He was asked to leave the field immediately.
You want to feel your best this summer? I mean the best you've ever felt this summer. Then you need to take advantage of the spectacular deal from Rescue Natural Supplements. Hey, it's Rich is the only with a really great offer for you. Save 40% on all single supplements for inflammation, joints, heart, cholesterol, sleep, energy, anti-aging, digestive health, weight loss, and so much more. Just think of the summer fun you'll have if you're feeling great. Time with your kids, time with your grandkids. This is a special holiday weekend sale, so don't miss out. Use coupon code WPHT40 off to shop today. Just go to myrescueproducts.com. It's myrescueproducts.com or call toll-free 800-26-ALIVE. 800-262-5483. The code again for 40% off is WPHT40 off. It's only good until Monday, so don't miss out. Be sure to call now and get on the road to better health and have the best summer you've had in years with myrescueproducts.com.
Unwelcome visitors may be lurking in your home, ants barking in, cockroaches skittering through the cracks, mice scurrying in the walls. One team can save your home from pests. A team 10,000 strong with 90 years of experience. Terminex. For a free pest estimate, call 1-800-400-3081. Tens of thousands storming from a single colony. Cockroaches are tireless survivors. They can carry harmful bacteria and may even crawl over your food and the places you eat. Mice can have 50 offspring a year and bring fleas, mites, and ticks into your home. The only force more relentless than pests? Terminex. Pests never stop trying to get in. We never stop working to keep them out. If they come back, so will we. With a 100% satisfaction guarantee. Protect your home today with a free pest estimate from Terminex, America's leading termite and pest control provider. For your free pest estimate, call 1-800-400-3081. Terminex, defenders of home.
And the next race is already off. It's the girls freshman quad. In lane 1, we have Skyline. In lane 2, we have Saratoga. In lane 3, we have Nesquin. In lane 4, we have Conestoga. In lane 5, we have Agnes Irwin. And in lane 6, we have Ridgewood. And as of this moment, we're seeing lanes 3 and 4, which would be Nisquin and Conestoga, have inched out ahead, but it is just by an inch. Sitting down maybe one seat would be lane 2, Saratoga, and a seat behind that would be Skyline. This is going to be a close race, and I'll give you another update in another couple hundred meters. You're seeing the boats are basically staying stroke for stroke throughout this piece. These were, I don't know if you remember, but these were tight semifinals. So this is exactly what I expect for the final itself, a very tight final. We're going to see this come all the way down to the wire. No boat has escaped out, and we looks like we have a three-way battle for first place emerging from the first, second, and third lane, which would be Skyline, Saratoga, and Nesquin. Sorry, Nesquina. As you can see, Saratoga starting to take that stroke rate up. They're trying to make a power 10 move through this piece. The stern person looking over, but it was not quite enough. They are falling behind. Skyline is starting to actually take the lead over Saratoga and quite possibly also over Nesquina. Awesome. And the boats are coming across close to that 500-meter line, just passing the 750. And this is still a tight race. From my eye, at least right now, the race for first is between Nesquina and Conestoga. Nesquina appears to be about 3 seats in front of Conestoga, and we're going to see if they could hold that on for the last 400 meters. Close behind them, though, is Saratoga and Skyline, and I wouldn't count them out of the race at this point. Coming into the last 400 meters, this is where the screws are going to have a chance to turn it back on. They were able to dial it back just a tad during that middle 500, and we saw that. They took the rate down just a beat or two to see if they could save something for this last 400 meters, and now it's going to be a question of whether or not they, in fact, were able to save some. That being said, it appears to me like it's that lane 3, that Nesquina, that is continuing to make a move on this course. Now you'll see in the image, we have one of the referees flagging over a boat. That simply means one of the boats was getting too close and out of their lane, and so we're trying to move them off to the side in order to make sure that everyone stays in the lane and doesn't interfere on an important race like this. Now it is, in fact, Nesquina, it's coming in. They're coming in, they're taking that lead. They seem to have this pretty handily. I think as we see the camera swing around, we're going to see that they actually have a little bit of open water on their bow, but we'll know that for sure when the camera fully swings. Coming in right behind them, though, is going to be lane 5, but right now, anything could happen. Lane 5 has certainly tried to turn it on. They're certainly going through a power 10 right now, but Nesquina is just holding them off. Excellent blades work at everyone from right now. And yes, as you can see, there's that slight bit of water between them. Nesquina takes first. Number 4, Conestoga. And then the rest of the crowd following that: Saratoga, Agnes Irwin, Ridgewood, and Skyline. And currently on the water, we have the boys JV quad final. In lane 1, Skyline. In lane 2, Ridgewood. In lane 3, Plant. In lane 4, Haverford. In lane 5, Saratoga. In lane 6, Shenandoah. And as the crowd just informed me, that's not how I pronounce their name. As we speak, they're crossing the 750-meter line. Already half the race is done and behind them. The question now is only, can they hold on to the rest? Just like the previous just like the previous finals we've been seeing, this is another tight group, just as I would expect to see from the preliminary races. The preliminary races came down to the final moments, and that's exactly what I'd expect to see here. To me, it does look like Saratoga now has a decisive lead with open water on the rest of the crowd. That being said, it is impossible to know for sure who is at second, as everyone is basically head-to-head. And here they are coming down the last 250 meters. It is, in fact, just as we thought. Saratoga is in that final stretch. They're out in front with those zebra blades as so notable and easily to spot. Right behind them, though, is everyone else vying for the second place position. If this camera were to zoom out, you would be able to see that the second place is in no way solved at this point, and this is a close battle in. It is at least a four-way race for second place. So right now, as you can see, Saratoga is going to take this first place, but the rest of the course, if you were to zoom out, would be the entire rest of the race vying for that second place spot. And in fact, it looks like lane 3 has just nosed into it. Lane 1 trying to catch it. We'll see if there's space. It's going to come down to the camera. I don't know who it is, but it is either lane 1 or lane 3, Skyline or Plant, that has won second place on this, with Saratoga taking first. We will have to wait till the results are posted and the camera footage is reviewed to know who won that, but it's going to be down to the milliseconds. And on the water, the girls' JV quad is currently racing. And we have in lane 1, Skyline. In lane 2, West Albemarle. In lane 3, Conestoga. In lane 4, Baldwin. In lane 5, Agnes Irwin. And in lane 6, Bishop Ayrton. And at this point, I would have to say the race looks like it's between lanes 3, 4, and 5. That would be between Conestoga, Baldwin, and Agnes Irwin. They have nosed out ahead of the group. That being said, lane 1 is refusing to be left behind. They are easily trying to keep up, and looks like they have yet to actually lose contact with the other boats. Now, as you can see, the stroke weight rate is going on great. That being said, you could kind of tell the boats that are trailing, while they are doing an excellent job, they are looking a little bit like they're missing some water at that catch. And that missed water, those 6 inches, while maybe not major at practice or at other regattas, at this championship, make or break a boat. They are the difference between what is the first place and what is the fourth place boats. And that's what we're seeing here today. And looking as they pass the 600-meter mark, it does look like lane 3, Conestoga has taken a slight lead over the pack, with Baldwin right behind him, and tied with Baldwin being Agnes Irwin. I think that's where we're going to see the action, are those 3 boats. That being said, still Skyline is refusing to be put out of this race, and they are continuing to be right on the tail. There is only maybe 1 foot of open water between them and the front of this pack. And again, as you're seeing, that Skyline is starting to make that move. I think if they might have it in them, they're going to try to make this move in the last 200 meters, and we're going to see if they have the legs in order to do it. They're approaching the 400 meters now. I bet they're going to start that sprint at the 300-meter point, and we'll see what ends up happening. And as you're seeing from the camera now, we have lanes 3, 4, and 5 are battling this thing out. Sorry. Yes, lanes 3, 4, and 5 are battling this out. Again, Conestoga does appear to be in the lead, and that's lane 3. Conestoga does appear to be in the lead, and I think they're going to be able to hold it. That being said, second place is in no way decided, still at this late point. They have 10 strokes left, and we'll see what ends up happening. Lane 3 coming into first place, and yes, it is going to be lane 4 following that, which would be Baldwin, and Agnes Irwin at the 3rd place right behind that, with a close 4th of Skyline. Skyline kept trying to make it that entire time, and they had it in them. It just wasn't quite there on this piece. In lane 1, we have Radner. In lane 2, we have Don Bosco Prep. In lane 3, we have McAlley. In lane 4, we have Upper Arlington. In lane 5, we have Nichols. In lane 6, we have Saratoga. As of now, we have a race between lanes 1 through 4 is where the action seems to be right now. That's Radnor, Don Bosco, McAllee, and Upper Arlington. That being said, we're only 500 meters into this course, and anything can still happen.
Wait, see you too. Take care.
Oh, Mary? Okay.
Oh, we will.
And your son's name?
Now, while you can't see it, the course is starting to get a breeze. You might be feeling it. Now, with the direction of this breeze, it means that we're going to start seeing slight waves in the middle of the course. It most affects this course about 300 meters in, all the way down to 900 meters. So with these blind boats especially, you're going to start seeing not only are they going to have to steer and row as fast as they can, but they're also going to have to manage those waves and get to the end.
Centers.com to take the next step. They can't wait to hear from you. And don't forget to tune in Saturday evenings at 6 to Recovery Radio, where real-life professionals address real-life questions and experts discuss the issues, theories, trends, and topics that affect our lives and communities every day.
A global metabolism chemist is wanted in Ewing, New Jersey for FMC Corporation to determine degradation pathways of agricultural products in plants, animals, soil, and the environment. Requirements include a master's in chemistry, biochemistry, biology, or related, and 5 years experience as a scientist, chemist, researcher, or PhD, and 2 years of experience. Requires environmental fate, metabolism, and pharmacokinetics of agrochemicals, organic and analytical chemistry in agriculture or pharmaceutical products, metabolism laboratory techniques, chemical structure identification of agricultural compounds, and degradation products using radiochemical techniques and advanced instrumentation. Design and manage studies in metabolism and environmental fate. Must also handle rodents and livestock metabolism studies. Complete work under US EPA Federal Insecticide, Fungicide, Rodenticide Act, and similar OECD pesticide registration guidelines. Up to 10% domestic travel is required. Apply to Attention Tanya Velez, FMC Corporation, 1735 Market Street, Philadelphia.
And coming through the finish now, as we were saying, we have lanes 2, 4, and 5 in the most contention now. Lane 4 appears to be nosing its way ahead. Lane 4 would be Upper Arlington, and it's going to be close. Lane 2 nosed it out. Lane 2 nosed it out at the end. Don Bosco Prep nosed it at the very end against Upper Arlington. That was a last-minute move on their part. And on the course now is the girls JV 4 final. In this race, we have Xavier Prep, Mount St. Joseph in lane 2, Lower Marion in lane 3, GPS in lane 4, Egg Harbor in lane 5, and Great Bridge in lane 6. They all got off to a good start. Right now we have lane 3, Upper Marion, slightly nosing out the competition, but is way too early to count anyone out of this game. I would have to say, though, that right now, if I were to make the call, it'd be lane 3, Lower Marion, then Xavier Prep, then Mount St. Joseph, then GPS. That being said, it's way too early for that to be the call. And their boat's approaching in on that 750 line again. This is the midpoint of the race. In my mind, when I was rowing, this was always the hardest part of the race. It's maintaining that mental control, getting through this middle 500 meters in order to make it to the end. And they are pushing themselves. As you could see, these boats are neck and neck, which only means that they are not able to relax and lengthen out as much as they would like to. They're being forced to keep it a little bit shorter than one would like, and that's because they're trying to maintain the higher rate. It is a balance, maintaining the higher rate while at the same time trying as much as one can to lengthen out. And as you can see, lane 2, Mount St. Joseph, appears to have creeped ahead and now has open water on the other boats. Though I can't be 100% sure, it's like you, I'm seeing the same bow numbers, and they're not 100% clear from this vantage point. And here they're encroaching the last 400 meters. And it is lane 2 nosing out the rest of the competition. I'm sorry, lane 3. It is lane 3 nosing out the rest of the competition. Laura Marion slightly ahead of the other boats. And at this angle, if they're ahead at this angle, it means they have quite a bit more. They have quite a bit of a lead when it comes down to it. I would bet when this camera turns completely, we're going to see that they have some open water. That being said, it is looking like lane 5, Egg Harbor, is starting to make a comeback and trying to increase the rate. The question is going to be, do they have enough water to make that change and to make that happen? And yes, as you could see, it is lane 3 with open water coming into the finish line here. Lane 3 with open water. That's Lower Marion is going to be the winner of this. And yes, lane 3 coming in right behind it, lane 2, Mount St. Joseph, and then behind that, lane 4, GPS, closely followed by Egg Harbor. This was a tight race. Lane 1 right there coming in is Xavier Prep, with the final boat coming in, Great Bridge. This was a race all the way to the very end. And currently on the water is the boys JV 8 final. Lane 1, New Trier. Lane 2, Wilson. Lane 3, Chaminade. Lane 4, Loyola Academy. Lane 5, Christian Brothers, New Jersey. Lane 6, St. Ignatius, Ohio. This is another tight race. I don't know if you remember this from the preliminaries, but this was down to the wire, so I'd expect the final to be even tighter when it comes down to it. We are seeing an initial jump from the middle of the pack. That would be lanes 2 through 4. Wilson, Chaminade, and Loyola have all started to creep ahead and are battling it out for first place. And as they're reaching that 500 meter, it still looks like a battle between Wilson, Chaminade, and Loyola, with Christian Brothers refusing to be kept out, and they are starting to make a small move. Now we'll see what that move results in, but they have increased their rate. And they're coming along the 500-meter line. And we are starting to see moves on the outside of the course. Chaminade, it still looks to be in the lead, but Loyola Academy, Christian Brothers, and St. Ignatius, Ohio cannot be counted out at this point. Everyone has picked it up, and we'll see what happens in the last 400 meters. And it is off to the side. St. Ignatius, Ohio is maintaining that pressure. We'll see if they're able to move it all the way to the end. But if they keep this pace and speed up, they will be able to come back. But they may have started their sprint too early, and that might knock them off. That being said, over on the fourth in lane 4, they are maintaining their lead. Loyola Academy does have a lead at this point. You're not able to quite see it on the camera, but they do have the lead. But it is, as I said, St. Ignatius is making that move. This is going to come down to the wire. But I think Loyola, who was able to start their sprint later and is now only putting on all the pressure, is going to be able to take it from them at the very end. And yes, it is lane 4. Loyola Academy was able to take it at the end. They will be our champions this year, followed closely by lane 6, St. Ignatius, and then Christian Brothers. We just had wonderful race, and as you saw the coxswain cheering at the end, this was a great one. And they're at the end, lane 1, New Trier also having an amazing race. And just leaving the starting line is the girls JV 8 final, with lane 1 Manhasset, lane 2 Radnor, lane 3 Upper Arlington, lane 4 Mount St. Joseph, lane 5 New Trier, and lane 6 Marion Mercy. And as they're crossing that 200-meter line, it appears to be another one in an outside race. It is lane 4, Mount St. Joseph is nosing in on the lead, closely followed by both New Trier and Upper Arlington. But it's that outside lane 6, again, Marion Mercy, that is refusing to let the pressure off. Closely behind, Radnor and Manhasset are also in the game. There is currently no separation in the field other than a few seats for the leader. Again, this is the girls' JV 8 final on the water. Lane 1, Manhasset. Lane 2, Radnor. Lane 3, Upper Arlington. Lane 4, Mount St. Joseph. Lane 5, New Trier. Lane 6, Marion Mercy. They're coming across almost at the 750 marker, with what appears to me to be a lead still by Mount St. Joseph, followed closely by Upper Arlington. We'll see what happens when we get to that 500-meter shot that I'm always able to normally tell what's occurring. But again, I believe it's Mount St. Joseph currently in the lead. And it is, as we expected, that lineup, Mount St. Joseph does have that lead coming into the last 400, 500 meters, and we'll see if they're able to hold on to it. And it is lane 4 right now is coming up. It is staying strong on that. Lane 5 and lane 6 refuse to be shut out, but it is lane 4 right now. And lane 4 just picked it up. I don't know if you saw that, but they just increased their rate, trying to match the other boats that are trying to outstroke them as we speak. They know they are the ones to be picked off, and it's only a question as to whether or not they're going to be able to hold off their crowd. Lane 5 is certainly doing their best. Nutri are certainly doing their best to pull them in, but I don't think they have the distance or the water in order to make it happen. In fact, it's looking to me like lane 4, Mount St. Joseph, is actually gaining on Nutria, which means we might end up in a situation where they have open water. It's going to be close. Not quite, but it was close. They had a full boat between them. This was a good race. And coming through the lane now on lane 2 would be Radner. Followed in lane 1 by Manhasset. And just leaving the line is the boys' lightweight varsity. In lane 1, we have Germantown Friends. In lane 2, we have Conestoga. In lane 3, we have Saratoga. In lane 4, we have Brophy. In lane 5, we have Bellin Jesuit. In lane 6, we have Ransom Everglades. And they are off to a quick start. And as of this moment, we have a three-way tie for first place between Saratoga, Brophy, and Bellin Jesuit. That being said, Ransom Everglades is only sitting 2 seats behind, and Germantown Friends and Conestoga are only sitting 2 seats behind that. So everyone is in play at the 300 meters in mark. That being said, we are seeing that Saratoga, Brophy, and Bellin Jesuit have started to nose the way out to the front of the pack, and I think that's where we're going to see the first place emerge. Now, as we're seeing, the fours are starting to slow down. I'm sorry, the quads are starting to slow down here, or at least slow their rate. And that's exactly what you want. You want a fast start coming off that starting point at full speed, roughly at 40 strokes per minute, and then slowing it down to 32 to 35. That's exactly what we're seeing of these quads. Now, when I say slowing down, they're just slowing themselves going back up to the start. They are still allowing themselves, their blades, to fully move through the water, and the goal is to get the maximum amount of movement for the least amount of work, but at the same time to push themselves as hard as possible. Now, as you see from this angle, it does look like lane 3, Saratoga, is nosing itself in front of the pack with lanes 2, 4, and 1, Germantown Friends, Conestoga, and Brophy, following shortly thereafter. And coming into the 750 meters, we do have Saratoga starting to nose its way in front of the pack, followed closely by Conestoga, Brophy, and Germantown Friends. No one is out for the count, and certainly there is not separation or open water, but we are starting to see a leader emerge from this group. And it does still look like Saratoga has nosed itself in front, but Brophy is right there with them. We'll see what happens during these final 400 meters of this course. Coming in, their sprint should be starting about 10 strokes from this moment, and we'll see if it's able to hold on and maintain the lead. And this will be a close one. I don't know if you could tell from the video, but it was only a half seat to a seat ahead that we were seeing Saratoga. So that means it is their lead to lose at this point. And that's exactly what we're seeing. They have fallen behind slightly. And while they were able to maintain the lead for the majority of the course, they have seemed to have lost it in this last 300 meters. And it is lane 4, Brophy, that has walked away from them in the sprint. And I don't know if you could see this, but while their rate has gone up, it has not gone up tremendously. They were basically looked like they were holding something back that entire time, letting Saratoga tire themselves out, and Brophy coming in for the win at the last moment. That was them passing through, Saratoga following them in lane 3, followed closely by lane 5, and then lane 2. This was a close race with a last-minute switch within the last 300 meters. And just starting the race, is the girls' lightweight varsity. In lane 1, we have Ransom Everglades. Lane 2, we have Saratoga. Lane 3, we have Skyline. Lane 4, we have Agnes Irwin. Lane 5, we have Shipley. And lane 6, we have Western Albemarle. Albemarle. And this is already shaping up just to be like every other race we've seen this afternoon. It's going to be a tight one. That's the way we like it. It's much more fun to watch. And right now, I'd have to say that lane 3, Skyline, has nosed ahead slightly, but it is only slightly. I'd say a half seat in front of Agnes Irwin. And then right behind them, maybe 2 seats back, is Shipley and Western Albemarle. That being said, back over in lane 1, Ransom Everglades has not lost contact with the boats yet. They are still in this and are part of that front pack. And the lightweight varsity girls are just passing that 750-meter line. With lane 1, we have Ransom Everglades. Lane 2, Saratoga. Lane 3, Skyline. Lane 4, Agnes Irwin. Lane 5, Shipley. And lane 6, Western Albemarle. Now we're starting to see that separation. I can't quite tell which boat is which from this vantage point, but we are seeing that one in the lead, just as normal, they are rowing at a slightly lower stroke rate than the one right behind them, but they're catching much better catches. Oh, and we have a major crash. We have a crash of one of the boats. We have an oar out, as you could see, caught a major crab. That will be the end for that boat. I believe it was boat lane 3. I do not expect with the boat in that shape for them to be able to fix it at this point, unfortunately for them. That is too bad, as I believe they were sitting in the second place position. And currently in the lead, we have lane 4, Agnes Irwin, matched up against Western Aberwall. That being said, Agnes Irwin does have the lead at this point by open water. So unless something tragic occurs, which, as we just saw, does happen, I would not expect to see a change in the order of the finish at this point. But it is in fact lane 4, Agnes Irwin coming through the finish line in first place, followed closely behind by lane 6. That's Western Abermawr in that second place. And then this third place, now we're going to have some contention here. You're going to see lane 1 at the bottom of the screen zipping on through, and that's right, they were able to pull through lane 1. That's Ransom Everglades coming into third place position, followed then by Shipley. And that, my folks, is going to be the lead. We're going to be pausing races temporarily while we get the boat off the course that had an accident in this last one. I can't tell exactly what occurred, but to me, from this vantage point, looked like we possibly had a broken oar outside of that quad that snapped midway through a stroke. And the referees have looked like they've cleared the course. And so racing will continue on this day. And as you could see, the racing has been continuing on, and the referees have been trying to clear that course while the race has been coming down on them. You can't say that this isn't a high-pressure job for them. Currently on the water is the boys' lightweight varsity 4 with coxswain final. In lane 1, we have Atlantic City. Lane 2, New Trier. Lane 3, Christian Brothers. Lane 4, Rye. Lane 5, St. Joseph Prep. And lane 6, Fox Chapel. And in this race, we are seeing some separation. Lane 1, Atlantic City has started to nose in front of the pack, followed shortly by lane 4, Rye. We'll see if they hold that through the piece, but that is the current estimate is lane 1 is in the lead. So at this point, we have seen a decisive move by lane 4, Rye, coming into the last 400 meters. We'll see if they could continue this through, but at this point, they have nosed themselves all the way to the front of the pack. And it does look like the amount of space that Rye has, the amount of open water they have in the club, something horrible would have to occur for them not to gain first place at the SRAA National Championship Regatta today. They are a truly, truly great crew. And in fact, it is. It is going to be lane 4, Rye, in first place today, handily won by open water of at least 3 or 4 lengths from the next bossing boat. Following them, though, is a battle for second place. As you're going to see, it is going to come down between lane 6 and lane 3 for who wins. And it looks like lane 6 by a bow ball, followed shortly by lane 3. And next down the course is the girls' lightweight varsity 4 with Coxon. In lane 1, we have Abasgami. In lane 2, we have New Trier. In lane 3, we have E.L. Crossley. In lane 4, we have Saratoga. In lane 5, we have Nichols. In lane 6, we have Wakefield. And this race is shaping up to be another great one. In lane 3, already to the front of the pack, is E.L. Crossley. They are bow to stern on the next boat, starting to try to get that open water. And in fact, I think I do see open water between them and the rest of the boats in this race. They are followed shortly by Saratoga. And we'll see if this maintains throughout the course. New Trier and Abasgami are battling it out in the first and second lane, directly back-to-back with no space in between them. And in fact, I would say they are lined up almost perfectly over with Nichols in lane 5. I think this is going to end up being a good race. While we have one boat out in front, to me it feels very much like it is for their race to lose, and the other ones, that much pressure is going to get the other boats just riled up to catch them off the line. That being said, it is still, we have that lane 3 E.L. Crossley out in front, but lane 2 is just, our second place is just completely tied up between lanes 1, 2, and 4. That would be Abasgami, New Trier, and Saratoga. There is no clear leader. It is going to be tight for second place. Going into 750 meters, this looks like it's going to be a race for second. E.L. Crossley has maintained a decisive lead and is continuing to open up water on the boats behind it. That being said, there is no clear second place boat. Abasgami, New Trier, and Saratoga are all rowing it out. Now, from this vantage point, you could see how much water they've opened up. We're talking multiple boats already at the 500-meter marker. So this means they are, unless something tragic were to occur, it is only their race to lose at this point. That is a massive lead. That being said, this is still a battle for second place. There is no leader for that one. I know it may look like that from this angle in the camera, but that is pure angles. It is not what is actually happening on the water. And there you can see why E.O. Crossley is just dominating this field. Their blade work is going in nice and together, catching together, releasing together, and they're actually rowing at an even slower rate than the boats behind them that are being forced to attempt to play catch-up. E.O. Crossley is still at a nice pace of a 34. Now we'll see if they end up sprinting. Now this is a championship final event, so I don't know why they wouldn't, but at this point we could see how much water they're going to open up between them and the rest of the field. Now that said, turning our attention to the second place, which I know you can't see on the screen, second place is where this race is. Now it has opened up slightly. I believe lane 4 is now in a position that we could say Saratoga is going to be able to get second. Now, how much by, it's not sure yet, but it does look like there would be some open water on them too. Now coming through the finish line is that lane 3, E.O. Crossley dominating this field with at least, I count 5, maybe 6 boats of open water on the next boat. That being said, lane 4 is also rowing really well today. Saratoga has been dominating throughout the day, winning race after race, and a second place is nothing to cry home about. It is an excellent placing, especially at these national championships. And that would be lane 5 coming in after them. Lane 5 being Nichols, followed by lane 2 and lane 1, New Trier and Abascami, with the final lane 6 coming in sixth place from Wakefield. Now lined up on the line now, we have the boys lightweight varsity final. In lane 1, Canisius. In lane 2, St. Joseph Prep. In lane 3, Bellin Jesuit. In lane 4, Manhasset. In lane 5, New Trier. In lane 6, T.C. Williams. Now, for those of you that have not been at the start of one of these championship regattas, they use a silent aligning system. So the liner on the side is talking to each aligner, moving the boat slightly forward and backward so they get them in perfect order so that everyone is starting at exactly the same line. Then behind each boat is a stoplight with a green and red light. When it turns green and they hear a horn, they're able to go, and that's exactly what just happened. Light just went green, and these boats are off for the races. Now, this was a great start, but I have to say, Bellin Jesuit just flew off the starting line and has taken an early lead. Now, we'll see how much they can hold on to it. There's barely 100 meters in, but right now, they just flew off. Also, T.C. Williams was right there with them. I would have to say it's T.C. Williams and Bellin Jesuit out in the lead. Only 3 seats behind is New Trier and Manhasset, with lanes 1 and 2 still, that being St. Joseph Prep and Canisius, still holding on. Looking at this from the side, it is. We have Bellin Jesuit ahead with the rest of the boats even. I would just call it a dead pack for everyone else, and Bellin Jesuit out and in front of the lead, possibly starting to open up some open water. Just for 3 short reminder, folks, if anyone won a medal, or if you have a child that won a medal, you may collect it 30 minutes after the race. That's reminder number 1. Reminder number 2, I still have someone's car keys. I don't know who, but you probably can't get home without them. And reminder number 3, if you found a GoPro remote, please give it back to me and I'll get it to you right away. Now turning Still out in the lead is Belen Jesuit. They have not let it go. They are holding on to it and refusing to give it up. That being said, it is still a pretty much dead even pack for the rest of it. Lane 1 and Lane 2, Canisius and St. Joseph Prep, are doing extremely well, holding on to that second place, along with the rest of them. Manhasset, New Trier, and TC Williams. They're crossing now that 750-meter line. That means they're halfway through the middle 500. This is what I always like to think of it as the make it or break it point for the crews. They need to decide whether or not they're going to be pushing through that pain threshold. And if they made it this far, the answer to that is yes. Again, Belen Jesuit has now just opened up at least a boat length, maybe even a boat and a half of open water between them and the entire rest of the crowd. Following them shortly thereafter, St. Joseph Prep looks to be in second place, but only by a couple seats, followed closely by Canisius and Manhasset. We're going to have to see where this ends up going. So coming through the end of the course, Belen Jesuit has in no way lost the lead. They've maintained it this entire one, and they are only picking up the pace. Their coxswain has done what every good coxswain has done, which is decided at the end of a race, at the end of the championship, you simply want to destroy. And that is what they have done in this race. They have destroyed the competition. That being said, looking at now to our battle for second place, it is just that, a battle. I cannot say right now with any confidence if I would even have a preference as to who would be getting the second place medal for this one. As you're about to see crossing the line, we have Belen Jesuit getting that first place, but directly following them are three boats neck and neck, battling it out over second place. To me, it looks like, and yes, it is, second place, St. Joseph Prep is coming in second. In fourth, we have Manhasset coming in third. So that will be the race, the results for this, assuming once they become official that they match. And the girls' lightweight varsity 8 final is launched and on the water. Marian Mercy in lane 1, Mount St. Joseph in lane 2, New Trier in lane 3, Manhasset in lane 4, Rockford in lane 5, and Radnor in lane 6. They're about to cross the 150-meter line just at the beginning of their race. And right now it looks like it's going to shape up to be a battle between New Trier, Manhasset, and Radnor out in lane 6. That being said, I would surely not count anyone out at this point. Everyone is still connected at this race. No one has been left behind. But yes, it does look like New Trier is out about 3 seats ahead of the pack, but just barely. Download the SRAA app online and you can check there.
Are you going to announce me?
I'm not announcing results. I wish I could. And as you can see here, lane 1 is trying to make a comeback here. That's Marian Mercy. Followed by lane 3, New Trier. Mount St. Joseph, though, I definitely would not count out. While it looks like they're slightly behind, that's purely camera angle. I'd bet they're only a few seats behind right now. Also, Marian Mercy's lead is also a camera angle issue. The girls' lightweight varsity event is passing the 750 meter line now. With New Trier out in the lead. They have opened up the lead, and it looks like they might even have open water. That being said, Marion Mercy is certainly right there on them and is determined not to let them go.
Harry's starter set is a month's worth of shaving for just $10 with my code 1210. That's our station, 1210. Use it at checkout. Your starter set includes the ergonomic handle and the color of your choice, 5 precision engineered blades with lubricating strip and trimmer blade, rich lathering shave gel, and a travel blade cover. Shipping is free and satisfaction is 100% guaranteed. We partner with Harry's to give you $5 off your first purchase with promo code 1210. Go to harrys.com right now and enter code 1210 at checkout to claim your offer. Harrys.com, code 1210. Don't wait. Get started with Harry's today.
15 minutes could save you 15% or more on car insurance. Visit geico.com or call 1-800-947-AUTO.
And it does look New Trier is still in the lead. They are feeling the pressure, though, as the other boats are trying to come up behind them. Specifically, Manhasset has refused to accept that New Trier is going to take this. But it does, to me, look like New Trier is going to be taking this. And lane 1, actually, looking down the bottom of the course, lane 1 is going to sneak in there. It is going to get that second place. We have New Trier winning in the first place. Lane 1, Marion Mercy taking out second place with third place going to lane 4, Manhasset. Another great race here. And on the water, the boys varsity second 8 final starting to come down now. In lane 1, we have New Trier. Lane 2, Montclair. Lane 3, LaSalle. Lane 4, St. Ignatius. Lane 5, BCC. And lane 6, Central Catholic Pittsburgh. And as of now, we're seeing again, lane 3, that'd be LaSalle for this one, has snuck out ahead and is ahead by at least a half a length at this point. That being said, they're being pressured on both sides by Montclair and St. Ignatius, and New Trier is refusing to be put to bed. The boats have just passed the 750 meter mark, and this is certainly another one of the tight races. Again, LaSalle has maintained a lead, but it is just that, maybe a 6-seat lead over the rest of the crew. But that being said, the entire rest of this batch of boats, the entire rest of them are right behind LaSalle and adding that pressure. Now, right now, LaSalle has the lead, and we'll see if they'll be able to maintain it for the rest of this piece. It is a decent-sized lead, and there's only 200 meters to go. That being said, it's going to be a question of whether or not they have the sprint on them. We know every other boat in this pack is about to turn it on, and LaSalle's going to have to match that. The question is, can they? Again, we have New Trier in lane 1, Montclair in lane 2, LaSalle in lane 3, St. Ignatius in lane 4, BCC in lane 5, and Central Catholic in lane 6. And it does look like LaSalle has maintained the lead so far with 100 meters left to go. It is theirs. There are 10 strokes left of this race, and the question now is going to be who gets second. And I can tell you, I don't know. This is a tight race. Everyone is in this. Lane 4, St. Ignatius might get it. I think it's going to sneak in there. Lane 3 has the win in first place. Lane 4 got second. St. Ignatius got second. And after that, it is just too close. We're going to have to wait for the photo. And on the line, we have the girls varsity second, 8 final. In lane 1, we have TC Williams. In lane 2, we have New Trier. In lane 3, we have Saratoga. Lane 4, Winter Park. Lane 5, Montclair. Lane 6, Loyola Academy. Now the refs are still lining them up. They're still slightly making adjustments to make sure that bow balls are the same, and they're off. Every boat had an excellent start. There was no one that came off the line faster than the rest. No one messed it up. They are all sitting roughly in the low 40s for this start. Now, coming into the 150 meters, we're going to see a little bit of separation, or at least we expect to see a little bit of separation, and that's exactly what's happening. But it is 3 boats separating from the pack, not 1 boat. And those 3 boats are Winter Park, Montclair, and Loyola Academy, slightly setting back. That said, it is only by 3 seats. I'm seeing New Trier and Saratoga only 3 seats behind, and TC Williams is sitting on the sterns of these boats, but they are sitting there and refusing to let it go. And coming into the 750 meters, we are starting to see separation from the crowd. New Trier has separated. They are now in front. That being said, Saratoga, Winter Park, and TC Williams are just behind them. And they're coming across now, almost at the 500 meters, maybe 50 meters shy of it. And first place is going to come down to the wire. It's between a couple boats. Ltwt is at least in there, along with Winter Park. And your guys' guess is as good as mine as to who's going to come out on this one. I mean, Ltwt is definitely has a lead over the other boats, but Winter Park out in lane 4 is not going down without a fight. And in fact, lanes 5 and 6 have turned up the heat and are starting to come in as well. So this is turning into a 4-boat race for first place. Ltwt still has the solid lead out in first place, probably by half a boat. Then coming in Winter Park, then coming in Montclair and Loyola Academy. The only question is going to be if Ltwt could hold this lead. Assuming they can hold this lead, it's going to be a battle and a close one for second place. And it is. Ltwt will be able to hold this lead. Except for something horrible occurring, Ltwt has this and will win this race with open water. Not much, but it is open water. And coming in second appears to me like it's going to be lane 4, but it is close. And in fact, I don't know what's going to happen. This is too close to call. There was a collision at the end. With that collision, it's going to be a decision for the referees to have to deal with as to how to sort this out.
All of this is covered at our free half-day class at the Online Trading Academy, and I can't stress enough how limited space is now for this class, so please call us if you'd like to join us. Don't let this be another missed opportunity. Don't kick the can down the line. You have no idea what's at stake. The number to call is 877-944-8723. That's 877-944-TRADE, or go to markettimingradio.com and call now to get those free home study courses. And don't miss out on this opportunity, because the next wave of opportunity in the market is coming, and you need to know what to look for so you can be on the right side of that. Again, call us at 877-944-8723 and join us for a free half-day class at the Online Trading Academy. 3 locations to choose from. Space is limited. MarketTimingRadio.com to see a full list of class dates, and stick around. We will be right back.
Would you like to earn an extra $1,000, $2,000, $5,000 or more every month to supplement your income? How would that
Currently on the course of the boys varsity singles. The boys varsity singles. And in here we have lane 1, Roosevelt, a Mr. Burns. In lane 2, St. Anthony's, a Mr. Karen. Lane 3, Fort Plain, a Mr. Salmons. Lane 4, Germantown Friends, a Mr. Wright. Lane 5, Ridgewood, a Mr. Contz. And in lane 6, Parksburg South, a Mr. Chapman. As of now, the field has already started to separate. Lane 2 is in the lead, but not by much. If I were to call this now, I'd have to say it's St. Anthony's, Fort Plain, Roosevelt, and then Germantown. That being said, no one is out of the count for this race, and this being singles, anything could happen.
Do you have a family? Would you like to help make sure they'll be taken care of if anything were to happen to you? If you answered yes, you probably need life insurance. Now, do you think life insurance is expensive? If you answered yes to that too, you definitely need to text AIG Direct. We can find you a $250,000 policy for just $14 a month, which means you could save hundreds
And coming across, just passing the 750 meters, is again the boys varsity singles. We have Roosevelt, lane 1, St. Anthony's, lane 2, Fort Plain in lane 3, Germantown Friends in lane 4, Ridgewood in lane 5, and Parksburg South in lane 6. As of this moment, it looks to me like Fort Plain is in the lead, but not by much. St. Anthony's right up there, along with Roosevelt in lane. But this is going to come down to the last 400 meters. It's going to be a question of which of these boats could sprint and hasn't yet burnt out. And this really will come down to the last 400 meters. Singles, anything could happen. They could only put on so much pressure. The goal is to put on 95% of what they have while maintaining the finesse of the blade work that you would see on the larger boats. This is a finesse race right here. As you could only imagine, with a blade in each hand, anything is possible, and they have to maintain their control and their sense of mind while going through this. And as of now, it does look to me like a lane 4 is sneaking in and might actually be ahead. So right now we have lane 2, lane 3, and lane 4 that this race has come down to. That would be St. Anthony's, Fort Plain, and Germantown. It is too close to call at this point. I'm just not sure. I think we can say that it is either going to be Fort Plain or Germantown Friends that will be the winner of this race. But we're going to have to wait and see what happens at the finish line, because anything is still possible. 10 strokes to go, and we will see what happens. But it does appear to me Germantown does have a slight lead, but it is just slight, with Fort Plain coming in right behind him. Fort Plain's catching up. Fort Plain might have it. They might have enough room. And is it going to happen? And I don't know. I don't know. It was close. That is going to be another camera finish here, probably down to, my guess, would be down to the milliseconds. What an excellent race that was. You could see how much movement you have of the singles during a race like this. Easily, that lane 3, the Fort Plain was able to come up an entire boat length. I could not see, and I'm almost right on the line as to which of those boats got the first place position. But it is going to be down to milliseconds. And next up on the water is the girls' varsity singles. Here we have Briar Woods in lane 1, lane 2, Huntington, lane 3, Schillerville, lane 4, Hockaday, lane 5, Howard Gardner, and lane 6, Greenhill. And already we're seeing division within this race. We have lane 2, Huntington, out in the lead by a decent margin, followed up by Hockaday out in lane 4.
Retired floor trader from the Chicago Board of Trade, started out with EF
and they're passing the 750-meter marker now. It's still a race to be won. Just like the singles, I would expect this to come down all the way to the wire. Now, your guys' view is just as good as mine, and it does appear, I do believe that's lane 3 that is currently in the lead, but I just cannot tell from this perspective. We'll know when we get the new camera shot, but clearly first place, there is a decent and sizable lead being opened up between first place and the next boats remaining. And here's our finished camera looking at it, and maybe I was wrong. Maybe it was that lane 4. I believe it was that lane 4, but we'll see as it gets closer in. There's also a boat, we can't quite see it, but in lane 1 or 2, I believe lane 1, that will be in contention for this race. It's just off the camera, but certainly is there. And yes, it is lane 2 that has that other boat. So this is going to be a 3-boat race to the first place. In lane 2, we have Huntington. And lane 4, we have Huckaday. And lane 5, we have Howard Gardner. And it does look like lane 2 is going to handily take this at the last moment. We're seeing the speed going in. She's increased her stroke rate far above the other boats in this class. And she is going to come out, because of that, the winner and champion for this race. That would be lane 2 Huntington in first place. And for second place, it's going to be close. But I believe we're about to see... Yes, it was lane 4 at the last moment. Germantown Friends Huckaday outbeat Howard Gardner. That was Huckaday in lane 4 outbeat Howard Gardner at the last moment for a second place finish here. That being said, nothing to be ashamed of for any of these places. These are wonderful races and spectacular form we're seeing throughout the day. And on the water right now, we have the boys' varsity double. Cranebrook Kingswood in lane 1, Augustine lane 2, Shenandoah lane 3, lane 4 Malvern Preparatory, lane 5 Skyline, lane 6 Conestoga. And we have no clear leader at this point. If anything, I would say lane 3 is slightly ahead by maybe 1 seat, but that's all I'd be willing to garner. And the boys' varsity doubles are about to come through the 750 meters. When we get to the 500 meters, I'll be able to give you another layout of exactly where they are. But right now, we still have a pack. It is not a divided race. No one, I would say, is out of contention at this point. Right now, it looks to me like Shenandoah has the lead, but only by a seat. If. Right behind them is Malvern Preparatory. Right behind that is Conestoga and Skyline. This is going to be a four-way race to the finish line for first seat in lanes 3 through 6. So keep your eyes peeled on the far side. Let's see what they could open up in the final 300 meters of this race. And this is going to be a close one. A half seat or a seat on a doubles race is nothing coming into the finish line. While they're able to hold it off, it is a different set of muscles. It is a different amount of energy needed to finish the last 400 meters of a sprint race like this. Just because they're able to hold off so far does not mean that's what's going to happen. So let's find out if they are able to hold on. But right now, I would still say that Shenandoah is in the lead, and that would be in lane 3. Right behind that would be Skyline in lane 5. But Skyline is close. It is hard to tell if it's Skyline or Conestoga at this point. Conestoga out in lane 6 is right there lined up. But to me, Shenandoah is holding on to the lead. We'll see. They probably have another gear in them, and it's going to be a question of which of these boats can put on that final gear. Now, you may have just seen geese fly off. That's what happens. That's considered they just have to row through them. But yes, it is Shenandoah coming through in lane 3. They are starting to open up water. They had that gear. When I was telling you, we would see whether or not they were able to finish this race. It is. They found that gear, and they're opening up open water. Open water is impressive. This is a national championship event, and to beat another boat by a boat length, which is what they just did, it's something. Now coming in for second is lane 4 and then 5. So that would be Malvern Preparatory and Skyline in that order as my unofficial results. Now you're going to have to wait for them to go official, but I would have to say this was a Shenandoah, Malvern, and then Skyline race, and the first, second, and third. So next up on the course is the girls' varsity double. Lane 1, Ridgewood. Lane 2, Shaker. Lane 3, Colgan. Lane 4, Albemarle. Lane 5, Baldwin. And lane 6, Brighton. And I'm sorry, that's Albemarle. And as of this point, they are crossing the 200-meter line, and I would have to say it is lanes 1, which would be Ridgewood, Colgan, and Albemarle, which has the lead. They are all tied up, but they are the ones in contention at this moment. That being said, Shaker is bound astern behind Colgan, along with Baldwin and Brighton. No one is out of the pack, and as you guys have seen, nothing is for certain in these double races until we get to the finish line. And on the course, crossing the 750-meter line, we have the girls' varsity double. And this is a close race. This is a close race. I would have to say it is lane 4. Yes, it is Albemarle, which I'm still pronouncing wrong, Albemarle, which has come out and has open water on the next boat behind it. That being said, it is going to be a race for second place. I am saying at least lane 1, Ridgewood, Shaker, still in contention, along with Baldwin and Brighton. And in fact, we just had a move. Ridgewood just moved on, so this is going to be a race down to the 400 meters to go. As you saw with the last one, 400 meters to go in a double, anything could happen. It is a different set of muscles to move this boat in the doubles on the 400-meter line, and whether or not they have another gear is going to be the question we have before us. Do they have a gear to hold on and bring this to the finish line?
I promise you, like,
You have like 4 parents coming up and telling me different things.
Western, like, it's A-L-B-E.
Say it again.
Albemarle.
Albemarle.
Yeah.
Alba, long A.
And, like, soon it's going to be Western Albemarle that's going to be winning.
West Albemarle.
Albemarle. Yeah.
Albemarle.
Yeah. I promise you.
I believe you.
Yes.
It's whether or not I can remember that after the next 3 parents tell me.
Hey, thanks, man.
And coming through the finish line now, we have the doubles. Lane 4 is in fact still in the lead, and that will be what I bet is going to happen. Albemarle, as you may have just heard the conversation with multiple parents and a kid coming up to correct me. Actually, lane 1. It is lane 1 that is coming across. Lane 1 has moved through. Ridgewood is coming through, and Ridgewood is going to have it. Ridgewood got your first place. Albemarle came in a close second place, with third place going to lane 3, Colgan. What a great race. What a great race. That's what I was telling you. You have those extra gears, and that's what Ridgewood was just able to turn on and jump ahead of the pack. They were not leading up until that point, and they were able to just walk through the competition. And on the course currently, the boys varsity quad final. Lane 1, Ransom Everglades. Lane 2, Saratoga. Lane 3, Brophy. Lane 4, Malvern Preparatory School. Lane 5, Haddon Township. And Lane 6, Conestoga. And there is no division in this group yet. I cannot tell you for certain which boat is in the lead or if a boat is in the lead. However, and the boats are now crossing the 500-meter line, still with no clear leader. I would say maybe you could say our Brophy has come out and is a nudge ahead of the pack, but it would have to be a stretch to say it's anything more than a nudge. Right there with them is Saratoga, Malvern Preparatory, Ransom in lane 1, Ransom Everglades, and Haddon Township at Conestoga. It is way too close of a race to call at this point. But I do believe that we are beginning to see what might be a move being made by Brophy. And Malvern Preparatory has actually made a move back on Brophy at this point. I would have to say it's Malvern that has taken the lead, followed closely by Brophy and Haddon Township. But this is going to be another close race. Again, this is the boys varsity quads. Lane 1, Ransom Everglades. Lane 2, Saratoga. Lane 3, Brophy. Lane 4, Malvern Preparatory School. Lane 5, Haddon Township. And Lane 6, Conestoga. And this is going to be a close race. This is going to come all the way down to the wire, folks, all the way down to the wire. I still have, Brophy looks like they've been set slightly behind, and it is Malvern that is pushing through. I keep telling you guys, this is a question on these races of whether or not you have that final gear in the last 400 meters. And if you have that final gear in the last 400 meters, you could walk through these boats. And it isn't easy, but it is how you win these races. You hold on for dear life, and then you walk. And that's what we're seeing right now. That is exactly what just happened. Malvern was holding on, sitting back, and just began to walk, and is continuing to walk on the entire field. Now, Haddon Township is trying to hold on to them, but they just have not succeeded. It is going to be Malvern for your first place win, followed closely by Haddon Township, and then finally by Brophy in third place. Those are our top three. And then out of the bottom, in lane 1, fourth place is City Honors, then, I'm sorry, it's Ransom Everglades, and then Saratoga. This was another close race. And the next race on the water is the girls' varsity quads, and it just went off. They just saw the light go green, and in lane 1 we have Skyline. In lane 2 we have West Albemarle. In lane 3 we have Ridgewood. In lane 4 we have Conestoga. In lane 5 we have Shenandoah. In lane 6 we have Jeb Stewart. And looking at this at the 150-meter line, we are beginning to see some division, but they're not from the lanes I'd expect. I would have to say that we're seeing lane 5, Conestoga, and lane 6, Jeb Stewart, starting to reach out to the front of the pack. Possibly, Conestoga might at this point be said to have 3 seats on the rest of the pack, but it is going to be close. And at 150 meters, I wouldn't want to make that call. And none of the other boats are out for contention. In fact, as I get a straight camera line on this, it is clear to me that lane 2, West Albemarle, lane Ridgewood, Conestoga, Shenandoah, and Jeb Stewart are all right there, and including Skyline, which is right there with them as well. Now, keep in mind, folks, these are blind boats. And what that means is the bow person, the person sitting at you would the front. It is most, simply work through the massive amount of pain.
Conflict there, and you can see why. Since April, pretrial detainees in Division 11, that's over 1,500 men, have been able to use their commissary cash to buy different kinds of pizza. As of Monday, 208 pies have been sold. Plans to start a food truck serving food cooked by inmates are still in the developing stage. What I like about the food truck idea is I really think you should let the inmates drive it. You know what I mean? You know. And if you really care, and I know Mayor Emanuel does, Ron Emanuel, I think you should let the inmates drive it. Just take it out for the weekend, the food truck. Make some extra money, and as long as they promise to bring it back, they have to promise. Nothing builds self-esteem like trust. All right, I want you to take the truck. See you back here Sunday at 5. Sunday at
And the boats are closing in on the last 400 meters. We have lane 4, which has come out to be the leader of this group. We'll see if they can hold on, but that's Conestoga in lane 4 with being held on, and right there with them, West Admiral in lane 2. This is going to be a question as to which of those two boats is able to get all the way down to the finish line first. And boy, is this going to be close. It's going to come down to the wire at the very last moment. I think that we might be seeing another camera angle issue where we have the boat out in front, possibly not out as much as we want to say. That being said, looking out and standing up, it is clear to me yes, it is clear to me that lane 4 has this. That would be Conestoga. Conestoga is clearly going to be the winner of this race. Right behind them is lane 2, which is West Albemarle coming in for your second place. And right behind that, it's going to be a battle for third, but I think it's going to be lane 3, which is Ridgewood. They're doing an excellent job. Wonderful finish to these races. Lane 6 coming in right now, which was Jeb Stewart, along with lane 1, which was Skyline, and then finally with lane 5, Shenandoah. Next up is the boys varsity 4 Petite final. In this race, we have lane 1, City Honors, lane 2, St. Ignatius, Chicago, lane 3, Rockford, lane 4, Abascami, lane 5, St. Peter's Prep, lane 6, Radnor. And it's hard to say at this point, but it does appear to me that St. Ignatius Chicago has taken an initial lead in this race. We'll see what happens by the 500-meter marker, but it does appear that St. Ignatius is in the initial lead, but only by a hair. And the boats are coming across almost at the 500-meter line, and this is a tight race. I still think that St. Ignatius might be in the lead, but it is a hard call. Lane 5 and lane 6 are certainly putting their best out. St. Peter's Prep and Radnor are definitely in this race, along with Rossford and Abascami. As you can tell, everyone's in contention. I just think St. Ignatius might be a seat or two ahead of the pack. We'll see when they come closer. This is certainly geared up to be another tight one at the end of this race. I would expect most likely to see that St. Ignatius is going to be able to hold them off, but it's going to be a doozer if they are. It's going to take a lot of effort and a lot of hard will. They have the advantage. When you come into the end of the last 400 in the lead, there is a mental advantage that you have. You are able to push off of everyone else. And for a blind boat, being able to push off of the boats in front of you, or in this case, behind you, but the ones you could see, is a huge advantage rather than being able to chase. It is not like when you are in a coxed boat and you're able to have someone else steer. When you are chasing someone down, there is stress involved in that function. But as I said, it is looking to me like lane 3, Rockford actually might be taking this one. That's right, Rockford might be taking this one. It's going to come down to lane 3 or lane 6. Rockford was walking for my last little spiel during that 200, and they do look like they're taking it. It looks like it's going to be Rockford coming down at the end. It's going to come all the way down, and yes, it is lane 3 Rockford at the tail end. Then the question, who's going to get second? And the answer is going to be, it's close, but it's lane 2, then lane 6. That means it's St. Ignatius College, then Radnor for the second and third place. And that is this year's winners for the Petite final of the boys varsity fours. And sitting at the starting line are the boys varsity 4 grand final. That's right, the boys varsity 4 grand final. In lane 1, we have Fayetteville Manelis. In lane 2, we have Canisius. In lane 3, we have Father Judge. In lane 4, we have Christian Brothers. In lane 5, we have McCallie. In lane 6, we have Walter Johnson. And they're off. The light just went green. They just got the green. They are going, and everyone is heading out strong. Everyone had a good start. The slowest boat I'm looking at has a 42 strokes per minute. The slowest boat. That is what the bottom of the pack is having. And I can't even say which one is behind. That's just the one with the lowest stroke rate. In my eyes right now, and let's see here, we're about to approach 200 meters, and I would have to say it's close, but I would say by a bow ball, Christian Brothers is in the lead, but it is a bow ball right behind the McCallie, and then a seat behind that Father Judge, a seat behind that Walter Johnson, a seat behind that Canisius, and Fayetteville a seat behind that. But there is no more than a half boat length between these 6 boats. Again, this is the boys varsity 4 grand final. Lane 1, Fayetteville Mullins. Lane 2, Canisius. Lane 3, Father Judge. Lane 4, Christian Brothers. Lane 5, McCallie. Lane 6, Walter Johnson. And it looks like to me Canisius might have just caught in a small crab. They're back onto the course, but they paused for a moment, and it was unclear why, but that's my guess. That being said, this is still a tight race, and they are still in the heat. They're about to come across the 750 meters. That means this is where they're all going to slightly take their rate down, ever so slightly. Also, the wind has picked up. There's probably 6 to 8 inch rollers on the course at this time that they're having to deal with. And the boats are nearing the 500 meter line. And with that, it appears that first place is a tie right now between McCallie and Christian Brothers, battling it out for first, and everyone else battling it out for third. This is going to be a tight race all the way down to the line, and we'll have to wait for the last 300 meters and 30 strokes to see which of these boats are able to actually put it into that next gear and bring it all the way to the finish line. But tied up at 300 meters to go for first place is not a shabby place to be at this year's SRAA National Championship Regatta. I don't know if you guys could hear that at home, but the crowd here, we're starting to have chants. The crowd is filling up. This is becoming a packed area for watchers of this event. This is a big race, and they are only getting bigger as the day proceeds over the next hour. And as I was saying, it does appear we had different boats put in different amounts, and some boats found another gear during these last 300 meters, and that is what we were seeing here today. I have a feeling it is going to be lane 3. It is going to be lane 3, Father Judge, that's going to end up as the winners of this race. Now, don't quote me on that yet, but yes, it is. Father Judge has walked on this group. They were behind the whole piece, and it is Father Judge that just won this, followed closely by lane 5. And then lane 6, lane 5 being McCallie and Walter Johnson being lane 6 with Christian Brothers at the tail end. This was a great race, but as I said, it's that extra gear, and it's whether or not you have it over those last 300 meters. And what we just saw there was where Father Judge certainly had that extra gear. And just launching and on the water is the girls' varsity 4 Petite final. In lane 1, we have Cathedral Catholic. Lane 2, Abascami. Lane 3, RFH. Lane 4, Baldwinville. Lane 5, Parkersburg South. And lane 6, Culver. And as of this moment, it is lane 3 and 4, just at the 300 meters, that is currently in the lead. That would be RFH and Baldwinsville that are currently leading the pack. And their boats are crossing that 750 meter line now, halfway through this piece, still going strong. Again, this is the girls' varsity Petite final 4s with Cathedral Catholic in lane 1, Abascami in lane 2, RFH in lane 3, Baldwinville in lane 4, Parkersburg South in lane 5, and Culver in lane 6. And they're coming in on these last 250 meters. This is where we're going to see which boat is actually the fastest of the boats. To me, they are lined up perfectly between lanes 3 and lane 6 to determine which one, but they are basically each in striking range to get this first place. Lane 3, though, does have the advantage. That would be RA Fetch is in the lead, and I believe it is theirs to lose. That being said, I have no idea who's going to be getting second. It seems to be tied up between lanes 4 and lanes 5, which would be Baldwinville and Parkersburg South. But lane 3 does seem to have logged this in. RA Fetch is going to be this year's Petite. Yes, they are. They just won. And lane 1 came in at second place, followed by lane 4. So that would be Cathedral Catholic coming in for second and Baldwinville coming in for third. And the girls' varsity 4s are off. This is the grand final. Lane 1, Eustis. Lane 2, Emma Willard. Lane 3, Marion Mercy. Lane 4, Harriton. Lane 5, Nardin. And lane 6, West Springfield. And so far, Marion Mercy has taken the early lead for this race, ahead almost bow to stern on the rest of the grouping. That being said, all the other boats have established themselves and are chasing it down. For those of you that have won today, keep in mind you may pick up your medals and your plaques from the gazebo, which is also known as the awards tent, 30 minutes after your race. So the moment it's 30 minutes after your race, head to the gazebo for the awards ceremony for your specific race, passing out medals all this afternoon. Now, this being said, Marion Mercy has continued to maintain the lead throughout this piece and moving into the last 750 meters. That being said, they are being chased by Eustis over in lane 1, which is refusing to give up any ground. Now the 4s are coming into that last 550 meters to go. So this is another close one. At this point, I can't say who's in first place. It seems to me that we have at least 3 different contenders from that location. To me, it's lane 4, or lane 3, which would be Marion Mercy. It's still out there a little bit ahead of the group, but Mardine is right there with them. And the question is going to be whether or not Marion Mercy can hold this lead. It is a tight lead, so it's going to be tough. Now, they're about to enter into the last 300 meters. At this point, they're turning on the speed, putting in that extra gear, and we should be seeing these rates start to climb up at least a couple beats. And yes, that is exactly what just happened. Marion Mercy just stepped up their rate, at least going 3 or 4 strokes faster. They probably had the goal of doing that the last 250 meters, which is exactly where they are on the course, and followed closely by lane 5, Nardin, which is just chasing them down. And the question is going to be, do they have enough space? That being said, Marin Mercy is holding on to that lead. They're refusing to give it up. And it is Marin Mercy is coming into this finish, and they are going to have it with water to spare. Marin Mercy is going to be the winners of this race. So the question then is going to be, who has second? Which boat had second? And I think it's this bottom boat that came out of nowhere, as they often do. Lane 1, again, Lane 1 swung in at the last moment and took it. Lane 1 being Eustace, followed up by Nardin in Lane 5. But that was an impressive take by Lane 1 at the last moment there. You always, while watching these, have to watch out for that Lane 1, as the camera swings around. As the camera swings around, it often will miss, and it will look like it's much further out than it actually is. So it will swing through at the very last moment.
Be around tomorrow at all, or for the race on Monday? Okay.
I won't be at the race on Monday.
Okay.
Have fun though. You going after the rooster?
Nah, I don't row a single. I've never had an interest in that.
Yeah. There's no one to talk to.
Exactly.
And in this race, this is the boys varsity petite final. Lane 1, Haverford. Lane 2, Central Catholic from Pittsburgh. Lane 3, BCC. Lane 4, Episcopal. Lane 5, LaSalle. And Lane 6, St. Ignatius, Ohio. They are passing the 750, almost at the 500-meter mark now. And this race is just clearly too close to call. There are quite a few different 8s that are clearly in contention. I'm seeing at least Episcopal being in contention, LaSalle being in contention, and St. Ignatius being in contention. This is going to come down to the wire, and we won't know the results of this race until the very end. And it does. It looks like LaSalle is in the lead. It looks like LaSalle is going to end up being able to take this. It's going to be close. It is going to come down to just a couple seats, but it does appear that LaSalle out in lane 5 is going to come away the winner. But lane 4 is creeping, and the question is, does lane 4, does Episcopal have the space to take LaSalle? And the answer to that question is no, they did not. That was a close one, but LaSalle, Episcopal, then I believe BCC, it was a close race. And if there was maybe 5 more meters, Episcopal would have got that, but it was close to the end. And the boys varsity 8 grand final is off. We have Upper Arlington in lane 1, New Trier in lane 2, Montclair in lane 3, St. Albans in lane 4, St. Edward in lane 5, and St. Joseph Prep in lane 6. And they are passing the 200-meter line right now, and I can tell you, there is no boat in the lead. We are even. It does appear that Upper Arlington is starting to fall back. They are now bow to stern with the rest of the group, but the rest of that group from New Trier, Montclair, St. Albans, St. Edward, and St. Joseph Prep are dead heat even, with maybe you could say Montclair is ahead by a seat, but it would be a stretch to say that. Now, based upon how this is going, with them being at a dead even, I would not expect to see any of these boats settle. My gut feeling is that each of these boats are going to be going full tilt all the way through, which means the only question is, can the boats make it from the start to the end without dying? And that will be our winner. And they're coming around to the into this piece. Again, we still don't have any division, and we are in fact not seeing them lay up whatsoever. It is a race. I'm seeing at least 37s being pulled across the bunch. And as I expected, they are not letting it down. The slowest rate boat right now, the slowest stroke weight I am seeing amongst them is 37. They are going past 750 meters in at a 38 to 40 going down the course. The question is going to be, can the boats maintain that coming into the finish? And these are fast boats, and this is a fast water. Today the water has flattened out, the breeze has died down. There are no rollers, and we have straight courses. They are coming past the 750 meters now, aiming towards that 500 meters, and we still do not have a leader amongst the pack. Looking at this now, I would say that Montclair is ahead by 3 seats. Montclair is ahead by 3 seats. Then we have St. Albans, New Trier right behind. St. Edwards, another seat behind that. St. Joseph Prep, 2 seats behind that. The question is going to be, what moves are being made in the last 400 meters? That said, with 400 meters to go and no boat clearly in the lead, any boat has this, and that's what we're about to see. Who has the sprint? Who could add up the next level? Who could add the final gear? And this is going to be a race. There is no clear leader. Montclair had it, but it has come back, and they have fallen back with the rest. And I don't want to say fallen in the sense that they've collapsed, but the other ones are simply catching up. And out on the outside, keep an eye on lane 6. Lane 6 with St. Joe's Prep, it's starting to nudge ahead, but St. Joe's Prep is making a move, and its question is St. Joe's Prep's move too late? And the answer we're going to know shortly, but has St. Joe's Prep come too late? Also moving through, Montclair, though, is right there with them. The question is Montclair or St. Joe's Prep? Montclair or St. Joe's Prep? Which one? And right now, Montclair is in the lead. I think they have it. Montclair has it. Montclair is going to take it. Montclair is this year's champion for the men's Varsity 8, followed by Lane 2. Lane 2 would be Nutrier, Montclair Nutrier, and I have no idea. It is too close to call for the third place, too close to call, but that was clear. Montclair took that at the last moment. They maintained their pace. They had the lead from about 400 meters in, and they held it, and they pushed through, and they did, in fact, have that next gear. And the races just keep getting better. Next up, the girls' Varsity 8 Petite Final. Lane 1, Plant. Lane 2, St. Ignatius. Lane 3, Montclair. Lane 4, New Trier. Lane 5, Holy Spirit. Lane 6, James Madison. And they're off. They just started. Last race was boys' grand final. Montclair, I believe, got first. And then you need to go to the SRAA app to see what the final results were for the rest. And the girls are off, and they truly are sprinting through this first 300 meters. I would say, I hate to sound like a broken record, but it is Montclair again that is nosing ahead of the crowd. But it is a nose, maybe one seat. No one else has been left behind. This is an even pack. Petite. It is the varsity, but it's the petite final, so the second final. I already forgot. You're going to need to look at that. Sorry.
Separation in this race? Seeing anything?
No, there's none.
Looks like a blank.
It is boats. And ladies and gentlemen, it is still a straight line coming down the course. I cannot see any separation. When we hit the 500 meters, I'll try to tell you who is nosing in, but that is all it's going to be. It is a nose at most. As I said, this race is going to come down to the sprint. Looking at the screen right now, there's just nothing. It is a straight line. There is not a single leader in this bunch. No one is ahead by a seat. Maybe one boat, maybe lane 2 is behind by a seat, but that's all I could see. This is going to come down to the last 400 meters and how much cheering they get to motivate them to get down that line. But this is going to come down to a sprint. So this is, again, the girls' varsity Petite final. Lane 1, Plant. Lane 2, St. Ignatius. Lane 3, Montclair. Lane 4, New Trier. Lane 5, Holy Spirit. And Lane 6, James Madison. And it is a close one. I can't make any predictions here whatsoever. Maybe it looks like Lane 6 and Lane 4 are starting to peak out amongst the group. Maybe with Lane 3 joining them. But I don't know between those three as to which one's going to get first place. And Lane 1 is clearly still in this mix. Well, I would say you cannot give up on Lane 1. Lane 1 being Plant. Plant is still in this. So this is now a 4-boat race. Plant, Montclair, St. Ignatius, and James Madison. I don't know. Okay, we have it now. We have 4. It's finally emerged. Lane 4. New Trier. New Trier has emerged as the winner. It's going to be New Trier, followed closely by Montclair, followed closely by Plant. That was a close one. And don't leave yet. It's our last race of the day. This is the women's varsity 8 grand final. Lane 1, Loyola Academy. Lane 2, Mount St. Joseph. Lane 3, Saratoga. Lane 4, National Cathedral. Lane 5, Winter Park. Lane 6, Whitman. And they are sitting on the line and ready to go. And the boats are sitting on the starting line, still getting aligned. Every time I see the blade go in the water, I hit the counter, and that will give me a stroke rate on my. A stroke rate? Interval 2000 seconds. Interval 2000 is made by NK, the same people that make all the technology that goes into those. Coaching. Mad math skills. And the races are off. The women are going, and they are just as much of a straight line as we saw in the previous batch. At the 300 meters, though, we do have a couple leaders emerging. I am seeing Saratoga, National Cathedral, and Winter Park all slightly ahead of the pack, but that is slightly. I'm saying would maybe be 4 or 5 seats. Everyone else is there. No one has disconnected yet. I'm seeing shell to shell for everyone. And the boats are currently crossing that 750-meter line right now, halfway done with the race. And it looks to me like we have 3 leaders still emerging: Saratoga, National Cathedral, and Winter Park. That being said, that is in no way anyone is out for the count. Mount St. Joseph right now is taking a power 10, trying to make a comeback and grab back to the front of the pack. And in fact, Loyola Academy right now is making a move and is actually moving on the crowd and coming back up. They look like they might be making a move towards that front of the pack. Right now it's Saratoga, National Cathedral, and Winter Park, and we'll see what happens at the 500-meter line. And at the 500-meter line is Saratoga and Winter Park currently in the lead. We'll see if they can hold on to it for the last 400 meters of the last race of the girls' varsity grand final. Remember, lane 1, Loyola Academy. Lane 2, Mount St. Joseph. Lane 3, Saratoga. Lane 4, National Cathedral. Lane 5, Winter Park. Lane 6, Whitman at this year's SRAA National Championship Regatta. Thank you. And this is just as we thought. It is lane 4 coming in, but I don't want us to discount lane 1 yet. Remember, that camera angle always gets us. They always could come in and sweep through. Lane 4, Saratoga's coming in, and can they hold on to it? Now remember, it's going to look slightly like they're behind, but they are in fact not behind that lane 5 boat. They are ahead of that lane 5 boat. That is a pure angle point, pure angle. So the question is, can they hold on to that lead? And the answer is yes. Yes, they can. Saratoga's going to take this. Saratoga's going to take it by a boat. They have it. This is Saratoga's race. Saratoga is crossing, and they've crossed. That's Saratoga across for the win. Lane 5, yes, it is lane 5 coming in, then lane 1. Lane 5 being Winter Park, Loyola Academy, the Mount St. Joseph, and Whitman. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is this year's regatta. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is this year's SRAA National Championship Regatta for 2017.